Hey, pre-notification gang. Yep, I finished Peacemaker. I liked it. I thought it was good. Did you finish Horizon off stream? Bro, it's been like 4 hours. No, of course not. It's not a short game. What happened to Demon Souls replay? The build idea just wasn't fun, and I didn't feel like restarting again. Thanks, resub BT plays. And the bits below average. I seen the new Texas Chainsaw Massacre on Netflix. Is it a movie or a show? Let's see. It's a 2022 film. No, when did this come out? Oh, it came out today. I'll have to watch it. Exit Prime. Lixley. Coming along, great rip. Yeah, I haven't heard of this Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2022 movie either. This is news to me. I'll have to watch it. Anything big lined up for YouTube night? Yeah. Couple things. It's really dog shit, so it got me marketing. Is it fun dog shit or is it boring? Thanks to the resub Rumham. Has one really good scene, but other than that, it's dog shit, and not in a fun way. Thanks to resub Trintier. Thanks to Prime Psycho. I got something stuck in my tooth. Thanks to Give Sub Buff. Of course, rip. Thanks to Tier 1 Honey. And the Tier 1 Johnnies. And the resub buff. Man, I got something sticking out the back of my fucking tooth and it's really frustrating. There's the Prime Skim City and the resub alcohol. Yeah, it's pretty heavy, Otter. It's a big glass. It's like a giant goblet, really. Thanks to the resub Samoth. And the resub Trash Leo. How far are you into Horizon? Like 6 hours? 6-ish hours? So not super far. Thanks to the resub Agadons. Ooh. Thanks to the resub Gavin. Thanks to the bits. Woomy. Yeah, we still got a couple more slap fight to watch. Thanks to the resub Kazi. And the bits Sky. And the gift sub Thindix. You gonna do a moist meter on Peacemaker? I probably will, but I actually might just combine that with a moist meter for the Texas Chainsaw Massacre Netflix movie. I'll just do like an all-encompassing moist meter. I don't know. So much shit came out all at once. And there's also the Cuphead show now. Thanks to resub Austin, Tree Nut, Prime, Doctor Who, and Tier 1 Robbie. You highlighted a message to say slap fight's boring. What do you watch? You a meme guy? Thanks to the Prime Misty. Thanks to the resub Lawire, Booty Waffle, Babar, CJ, and the Prime. Well done. Like I said, man, Lost Ark's just not for me. I don't like MMOs and I don't really like ARPGs. So the two of them together is just not super fun for me. But the raids look amazing. It's the resub Alex, Dinzim, Archives, The Boys, and Yeehaw. There's the Tier 1 Beans. And the resub Squirt and the Prime Swagger. You know about Ghost Gum? Yeah. Thanks to the gift sub Glizzy. I've heard of it. Thanks to the resub JCat. Thanks to Prime Morg. I think I finally got it. Nope. Oh my god, what the fuck? Thanks to Tier 1 Cade and the Tier 1 Tombstone and the Bits Illustrator. Can't click links, man, but thank you for the bits. What's the Facebook child predator guy? Oh, you're talking about Meta? Thanks to Tier 1, or the resub SCP and the Prime Halves. Yeah, I saw that on Reddit. What's the cursed? Thanks to the resub Melise and the 5 gift subs Alex. Thank you, Alex. It's a new horror movie. First I've heard of it. Probably not tonight, Jack. Thanks for the gift sub tombstones. I've got 4 videos I want to watch tonight, and 3 of them are about an hour long. Things a tier 1 unknown and the resub chaos. What do you think happened to all the Kids Bop kids? Probably just grew up, would be my guess. Thanks to gift sub Presify. And the Prime Paranoia and Solo Peeps. What are we watching? I got quite a few things. Thanks to Prime Mimis. Any relationship advice? I don't know, man. Nothing general. Don't be weird, I guess. There's a tier 1 Reem and Prime Max and Cami Drazzy. There's the Prime Apostle and Floater. Buy miniature trampolines and make an obstacle course with them. Man, fuck no, I'm not getting on a trampoline at my age. I'd hurt myself. Fucking jumping hurts. I can only imagine how that'd feel on a trampoline. Thanks to Risa Billiam, all Cars, Brojo, and gift sub Horny Gummy Bear. And tier 1 Justin. And the bits Alex. And resub Matazar. Gift sub Nitro. Yep, we were just talking about the meta thing. I saw it on Reddit. Has any outlet reported on it yet? Let's see. His name was Jaron Miles, right? Let's see. Literally just one. The post-millennial. That's crazy. Oh, here we go. Never mind. 2. TechCrunch in Tech Times. The guy's been fired. Here's the Prime Joe Melly, resub Luke, and gift sub Topographic 12 and tier 1 Beep Boop. Get on Elden Ring. Yeah, let me do that real quick. I'll go ahead and text From Software, see if they can send it to me a week early. Thanks to give sub Tofu and Binbot. Guess nobody knows Meta is Facebook's new name, so they don't care. Yeah, it's still such a fucking weird decision to rebrand to Meta. I guess just for the sake of confusion. To like placate the public maybe, I don't know. Hey, Socks. Where did you get Forbidden West from? The PlayStation Store? What do you mean? Thanks to the bits bald and gift sub Adlib and resub Gav and Bean. Thanks to resub Sag. I just don't feel like it, Keith. That's really about it. Thanks to gift sub Diet. Thanks to the Prime Reese's. You're gonna be a dad? Congrats, Ethan. That's exciting. Good luck. Thanks to tier 1 Thought. Yeah, I thought Dale was going to be fighting in the MMA, but apparently he's just in the corner helping one of the fighters. Still cool, but it would have been a lot cooler if Dale was in there fucking disarming fighters. Whoa. Wait, what just happened to the other two? Oh, they just changed the thumbnail. Dale should enter Slap Fight Championship. That would be pretty hype. Thanks to resub Hot Rod and Zodax. And I know there's a Killer Bean game coming out. Thanks to Sub Radical. No, nothing interesting there, Lewis. What are we watching tonight? I've got a few things I want to watch tonight. Figured we start with the last two Slap Fight Championship matches we didn't watch. Yeah, we'll do the second part of Oki's video for the Psychopath. I'm really excited for the second part. No, I'm going to watch the Texas Chainsaw Massacre Netflix movie later.
For the past several years, a group
I didn't even
of
know it came
dedicated
out.
American slap fighters have been
Thanks for 5
developing
gift subs,
a new
Warner, and the
extreme
resub
sport
Turt,
in
Nutmare, and
undisclosed
Thanks,
locations across the Midwest. Most athletic commissions in the U.S. don't recognize
Thanks for
this
5
new
gift subs,
sport,
Tempest. Hey, Tempest.
so the fighters have been competing underground. Still, the fan base for our sport has grown. We are now an international sensation.
Is there an anus slapping
Our fighters
contest?
don't compete for glory.
I'm not sure yet.
They are here to test themselves.
I have to check.
This is not a sport for the weak. This is Slap Fight.
Coming up next, our main event. Coach Killa, the undisputed
Coach Killa used to just be a
middleweight
punching
champion,
bag, but now
takes
he's pretty
on
good.
Wolverine, the undisputed
I think he's got a
light
chance.
heavyweight champion.
There's the bits Keith and Caterson. Oh, whoa. Thank you for 12 gift subs, Crumple McStinky. Thank you, man.
Undisputed light heavyweight champion
It's up to him,
versus
Keith. Thanks for
undisputed
resub Stub,
middleweight
Flames,
champion.
and King.
Both titles on the line. Winner take all. Wolverine versus Coach Killa.
Wolverine did lose to
The winner
Darius,
becomes
so
the first double champion
he doesn't
in
have a lot of
slap
momentum
fighting
right now,
history,
but he's still
and
nuts.
the loser will no longer compete at Slap Fight Championship.
Didn't they face before? Yeah, Wolverine, I think, absolutely blasted him, right?
Ladies and gentlemen, it is now time for your main event. It is
Thanks for the gift sub, sucks.
unlimited rounds. Introducing first, he is ranked number 3 in the United States. He is the current and reigning middleweight champion from Mark 3, Arkansas. This is Coach Killa.
Maybe. Perhaps Azure. Thanks for the resub, Indy and the Prime, Logan. And Wolverine sporting that crazy lumberjack beard still.
In the U.S., he is the current and reigning
He's only ever lost to Darius.
heavyweight champion from Mountain Home, Arkansas. This is the Wolverine.
The beard buffer helps. Yeah, I definitely think so. I feel like that's definitely like a requirement. If you want like better defensive stats for slapping, just grow a beard. I think it absolutely helps. Nothing wrong with that, it's being smart. Thanks for resub MXL.
Ladies and gentlemen, tensions are high at the barrel. This is a champion versus champion, title for title, loser leaves match, and you
Oh,
can
Coach
feel
Kill even like
the
gelled his
tension in
hair
the
up
air.
for this one.
Coach
He usually
Killa
wears
has
a
just
hat.
won the coin toss, and in a battle of knockout artists,
Like he's ready for
that's a
homecoming.
significant advantage. All right, folks,
Let's go,
take a
Coach
look at
Killa,
the
looking
rules of
so
slap fight.
prim and
First
proper.
off, no clubbing. All competitors must land their strikes with an open hand. The heel of the hand may make contact,
Here's
but
the
cannot
prime
extend past the
Blastoise
chin. Next,
and Logan.
no stepping. Feet must be planted shoulder width apart, and there can be no pivoting or stepping when striking. And finally,
He knew
no
the hat would
flinching.
get sent
Small
flying.
reactions
True.
are allowed, but any movement
always
that affects
does.
the power of the strike is a foul. All right, fans, here we are with our main event, and I have to say the tension is high at the barrel right now. Coach Killa and Wolverine putting both titles on the line, champion versus champion.
Your hair looks shiny?
title
Yeah, it's
for
probably a bit
title,
greasy.
And the loser of this match will no longer compete in the sport of slapping.
That's pretty high stakes. Looks like one of them was just looking for an excuse to retire.
Coach Killa won the coin toss. He's going to have the first slap, and that is a huge
Thanks, you're
advantage
subjaded.
when you're looking at two knockout artists at the barrel.
They're both really good. That's a shame that one of them's apparently going to
Coach Killa
retire.
looking Ron directly in the eyes. Ron is refusing to look at Coach Killa in the eye. And here's our windup for round one.
Woo, not
Fantastic
bad.
slap by Coach Killa. Doesn't seem to faze Wolverine.
I love the way his hair just stands up.
Wolverine
I think he
with
had some
no
little
break,
static
gun,
electricity
fire,
on his
bottom
palm
of
there.
round one.
It's like when you rub a balloon on your head.
It looks like Wolverine's going back to his original technique.
1, 2, 3.
And a fantastic
Yep.
slap from Wolverine.
Yep.
To match.
Wolverine just reminds me of like a protagonist in a revenge film.
Okay, it seems that Coach Killa
Just so
was
determined,
about a club there, but he seems to
quiet.
have talked himself out of it halfway through. Going to go right into round two. Coach Killa with the windup. And
Yeah, that was
another
kinda
great
shit.
slap by
That
Coach
wasn't
Killa,
very
but
good.
This is Wolverine. You're going to have to bring something just a little heavier.
Stalling?
Keep
That
in
should be a
mind,
penalty?
This is an unlimited round matchup. Anything can happen. Round two, Wolverine.
Oh, fuck.
Absolutely stuns Coach Killa. Coach Killa is still dazed.
I think he slapped the bald spot onto his head.
Wow.
God damn.
Okay, jumping up and down when you're rocked is not the best.
I was going to say, that's a horrible idea. His brain is so confused right now, it just hit every single corner of his
Ladies and
skull.
gentlemen, shit just got real for Coach Killa. Both of these fighters are from Arkansas. Wolverine from Mountain Home. Coach Killa from Mark Tree.
Oh, no.
Coach Killa with another decent slap.
That's
Now,
not
these
going to
could
get it
add up.
done.
If this fight was to go 15, 20 rounds, these little slaps from Coach Killa could add
Thanks,
up.
Resub Nitro. And the 5
But
gift
I'm
subs
not
again,
so
Warner.
sure
Thank you,
that
man.
Ron's going to allow that to happen. Here we go, round three.
Oh, there we go. He buckled
Got a
down.
flinch here from Coach Killa.
I actually didn't even notice the flinch, to be honest. Probably saved his life.
We're going to keep the match
Here's
going.
the prime
but
final
Coach
and the
Killa
resub
has
Dawn.
received a warning for flinching. That has been an issue for him this past year.
No fist bump. Kind of weird, kind of weird. Sportsmanship, please. Sportsmanship.
Coach Killa seems to be feeling the pressure here. He's asking if he can take off his shirt. We'd rather you didn't. Round four.
That was pretty
Again,
good.
these are fantastic slaps
That was
by
pretty
Coach
solid,
Killa.
actually.
These are the kind of slaps that have been knocking out middleweights for
It's
the
just
last year and
not
a
going to
half.
work on
They're not
Wolverine.
making a dent with Wolverine. Okay, Wolverine with another fundamental slap. A little bit of a flinch there, but I'm not so
Coach
sure
is out of his
exactly
depth.
the power of
Yeah.
the slap. So they're gonna
He
let
flew
it
a little
slide.
close to the sun with this match here. I don't think he should have taken this this
The struggle
ticket.
is real here with Coach Killa.
Here's the
Wolverine
Prime
is very
Genesis.
slowly just chopping him down.
These are really good from Coach Killa now,
The
though.
barrel is moving, which means Coach Killa has likely stepped. Okay, let's take a look at that up in the top right-hand corner. Yeah, you can see he moved both his left and his right feet during that slap. So he's going to be giving a
Zinkai
warning
boost for
stepping.
Killa?
He's got one
Fuck
warning
is a
for flinching,
Zinkai boost?
one warning for stepping, no warnings for Wolverine.
Oh,
God, Wolverine with another huge bomb.
fucking slapped him so hard he just immediately started going back to his
Think
car.
about this.
Thank you, sir. I'm done. I'll go home.
Wow. These are two of the greatest slappers in the United States. Pound for pound, ranked number 3, Coach
Thanks to the
Killa,
resub,
and ranked
Josiah.
number 2, Wolverine.
Did you say?
Coach Killa's
Yeah, you might want to just take that whole break, Killa.
He's going to take advantage of this last 30 seconds.
Coach got fucked. True. This is just not a good matchup for him. Wolverine's too good.
Coach Killa seems to have forgotten that it's his turn to slap. Okay, these slaps are really setting in here with Coach Killa. He's back now. Round 6. Great slap from Coach Killa. Little bit of a club, but I don't think it's that bad. I don't think they're going to...
Yeah, I mean, at this point, he could be punching him in the fucking nose and it wouldn't matter.
Out most middleweights. Wolverine is not your typical middleweight. He looks fantastic at 200 pounds.
Are they allowed to switch hands? Yeah, if they want to, they can. I'm pretty sure. Oh, huge flinch.
Another flinch by Coach Killa, and they're going to call it.
Oh my god, you just made it so bad for yourself, Coach Killa.
Now is Coach Killa has
2 slaps.
2 penalties for flinching, and that means he's going to lose his 7th round slap.
Oh my god.
I'm not sure he realizes this yet.
And now he's gonna have to get the fucking
okay, you can see
double
now that he
whammy.
realizes he's going to take 2 shots from Wolverine.
He's resub
Coach
Jake.
Killa's face is telling the story.
He's just praying. Have mercy.
Oh my God, Coach Killa has just thrown in the towel.
Yeah. Honestly, smart.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a
Smart.
new double champion. Wolverine is back.
Yeah.
Wolverine, your new middleweight and light heavyweight.
He wouldn't have survived that,
Coach
100%.
Killa seems upset. Look at his face. This is a big loss for Coach Killa.
He was on a win streak, too. That's rough. He shouldn't have taken this match.
Tonight, Wolverine. Ladies and
As we said,
gentlemen, that was a
Texas and
fantastic main event.
Guana.
They're going to bring Wolverine his hardware.
Was he retiring now? I don't know if that's real or just a joke.
And here's the light heavyweight title. Looking good, Ron. Well done.
Would anyone join an eating contest? No, I hate eating contests. That shit just hurts. I mean, not as bad as getting slapped, but it still sucks. Thanks for the gift sub, Mr. Cades. And the resub Joey and Volms. Hey, Volms. And the resub Dylan. White Simba has legit technique. Bro, that Simba guy was fucking wild, actually. I'm excited to see the rest of that tournament. That guy was fucking gross. What about a pussy eating contest? Oh, that'd be pretty crazy. Wolverine still a middleweight champion of pussy eating too. Imagine. Oh, I thought they were gonna have an interview with Wolverine. I don't know about that. Maybe not. Oh, they even did 20 gift subs, Dark Rye. God damn, hey, thank you for that, man. I appreciate the generosity. Thank you, Dark Rye. Give me 1 second, though. I'm gonna finally get whatever's stuck in my teeth out. It is actually driving me fucking nuts. Give me just 1 second. I will be right back. Okay. I got it. It was like a tiny piece of hair stuck around my teeth. Let's resub Dylan. So frustrating. Quick text message. Okay, now I'm back. Thanks, resub. Nice guy, Wet Willie Warhado. In the prime, Aaron in tier 1 Viking. In the resub, Mary Booty Poppin' and gift sub Daywalker.
For the past several years, a group of dedicated American slap fighters have been developing a new extreme sport in undisclosed
I'd love to go ghost hunting, but
across the Midwest.
without setting up scares,
Most
it's just going to be
athletic
walking
commissions in
through an
the
empty
US don't
building at night
recognize this new sport,
with goofy
so the fighters
technology.
have been competing
So it'd be kind of boring.
underground.
Thanks, resub Zombie.
Still, the fan base for our sport has grown. We are now an international sensation. Our fighters don't compete for glory. They are here to test themselves. This is not a sport for the weak. This is
Thanks,
slap
resub
fight.
Big Daddy.
Missouri native Lead Belt Chapman.
Hey,
returns to
Lead
the
Belt
barrel
Chaplin.
After an injury forced him to take a long hiatus from the sport. His opponent in this redemption
God, Lead
tournament
Belt has the
is
best mutton
collegiate
chops in the
football
game.
sensation and slap fight newcomer Johnny Juice.
Cool name. Hey, Johnny Juice. Thanks, you give sub Kaz and the resub Zombie. What? No mutton chops? Excuse me.
When I knew I was
Is that
going
legal?
on,
What?
I asked my strongest friends, hey, give me your best shot, and they did happily. You definitely gotta find your zone. If you get up there and you're trying to prepare for the slap and you're expecting that pain coming, you're gonna get knocked out. You're not gonna have a good time. So you really gotta push that down while you're up there.
Pretty true. Let's hear from Lead Belt. So I shaved off the mutton chops. I regret it. Thanks, resub David and Paulie and Jackson. Lead Belt! Thanks, the Prime King James and gift sub Donnie. No, I haven't had any glitches with Horizon, man. Johnny Juice looking kind of big, though. That's a pretty big boy. He might do well.
Here we are at the barrel for our fourth quarterfinal matchup. Johnny Juice versus Lead Belt Chapman.
He's the bitch
The
show.
winner will face White Simba in the semifinal. Here's Kyron with the coin toss. And the winner is Lead Belt Chapman. All right, folks, let's take a look at the rules of slap fight.
He's the prime
First off,
indie.
no clubbing. All competitors must
I was
land
gonna
strikes
host
with
my
an
own
open
slap
hand.
fight
The heel of the
stuff,
hand may make contact, but cannot
but,
extend past the chin.
it's not exactly
Next,
an easy
no
thing to
stepping.
set up.
Feet must be planted shoulder width apart, and there can be no pivoting or stepping when striking. And finally, no flinching. Small reactions are allowed, but any movement that affects the power of the strike is a foul. All right, it's time for our fourth quarterfinal matchup.
Lead Belt's first? Okay, okay.
Veteran Lead Belt Chapman facing newcomer Johnny Juice.
I don't remember. Did Lead Belt win when we watched him last
Our
time?
lead official, Kyron Bowen, is going to give a quick rules meeting.
Because I don't remember if he was
And if
victorious or
neither of our
not.
competitors have a question, then we'll go ahead and get started. The winner of this matchup
No one would
again
agree to
will
that,
face
Keith.
White Simba in the semifinal. All right,
Lead
here we
Belt
go.
did win?
Lead Belt Chapman in round one.
Oh, that's kind of deep.
Oh, another club from Lead Belt Chapman. He's going to receive a warning for clubbing right off the bat.
He threw that in slow motion.
Lead
What was
Belt
that
has
about?
had an issue with clubbing over the course of the last year. He's been forced to switch
All right,
from
Johnny
left to
Juice,
right
let's
hands
see it.
repeatedly throughout competition.
Oh.
Okay, we've got a great slap from Johnny
Not
Juice,
bad.
but he stepped all over the barrel. And it looks like
These
they're
are
going to
some
give him
slurp.
a warning as well. So far, we've got 1 warning for clubbing with lead belt and 1 warning for stepping with Johnny.
Okay, let's get a good slap here, lead belt.
Okay, now that was almost a club. It was kind of in the danger zone, but it doesn't look like...
It's like
the
he's
officials are
throwing
gonna
his
call it.
slaps through molasses.
We're just going to keep it.
I don't know
rolling
what's
into round
going
2.
on. I'm assuming he's just not a righty.
And
It's like when
here's
I
your
try
windup.
and write with my left hand. Oh,
And that was
shit!
a fantastic slap from Johnny Juice.
Yeah, he's fucking juicing him now.
Finding his mark. Now we know Lead Belt Chapman does have a chin. He is a tough country boy, and he's going to return fire.
Oh!
Shot from Lead Belt.
Hey, okay.
And Johnny is hurt.
He said, fine, I'll slap for real this time.
He's trying to shake that off, but absolutely.
He got him on the bottom of his chin, too. I almost snapped his fucking neck. Jesus.
Johnny Juice is going to take advantage of his 60-second break. Lead Belt Chapman smelling blood in the water.
Thanks, resub. AI Schleim in
And
Colonial
here we go.
Bob.
The bottom of round 3. Johnny winds up. And another
Oh, yeah.
fantastic slap
This is
from
a
Johnny
close
Juice.
match.
He's found his mark, and he is now finding his power. Lead Belt Chapman going to return fire in round 4.
Lead Belt can really shake it off quick, though.
Here we go. Okay, we got another club here from Lead Belt.
He just keeps hitting his
Lead Belt
neck.
looks upset about this. That's his 2nd club.
having a hard
penalty,
time
so
with the
he
aiming.
will now lose his 5th round slap. I can also see Lead Belt Chapman is nursing his right elbow. This has been an issue for him in fights before.
Yeah, does he have like tennis elbow? Or golfer's elbow?
I hate to see him go out like that,
Thinks he gives some boofing.
but it does look like he's going to continue to fight. Bottom of round 4 with Johnny Juice winding up.
Oh,
Belt Chapman
shit!
goes down. Johnny Juice has dropped Lead Belt Chapman in round 4.
Johnny! Not bad.
And Lead Belt is going to tap out of this fight.
Bro, all the newcomers are
There's your
really
winner,
good.
folks. Johnny Juice.
Wow. Thanks for 5 gift subs, Tyler. Thank you, man. Every newcomer we've seen has defeated the old guard. But yeah, that definitely does look like a little bit of a club there.
You just picked up a big quarterfinal win against Lead Belt Chapman. You're advancing into the semifinals of this tournament. Lead Belt Chapman is no stranger to the barrel. You're a first-timer here at Slap Fight. What was it like?
Thanks, recent bubble wraps.
Well, I was definitely a little concerned with his experience being a newcomer here, but nothing but respect for him. I'd be lying if I didn't say my face didn't hurt. Hurt like hell, but I'm really happy I could pull out the win here today on my debut.
Yeah, good work, Johnny.
You're going to advance into the semifinals, and you're hoping to take it all the way back home to Canton, Ohio. What do you got to say back for to your hometown?
And,
Fuck you, Ohio.
friends, they helped me prepare for this. Gathered all my strongest friends to, take shots on me, make sure I stand these shots here from you guys.
That's cute.
You got it, man. Good luck to you in the future. Moving on, Johnny Juice going to take it back home. Canton, Ohio.
Thanks, recent radical.
Congratulations to Johnny Juice on his first slap fight victory.
Yeah,
Canton,
Lead
Ohio
Belt
native
needed those
will
mutton
now
chops,
face
man.
White Simba in the semifinal
Thanks,
round
give some turtles
during
and the
his
resub
quest
Snorlax.
to become the #1 contender at Slap Fight Championship.
Thanks, the Prime Blitz. White Simba's gonna shut him down wacky style. Yeah, White Simba was probably the most impressive of all the new faces. That guy was crazy. And he had actual psychopath energy. Thanks to Prime Allen.
Our semifinal matchups have been revealed.
Oh, I actually totally
White
forgot
Simba
about
will face
Shamokin.
Johnny Juice.
I'm pulling for Ricky though. Bye, you bastard. Ricky's the sweetheart. The Cinderella story. Thanks, Resub Tommy. Was White Simba the military guy? No, this was White Simba. The guy who looked straight out of Matrix Reloaded. The guy had like a crazy technique and fucking slammed young James. Can you get CTE from that? Yes, man, obviously. Like, of course. Thanks, Resub R1. Alright. Let's do the second part of Oki's Psychopath video. And then we'll finish off with something I've been wanting to watch for a while. But I really want to finish this story because this was a pretty wacky and goofy one.
Also, do you want to speak with Jacob?
Is it tier 1
Do you want me to
Nickel?
give him a call now? Usually he picks up when I give him a ring, and you'll see. We have it's not a weird relationship, but it's definitely a push and pull, if you will. You know, I could give him a call and I could ask him some questions. I always have questions for him. But that's your call, of course.
Are we prank calling? Hello, is this Pizza Hut? Is your refrigerator running?
Hey, is this Mr. Wool?
This is he.
Hey,
Yeah, Zach.
hey, what's up, Jacob? This is Zachary Fisher with Salon, as you know. I'm actually here with a friend named Oki who who runs a pretty big YouTube channel, a pretty popular YouTube channel. Oh, he just hung up on me. Let me call him one more time.
Yeah, it must have just been bad reception.
The number you have reached has been disconnected
Is it tier
or
1
is no
Gabagool?
longer in service.
Wow.
Please check the number and try your call again.
Secret Space
Unfortunately,
Program?
what you just saw was
No.
the closest that I came to speaking with Jacob Wall. Although I've tried
Damn.
everything that I could to contact him, I understand that I can't force him to
Thank you,
speak
Seb.
to me if he doesn't want to.
Cheesecake?
However, I was able to speak to several people who've spent years covering Jacob Wall, which gave me a lot of
tier 1
insight
Mr.
into his
Mask.
character. If you don't know who Jacob Wall is, be sure to watch my first video about him called Documenting a Modern Psychopath. Just click the link at the top right of the screen.
Wasn't here last time. Can you catch me up on the lore? Yeah, this is the story about Jacob Wall and Jack. This kid has been a scammer since birth, and his father was is a prolific like lawyer. So he's always had money and was able to do a lot of really interesting scams, like with oh fuck, what was it called? What did he call it? It was a hedge fund, but he had a cool name for it. It was like, fuck, what was the name of his hedge fund? Anyway, he ran a hedge fund scam when he was like 15. Through his dad, he was able to meet like Donald Trump and shit, which gave him more like legitimacy to people to scam. He was also able to get a lot of money, and then just a whole bunch of shit. Cum Guzzler firm, that might have been it. Sonic the Hedge Fund. Okay, no one remembers. Okay, understood. Basically, this kid was born to scam. Jack, probably one of the goofiest weirdos I've seen in a minute. He also does a lot of goofy shit. But what makes them super interesting is they started a career of schmear campaigns, but like in the worst way. So the one from last time is they hired, I think it was a male escort, to pretend like Elizabeth Warren scratched his back. And they had this whole press conference where he takes off his shirt to show scratch marks on his back. And even the dude was laughing about it. So it's just a really interesting story. I just want to see where it goes. I always say schmear. I think it's a cooler word.
So who are these people that I interviewed?
These
Part
are the
1
bits
included
ring.
interviews I conducted with a hedge fund expert named Mark Meelan,
Resub Cat.
Will Summer of the Daily Beast. Since then, I have spoken to Zachary Patrizio,
Bits
a
Nitro.
journalist for Salon, the editor-in-chief of News to Share, Ford Fisher, the unnamed person behind the Jacob Wall Report Twitter account, who asked me to obscure their voice, and the host of Pensive Politics, Christian Watson. Before speaking to them, my theory about
Yeah, I
Jacob
did see
Wall
that,
was that
Viking.
he behaves the way he does only because it garners him attention and fame. Also because he's addicted to
big
going
tier-
trending
the
on
tier
Twitter.
2 snacks.
Here's 2 clips where he says so
Thank you,
himself.
Snacks.
Your life aspiration, you say, is to be rich, famous, and I quote, attended to by the public. What does that mean, Jacob?
Man, this guy kind of looks
You don't
like
just want to be famous. You
this
want to
guy,
be thought about at
but a
all
little
times.
more Chadley.
It makes me feel so happy. It's like
See here.
it's like community. All right.
I want to be trending artist. What can we do to go trending here?
Okay, so
If I'm not trending, I'm not happy. It's like I have. It's
yeah, somebody else just agreed with
somebody tweeted my quote about the lion. That's great.
So okay.
Some agreed with my theory, others did not.
Is he tier 1 Skeeto?
Is why does he do this? This is a guy
'Cause
who's
he's fucking
22,
epic.
His whole life theoretically ahead of him, and yet he spends all his time.
It is jank.
Kind of making himself an internet laughingstock, and potentially going to prison. And I don't know really. I mean, look. I mean, he obviously loves attention. I don't think there's any question about that. I mean, I think he loves playing the heel. I think he loves people just like driving people crazy. But at the point where, you know, you're opening yourself up to lawsuits where you might go to prison.
He is just the absolute maximum of any publicity is good.
I love that kind of silhouette shit, like UFO things.
He cares who he hurts along the way or what he has to do to get that publicity.
I would say minimizing it to the attention thing, though, you know, I think there are a couple other layers, right?
I mean, the idea that they're trying to just get attention, they just like their face on the news, like, it's hard for me to imagine that they'd go this far to accomplish that.
Still, I was bothered by the notion of cataloging all of Wall and Berkman's bogus smear attempts and giving them attention by doing so.
The obscured person
I
is
didn't
Mark
really have this
Zuckerberg.
concern
Looked more
when
like
I
Kevin
made the first
Spacey.
video, since it was largely focused on Wall's financial crimes. So I asked them the question, why cover someone like Jacob Wall?
Sure, no, absolutely. I think it's important to remember that Jacob, while he does want attention, that it's important to cover these things because they are making it into the mainstream. You know, we would potentially see.
We also scammed a lot of money from
illegal activities that just went
ordinary people.
unnoticed, right? We would see them partaking in things that are illegal and are against the law, and I think that's when, you know, a journalist's responsibility really kicks in to cover the wrongdoing, and to really shine a spotlight onto that.
The main thing that they
Is
do
Zago.
is attempt to perpetrate frauds, and so I do think that it is my job to sort of go there, document that, and to challenge it to the extent possible.
Attention seekers, if they're good, are going to get attention. That's just the truth. You can't stop that. But just because someone wants attention does not mean you should deny it to them if what they're doing warrants attention.
Or if it's entertaining.
So if someone is just being
like a laughingstock
for a very empty or meritless cause, okay, ignore them. Don't give them don't feed the fire. But if they could actually affect certain things, they could actually try to determine the course of a presidential election or a primary, or they could possibly impact a candidate or
I don't
someone
think
of
Wool could do
importance's
that.
life or someone of non-importance's life, then you need to address it. Because if you leave it ignored, you could possibly have catastrophe on your hand. You could have deceit prevailing over people, prevailing over, you know, certain discussions and certain ideas. And that would just be terrible.
What you're about to watch is the product of the most frustrating experience I've ever had while making a video.
Oh.
I came so close to scrapping this project many, many times. But I finished it for two reasons. First, because I didn't want to let the people who enjoyed part 1 down. And second, because I believe it's important to raise awareness of how people like Jacob Wall and Jack Berkman operate. And with that said, please enjoy the show. Last time we left off on November 1st, 2018. Wall and Berkman's Robert
Yeah, we didn't even
smear
get up to
ended
modern day.
disastrously.
Are you both prepared for federal prison?
No.
And they were pretty much laughed out of their own press conference.
Let me tell you that. I think Jacob is a child prodigy that has eclipsed Mozart.
Agreed.
That's
You can't even open an E-Trade account.
Despite that,
Hey,
Jacob Wall got
throw that guy
something he
out.
desperately
Can we throw that guy out,
craves.
please?
Attention.
Excuse me? Get him out of here.
Are we trending? That's the real question. Are we trending? I'm sure we're trending.
Only 2 weeks later, he was trending on Twitter once again. This time it was
Whoa.
due to his strange clash with the equally attention-starved American attorney,
Thanks for some
Michael
Grizz and 2
Avenatti.
subs
Well,
animator.
again, I'm not going to get into the details, but Jacob, if you're watching, I'm coming for you.
In March 2018, Michael Avenatti received international media attention for representing porn star Stormy Daniels in a lawsuit against Donald Trump. Stormy Daniels signed a non-disclosure agreement and accepted hush money to remain silent
Man,
about
that
an
was
alleged
4 years
affair
ago
she
now?
had with the former president. Avenatti sued Donald
that feels
Trump
like it
on
was
her
only a couple
behalf
days
to release
ago.
her from her NDA. Soon, Michael Avenatti was everywhere. As Matt Taibbi of Rolling Stones magazine notes, Avenatti had 254 cable appearances in 2018, including 147 on MSNBC and CNN alone in a 10-week period.
Lately, to me, you're like the Holy Spirit. You are all places at all times.
He was celebrated by liberals for his brash and unapologetic style. Avenatti soon became a presidential hopeful, the Democrats' very own attack dog and answer to Donald Trump. His tough guy posturing could be seen in his tweet announcing his run for president, which ends with #FightClub. However, Avenatti's Christ-like status...
What was that second one? Was the second one barista? I'm running for president, and as president, I'll open a fight club and a Starbucks.
#FightClub.
Oh, Basta. Oh.
However, Avenatti's Christ-like status in liberal circles began to dissolve. This occurred after he inserted himself in the Brett Kavanaugh hearings, claiming to have sworn testimony from an unnamed accuser, which the accuser later denied. Then Avenatti was arrested for domestic violence on November 14, 2018, after allegedly assaulting his girlfriend. LA prosecutors declined to file domestic abuse charges.
That's his girlfriend?
Minutes after
Holy
Michael
shit,
Avenatti's
Avenatti.
domestic violence arrest was announced, Jacob Wall tweeted, "Surefire Intelligence strikes again," suggesting that Surefire Intelligence was behind Michael Avenatti's arrest. Michael Avenatti responded with, "First Mueller and now me. When we are fully exonerated, I am coming for you. Jacob Wall, aka Surefire." Jacob later denied making the tweet. Instead, he claimed that an associate did it on his behalf and added that he thought it was funny. He then tweeted, "I just filed a police report about Michael Avenatti's threat. Thank you to the brave
what a
men
coward.
and women of law enforcement."
Fight him, Jacob.
Michael Avenatti was eventually
The Fight
found
Club,
guilty
man.
on February 14, 2020
Here's the prime, Joey.
on 3 counts of attempted extortion in an unrelated matter involving the sportswear company Nike.
Well, today, a jury in New York convicted him of trying to shake down Nike for more than $20 million. Prosecutors say Avenatti threatened to expose the
I haven't
company
watched
and
Cuphead show
demanded
yet.
millions of dollars. He claimed
Exhibits
that Nike
animator.
bribed amateur basketball players.
After his brief run-in with Avenatti in November 2018, no one paid much attention to Jacob Wall for the next few months, a fact that must have eaten away at him. To celebrate the new year, Jacob edited together a 31-second YouTube video of well-known broadcasters saying his name, simply titling it Jacob Wall, and adding to the description, 2018 was a great year for Jacob Wall.
Jacob Wall?
Jacob Wall.
Jacob Wall.
Is that how you pronounce
Jacob
his
Wall.
name? Jacob Wall.
Jacob
What a good year for
Wall
Jacob Wall,
believes
though.
that Wall is behind the allegations against Avenatti himself.
If I was Jacob, I would not be sleeping well at
Okay, who is Jacob?
Jacob Wall. That something big was coming, and Jacob Wall.
He's a guy named Jacob Wall.
teamed up with Jacob Wall, a sort of equally notorious young man.
A Trump supporter named Jacob Wall.
2019 began and Jacob Wall was attention-starved.
When do they do
His
the
ravenous
BDSM
appetite to be
stuff?
noticed went unfulfilled during the first month of the year, and it was not for a lack of trying. In fact, all of his attempts failed to gain any real traction. He unsuccessfully tried to start a campaign to impeach Ruth Bader Ginsburg. He also claimed that
was
United
close.
States Senator Cory Booker sexually assaulted a man in a bathroom. Additionally, he claimed that Kamala Harris was not a natural-born citizen and therefore could not run for president. But finally, on February 11th, 2018, Jacob Wall caught the buzz he was looking for after starting a petition to remove Ilhan Omar from the House of Foreign Affairs Committee, which gained 270,700 signatures.
Damn, he had a huge petition.
Capitalizing on the hype, he teamed up with convicted felon and former
He's a bit animator.
Stop the Steal spokesperson Ali Alexander, as well as Laura Loomer, who is best known for handcuffing herself to the doors of Twitter HQ in protest of being banned from the site. The trio traveled to Minneapolis claiming that they would expose Ilhan Omar on the unproven claim that she married her brother. Ilhan Omar is a politician serving as the United States representative of Minnesota. Rumors persist that she married her brother in order to sidestep immigration laws. Omar married Ahmed Noor Saeed Elmi, a British citizen, in 2009, and the two separated in 2011. To date, there has been no documentation proving or disproving that Elmi is Congresswoman Omar's brother. Omar has called the speculation illegitimate and disgusting lies. Whether or not she's committed immigration fraud is unknown, but one thing's for sure, Jacob Wall would not be the one to solve the mystery. Jacob Wall's investigation of Ilhan Omar was as farcical as you'd expect. Along with Ali
I want to
Alexander
see his
and Laura
BDSM
Loomer,
stuff.
he traveled to Minneapolis, tweeting
what
and
it does?
live streaming his every move. According to Jacob, Cedar Riverside, Minneapolis was a no-go zone full of Antifa and jihadists who wanted to behead, bomb, and murder him.
We were afraid that we were going to be tailed. We were afraid that Ilhan
the jihadi Omar would send somebody after us and tail us.
Let's not mince words here, you guys. Ilhan Omar would love nothing more than to
How is the quality so bad?
Ilhan Omar would love nothing more than to watch.
This kid's like a multi-millionaire. You don't have an iPhone?
To believe Jacob Wall's description of Minneapolis, you'd think that he was venturing into the Battle of Fallujah. He wore a bulletproof vest, claimed that he was traveling with a security detail, and collected donations to ensure his safety on a website called jihadilhan.com.
So,
As
you know,
you said,
we have professional
Pirate
security. In
Nick
fact,
and the
I'm
Prime
riding with him
Element.
right now. And we also have, you know, drivers, you name it, cars that are protected. And so I feel pretty good about our security situation because you guys have funded us through jihadilhan.com. We have veterans who are very...
Yeah, I'm sure Aaron here saying fart sniffer was directly contributing to your security detail, Jacob. Man, what a great community. He gets, what, like 4 messages a stream? And one of them is fart sniffer? Fuck yeah, you really built like a great like network here.
competent, career military professionals that know what they're doing, that are going to keep us safe.
Bet your dog is boning you. Wow, this is... what a lit community.
Keep us from being slain.
It's actually hilarious how much Jacob tried to paint Minneapolis as the caliphate or something. Here's one of his tweets. Just left a no-go zone in Minneapolis. One of the friendly local Somali men asked me, "Are you trying to get killed?"
What? Now, if you're not familiar with Minnesota, you don't know how this works, but the Islamicist forces here have taken over sections of the respective police departments
They
in
have
almost every
Sharia
area.
police in Minnesota now. There are men who walk around in orange vests that say Sharia police in some of these Somali communities, and they are enforcing Sharia law.
Although they claimed to have armed guards, there wasn't any proof that they did. It was clear that they were lying about it, and even Jacob couldn't help but laugh when asked about it on a live stream.
We've got a top-notch security team here to get us around, get us from point A to point B. They're right here behind the camera. You can't see them. And we've been going from point A to point B in convoy, you know, armored cars, you name it.
Later, he
Ben
posted a
Ben
picture
Beazle
of his
and
badass team of
Dwayne
security professionals. And as
Johnson.
you can see,
Fuck, I blew it.
they don't exactly
They're not real.
look professional. I mean, look, this guy's wearing fucking Crocs. During their escapade in Minneapolis, Jacob Wall starred in a documentary shot by a media outlet called Culture. I really want to show you clips from this documentary, but I'm fairly certain my video will be copyright
Thanks,
claimed
Yusuf
if I do.
Chevrolet.
You should watch it though, especially if you want to see Jacob Wall, Laura Loomer, and Ali Alexander aimlessly walk around Minneapolis with Hans Zimmer-esque music blaring in the background.
Sounds intense.
Jacob hyped up this documentary as something that would expose Ilhan Omar, but it didn't reveal anything at all. The scope of their investigation amounted to knocking on her office door and leaving when no one answered.
We had a leftist today who's a diversity coordinator.
Can't say they didn't try,
and
though.
Shoot us, and apparently has some idea of where we live because a leftist lunatic, quote-unquote, lesbian activist put our location out there.
Oh yeah, I almost left out the best part. Jacob files a police report against someone he describes as a gay Hispanic diversity coordinator who he claimed threatened him on Twitter. The diversity coordinator was a complete fabrication. Jacob was the one behind the account. He made it up to threaten himself and used a photo of a Minnesota realtor named Aaron Delgado.
Well,
So
we
in
don't-
other words, he pulled a Jussie Smollett by filing a police report about something he himself staged. Once this was all revealed, Aaron Delgado said that he planned to file a lawsuit with Michael Avenatti representing him. A day after returning from Minneapolis, Jacob Wall was banned on Twitter
Oh,
on
man,
February
they got
26,
him.
2019, following
Aaron
the release of a
Delgado
USA
strikes
Today
again.
article in which he admitted that he planned to create deceptive Twitter accounts to, quote, steer the left-wing votes in the primaries
Prime
to
Red
what we
Dragon.
feel are
Gives
weaker
some good
candidates
animator.
compared to Trump.
Yeah, I don't know if you have any data on why Jacob Wall was recently banned. Do you have that?
I believe.
Who is Jacob Wall?
This is a gentleman that was in the USA Today article where
Yes.
he admitted that he was going to, he had used tactics in the past to influence the election, and he will continue to do so using all of his.
You ever tried DMT though?
So when we saw that report, our team looked at his account. We noticed there were multiple accounts tied to his account, so fake accounts that he had created that were discussing political issues
He's a
and
tier
pretending
one.
to be other people.
Shav's Media
now you're
Productions
banned
and
from
Prime
Twitter.
Richter.
How do you respond to Twitter's permanent ban?
This could not have happened at a better time. Jacob Wall is #1 trending on Twitter right now.
Is he?
And
Oh my God.
I'm promoting a press conference, and now people are going to go to that press conference, and it's going to be even bigger and better than we even thought. I mean, it's going to be brimming over with people. The halls of Congress are going to be rocked by what we're going to release on Thursday. It will be #1 trending on Twitter.
Let's
After
go.
leaving Minneapolis, they flew to Washington, D.C. to attend CPAC, the Conservative Political Action Conference,
some blue
at the
still,
Gaylord
the prime
National Resort in National Harbor,
Hans.
Maryland. Once there, Jacob Wall, Laura Loomer, and Jack Berkman held a presser where they spoke about their investigation of Ilhan Omar to a gaggle of journalists and social media personalities. And like all of their press conferences, it was an absurd mess.
Well, one last thing. The reason why I'm wearing this hat today is because both Jacob Wall and I have been permanently banned from Twitter after posting our investigative findings about Ilhan Omar. So I am demanding that Jack Dorsey immediately reinstate the Twitter accounts of both myself and Jacob Wall. Not only Twitter.
Should be saying thank you for getting banned, honestly.
By PayPal, by Venmo, by GoFundMe, by Twitter, by Medium. And just last week, I was in a cab and Chase deactivated all my cards and they closed my bank account temporarily.
Twitter HQ.
Yes, I plan on doing a lot of things. A lot of these big tech executives are going to be getting loomered soon, so you'll just have to stay tuned.
Did they get
You know,
loomered?
as you know, my protest.
Hold on, let me see. Is Twitter in shambles after the loomer? It's like a natural disaster. Let's see. Doesn't seem like it. The most recent thing about her is she says she has a brutal case of COVID. That was in September of 2021. And that's the last time she's been heard from. Well, far be it from me to question it, but it looks like Laura got loomered. Unfortunate. That must have just been one of those big schemes from Jack, the Twitter CEO. Fucking planted it in her so he could avoid the loomer.
In which I handcuffed myself to the front door
There's
of
Resub
Twitter
Diva.
headquarters in New York City was
The Resub Hubby.
tremendous. It was the #1 trending
Prime
topic
Fletch.
on Twitter. I didn't even have a Twitter account. I out-trended the President of the United States and Putin, so you can expect a lot more of this.
And loomer
in
is
the
now a
next few
verb.
weeks.
I would point out Webster's has taken it as a verb.
Yeah.
Jacob's next attempt to create a stir was on April 16th, 2019, when he and Jack Berkman held a press conference at
Jesus,
their
is this
headquarters
a baptism?
at 1599, which is Jack Berkman's Arlington, Virginia home. They promised to expose the largest scandal in NCAA history. Only 2 reporters attended the press conference. One of them, Dave McKenna, wrote an article titled, "Jacob Wall and Jack Berkman wasted my time, but on the bright side, they wasted theirs too."
Cool title,
During
actually.
the presser, Wall and Berkman spoke of corruption in college basketball and claimed that Adidas was operating an underground criminal operation which bribed and intimidated college athletes. Jacob Wall said, quote, "What Adidas has is, at the localized level, a network of thugs, in most cases current and former gang members, who they use to go and menace families and coerce them into doing whatever Adidas wants them
Why
to.
Adidas now? Did he get like a
Sadly, there's
bad
no
pair of
footage this
sneakers?
event. And
Why
anyway,
is this
it
happening?
ended up being a nothing burger compared to the subsequent press conference, which took place only a few days later.
Now to a story making national headlines. Tonight, we're talking to the Ferris State University student in the middle of a claim that he was sexually assaulted by a Democratic presidential challenger, who now says it
Come
was
on.
all made up.
In early April 2019,
Thanks to Prime
Jacob
Zones
Wall
and give
befriended
some
one of his fans on
schnoz.
Instagram, a 21-year-old gay Republican
F,
named
sir?
Hunter Kelly. Hunter Kelly had previously interacted with Jacob's Instagram posts, and one
What
day
a
he
cool
was surprised
picture.
to find that Jacob followed him back. That same day, Jacob DM'd him a question. "Do you want to be part of a political operation?" Hunter Kelly said yes.
It's like the
and soon,
Avengers coming
Jacob
together.
bought him a plane ticket to Baltimore. Once Kelly landed in Baltimore, he was greeted by Wall and Berkman, who drove him to Jack Berkman's house. Upon arrival, they presented him with a document to sign. It was a draft of a statement that said the former mayor of South Bend, Indiana, Pete Buttigieg, sexually assaulted Kelly in February in a hotel in Washington, D.C. Hunter Kelly was under the impression that he was flown out to talk about how he, as a gay Republican, could help Donald Trump win the 2020 election. Jacob told him that he was instead being recruited to be part of a task force to smear Pete Buttigieg,
Which
set
is
up
so
by
much
Donald Trump's
cooler. He should
administration.
be honored.
Although Hunter
But
Kelly
I don't think they go
refused to
hard
cooperate
enough.
with the plan,
They haven't even
Wall and
mentioned,
Berkman
like,
had already written a fake Medium
extraterrestrials.
post under his name, alleging that Pete Buttigieg sexually assaulted him. They also created a fake Twitter account impersonating him and used it to share the Medium article. Following that,
no.
Jacob's father David Wall retweeted it, as well as the Gateway pundit. That same day, Pete Buttigieg was asked about the allegations during a Q&A. He said, "Oh, I'm sure it's not the first time somebody's going to make something up about me. Politics can be ugly sometimes,
Please resub
but you have to face that
Augustus
when you're in
and
presidential
atrocity
politics."
and
The article
chaos.
generated a lot of interest and buzz. However, most were skeptical. Some pinpointed it as being the machinations of Wall and Berkman. Hunter Kelly claimed that when he confronted them for posting the allegation under his name, Berkman tried to sue them by telling him that he had become a star and that people were eating him up. He promised Kelly that his involvement in the scheme would lead to a lavish lifestyle.
Oh, wow.
According to Kelly,
$1 million.
they even promised to buy him any house that he wanted. They spent the day trying to
What a
convince
deal.
him to go through with the scheme. They got him a haircut, a caramel frappuccino, and a Subway sandwich. Still, he wanted to back out. When he expressed that,
What? After
he
a
told
Subway
him that
sandwich?
leaving was not an option.
What? Are
Kelly
you
said
serious?
that they pressured him to sign the statement.
Why would you leave?
And after what he described as 45 minutes of coercion, he finally did. Hours later, Kelly
There's a
denounced the
tier 1
Buttigieg
Diana.
allegations on his
Deanna.
Facebook account,
3-0.
writing, "It's important for everyone to know that I was not sexually assaulted and would never falsely accuse anyone. To keep it brief for now, I was approached by a political figure to come to DC to discuss political situations from the standpoint of a gay Republican. When I arrived, they discussed Pete Buttigieg and started talking about how they would be working a campaign against him. I went to bed and woke up to a fake Twitter at Real Hunter Kelly.
How could
and
Real
an
Hunter
article
Kelly
that
be
I in
fake?
no way endorsed or wrote.
I think this might
have
be the
since
fake Hunter
left
Kelly.
And am working on a formal statement to give to everyone, including the Buttigieg family. Kelly told reporters that when he wanted to leave, Wall and Berkman wouldn't let him. So he pretended to fall asleep, packed his things, and called his sister to come get him. Wall and Berkman denied Hunter Kelly's statement.
There's a tier 1
I think Hunter's
Jinx.
a very fine young man. I don't understand why he's now telling these lies. I think it's because people got to him. Maybe it's people in the Democratic Party. Maybe it's his colleagues or friends or family. I don't know who. It's probably Democrats.
On May 8, 2019,
It
Wall and
is
Berkman...
shocking how much this guy looks like Papa John Schnatter, just less greasy. They both look so similar to each other. His name's John Schnatter, right? What? What's going on? What? Why isn't it? Oh, what did I do? God damn it! There we go. Well, I guess maybe not as close as I thought. Mainly just the eyebrows and the hair. Actually, it's pretty close. Yeah, no, I stick by it. I think he looks quite a bit like John Schnatter.
Got to him. Maybe it's people in the Democratic Party. Maybe it's his colleagues or friends or family. I
There's
don't
a
know
resub
who.
Web in A.
It's probably Democrats.
On May 8, 2019, Wall and Berkman held a presser at 1599 in which they
Yes.
tried to prove the allegations were true
Yes.
and that Hunter Kelly was scared off by outside pressure.
Well, we're not lying. We're telling you the truth. One thing that he received throughout the day was any number of threatening calls. We could hear them on speakerphone. We don't know who they were from.
Who's that
We
on
have
the
no
TV?
idea, but there were a lot of people calling him, trying to talk him out of telling his truth. And that went on all day
So, hey,
long.
garbage man, stop and listen.
That no one was coerced, no one was even so much as encouraged to take any particular action, and we're going to lay that all out in a series of tapes. And this is a video that we feel speaks and says a lot. You're going to see, and this is just a minor detail.
What the
that
fuck
he's
is
got a
happening?
Starbucks, caramel frappuccino in front of him on the table.
He does.
Now,
Confirmed?
He had come with us earlier in the day, and he had wanted Starbucks. So we took him to Starbucks right around the corner.
Uh-huh.
We're also working
Heroes?
on
Heroes?
that tape as well. He walked in, he got his caramel frappuccino.
So, I really think the title here, Modern Psychopath, is a super apt description for Jacob Wall. This guy is so fucking goofy. So, like, the proof that all of it's real is they got him a caramel frappuccino. And he's like, we did film that as well. I'm working on getting that footage. So that way you guys know that everything's legitimate here. We got him a caramel frappuccino. which means everything he said is real. Thus, we're fine. It's fucking wild. The guy is so interesting in like the weirdest way, like morbid curiosity. How could someone be so wired incorrectly? Oh yeah, in the subway, which I'm sure is coming up. They'll probably mention the subway in a second.
You know, most
These are tier 1 rage.
coercion
There is a baller and
type of
jank.
events that I see involve guns, they involve knives, they don't involve caramel frappuccinos. Jared.
Can I ask about this setup? It's kind of confusing why we're talking up to a balcony and there's the screen here.
Hey, can we get this guy out of here, wise guy? Hey, get him out. Get him out.
It was later revealed that they tried to stage a fake protest of the press conference, but could not drum up enough interest for people to sign up. A reporter named Justin Duckham noticed the event invite page called Protest Against Homophobic Bigots, after Jack Berkman tweeted about it. The reporter then found that the event organizer used the email wallthinktank@gmail.com.
No, we haven't set up any protests. That was internet troll stuff. People set up all kinds of stuff with my email. I get emails from every bizarre subscription service you can imagine with the email address that I put out for the public. And as you can see, there's no protest. If we had put a protest together, there'd be a protest.
There'd be a million people,
Debacle,
at least.
Wall and Berkman failed to concoct any
Maybe even
major
10
smears
million.
for the next 4 months. Instead, news of their behind-the-scenes activities surfaced. The Daily Beast found that Jacob Wall was behind 5 fake intelligence firms, including Surefire Intelligence, which were called Bolt Intelligence, Bolt Intel, Potomac Intelligence, and Arlington.
Let me check the other ones. So Surefire Intelligence website is still up. I'd really like to hire Jacob Wall to investigate some garbage for me. See if he can put together the pieces of a puzzle I set up. Kind of like the Riddler or something from Batman. What was the other one? Bolt Intelligence? Let me look that one up. That website is down, but their Facebook page still seems to be up. That they haven't posted since 2018. What was the other one? Bolt Intelligence. Potomac Intelligence. That one's just completely gone, unfortunately. That was probably one of their best ones. There's a tier 1 Robski and the resub Honey and Prime Dank Kato. What was the other one? Potomac, Bolt, Surefire. We already checked Surefire last time. Were those the big 3? Yeah, I need to hire Surefire Intelligence. I'm put together a little puzzle for them.
Arlington Center for Political Intelligence. An advertisement for Potomac Intelligence said that the firm offered services like corporate espionage, political opposition research, the planting or killing of news stories, and counterintelligence. Why anyone would advertise their corporate espionage firm in the classifieds, along with adverts for carpet
because it's a
cleaning
great
and
advertisement.
local mechanics, is anyone's guess.
It's efficient.
It was also discovered by the Daily Beast that Wall and
Maybe the
Berkman
10
were
gift
pitching
subs crazy.
investors on a $1 million plan to
Thank you,
create
crazy.
fake news
Appreciate the
stories
generosity.
in order to manipulate political betting markets. Their plan was to recruit and run what they described as agents of penetration inside DNC campaigns, to create a troll farm to influence
Penetration
social
agents
and
are
mainstream media
crucial.
narratives, and to plan and execute high-impact political publicity stunts. Our backers will affect political outcomes and use our actionable intelligence to reap rewards betting on those outcomes. By August 19th, 2019, Wall's past scams caught up with him when a warrant was put out for the arrest of himself and his business partner, Matthew Johnson, for their fraudulent activities while operating Montgomery assets. This
Oh,
was
that's
when
what it was
the
called,
Riverside
Montgomery
County District
Assets.
Attorney's Office went after him.
Couldn't remember the
I
name.
talked about this in part 1, so I'll save you the details. A few days later, Jacob posted photos onto his Instagram claiming that he was traveling the world. According to him, one photo was in Belarus and the other one was in Israel. However, someone noticed that he was seated in front of the exact same fence in both photographs.
It's just a very
which led
popular
to a lot of
fence.
people mocking him online. On August 23rd, 2019, Jacob defrauded an event organizer by accepting
Thank you, Seb.
$50,000 to
Unidirectional
get Donald
and the Prime
Trump,
Squirrel.
Don Jr.,
Just some
and Charlie
animator.
Kirk to speak at an Indian American conference. Jacob asked for $100,000 and received half up front.
Oh, wow.
On the day of the conference, Jacob told the event organizer that Trump, Don Jr., and Kirk would be there, and that they might bring Candace Owens as well. When they never showed up, Jacob promptly ghosted the organizer. When the event organizer asked for the $50,000 back, Jacob told him that he told his secretary to return the money. Eventually, the event organizer called Jacob's dad, David Wall, who said that he told his son to return the money. After which, Jacob claimed that the money wasn't returned due to a mishap with the bank. Jacob recorded a video of himself calling the bank asking about the transfer, and boy is it a sight to behold.
I just wanted to
I'm sure it
confirm
is.
a wire. I just wanted to confirm a wire that was sent. Because one of my clients, we sent him a refund via wire transfer.
Of course, of course.
And he says he still hasn't received it, so...
Yeah, this is
I'm just a little
outrageous.
bit worried.
Can we fix it?
It looks like it has not been worked. Somebody should be reaching out to you to confirm the wire.
Oh my god.
What
You
the
guys,
fuck?
I need it sent. Can they reach out?
You
right
imbeciles!
immediately?
This is Jacob fucking Wool.
Going along as they're coming in, sir. We do have an hour and a half to
God.
work on it.
This has caused me a tremendous hassle today because my client thinks that I'm trying to rip him off or something. And, okay, well, they're going to call me soon to confirm it and then send it out?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, listen, I don't mean to sound angry at you. I don't mean to sound angry at you. It's just, you know, it's been a massive trouble for me.
But you are a problem, ma'am. You fucked me.
All right, thanks.
You fucked me.
Please, if you can expedite that, please do. Please do. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Yes, sir.
In the end, Jacob only returned $30,000 of the
Unbelievable.
$50,000 he owed. In late September of 2019, an unnamed member of the U.S. intelligence community released a complaint about an attempted cover-up of a call between Donald Trump and the president of Ukraine, in which Trump requested that he investigate Joe and Hunter Biden. The leaker was dubbed the Ukrainian whistleblower. On September 26, 2019, Jack Berkman offered $50,000 to anyone who could conclusively provide the identity of the whistleblower. On October 1st, they declared that they knew the whistleblower's identity and held a press conference. Unsurprisingly, the press conference ended up being a total waste of time.
Now, many people have called us hit job artists, smear artists, things like this.
How dare they?
This is true.
Oh, I know you don't think so, but what we do is thoroughly
This is fine. Give
apolitical
subs,
and
Huey.
fact-based.
Thank you,
I know you
Huey.
don't think so, but it's the truth.
Larissa
Wally
Muffin
Berkman
and
claimed that they couldn't
Act.
release the name of the whistleblower until they were able to review the legalities of doing so with their lawyers.
Out of due deference to our government, we have a lawyer reviewing this before we release the name.
Why do a press conference
so
then?
we cannot release it today because we have been asked not to do so, and of course we will defer to the government if they feel there are national security or other concerns. So we have a lawyer reviewing those laws as we speak.
Then they said that they would release the name within 24 hours.
It's all coming out. You won't be disappointed.
In the end, they never did.
No, what? Who was it? Was it the Hamburglar?
Now it's this.
Let me ask you a question. Don't you think this is a noble initiative to force the name of the whistleblower out? Do you really like, you in the media, do you really like this kind of clandestine government and clandestine society?
Oh, good word.
All of this is being done in darkness. I mean, this is like Henry VIII. I'll turn that question around and ask it to you. Do you like a country like that? Do you like a capital like that? That's not a good situation.
Do
That's
you?
a star chamber.
Huh? Big guy, huh? You like that? You just got that Jack Berkman beatdown, bitch.
2 days later, they held another press conference. This time, they claimed that Elizabeth Warren had an affair with a former Marine named Calvin Willey. I talked about this press conference in part 1.
Yes,
Calvin Willey claimed to be a
yes.
male escort working for an agency called Cowboys for Angels. The CEO of Cowboys for Angels denied that Willey worked for him and said that
Thanks,
he was
Reset
not
Freddy.
up to
Hey,
caliber
Freddy.
to work at the agency,
Good to see you, man.
implying that he wasn't good-looking enough. Calvin Willey also claimed that he served in Afghanistan and that he was a recipient of a Purple Heart.
He's also a
Records
triple
obtained
X.
by the Daily Beast showed that although he was in the Marines from 2014 to 2016, he was never deployed to Afghanistan, nor did he receive a Purple Heart.
In Prime Burger and Ryujin.
Describe your service in Afghanistan. So my service in Afghanistan, it was very early in my Marine Corps time of just getting into my unit. 2012. Unit, I was stationed in Hawaii. 1-3. 1-3. The rest you can look.
That's the most elite unit in the
Let me just tell you
Marines.
one thing. When it comes to honoring
Holy
service here,
fuck, he's a super soldier.
we don't play around. And if you're going to keep impugning this serviceman's service, fighting the Taliban in Afghanistan, then you're going to leave.
Elizabeth Warren responded to the smear attempt by tweeting a picture of a mascot from her alma mater.
It's like an anime.
Go Cougars in the
I love
caption.
that. I'm part of Marine Corps 1-3. We took down Osama bin Laden
who
and God.
Elizabeth
once.
Warren of partaking in like this weird sex
And we'll do it again.
scandal thing, and he claimed that she was whipped, that he whipped her, and all this stuff. When claims that he met Elizabeth Warren on this
Thanks to
site
Tier 1
called
Killer Pickle,
Cowboys for
resub
Angels,
Weeb and Ash.
and it's like this
The 5 gift
this
subs
kind of
Weeb.
like
Thank you,
weird
Weeb.
dating site. And
Appreciate it,
they
man.
met on there, and they hung out at this like DC hotel, and ended up having like sex and stuff like that.
Mhm.
Long story short, he claims that Elizabeth
Very important.
Warren gave him
Stop it, damn it.
this big scar.
You'll notice he is also Xander Cage from Triple X. Just want to point that out. I think it's very important to the story. So not only is he part of the Marine Corps Elite Division 1-3 Super Soldier Secret Space Program team, he is also part of the Triple X program. So just keep that in mind.
On his back. and
This
all
guy's
this
serious
good
business.
stuff. And quickly people search on social media and find out like he had a scar years before, what he's claiming, and of course it all backfires.
Well, I'll tell you what the difference is. I'll tell you what the difference is. The difference is very
Tell
clear.
him. Tell me.
Trump is a peak alpha male.
Oh.
And so
And you're not? What do you mean? You're a peak alpha male too.
when you look at President Trump, him engaging in an extramarital affair, if that's even true, I don't think it is. I don't think it is. Would be understandable, would be normal, would be average.
What?
But when you look at Elizabeth Warren, you're talking about a very frail, very old woman who's going to be hormonally challenged as it relates to the
On the social
Eject.
media
Take it away.
application
Clandestine,
Telegram,
clandestine,
Jacob Wall
clandestine.
celebrated his victory. He once again got the attention he so desperately desired. Fellow professional moron and Capitol Hill rioter, Baked Alaska, congratulated him for trending on Twitter.
Oh, I actually totally forgot about that guy. Isn't he in jail? Or is he dead? There was something.
A few days later, Jacob's name was mentioned.
What happened to him, actually? He's either in jail or dead, and I can't remember which one it was. Let me see. I just keep getting the food. What was his actual name? It's jail? Okay, I'll just trust chat on that. It's one of the two. I just can't remember which one it was.
Mentioned on SNL, which he still cites as one of his greatest achievements. 8 days after the Elizabeth Warren press conference, they held another one yet again. This time to smear Kamala Harris with a bogus story about her, quote,
These are the prime eyes and tier 1
with a
scowl.
26-year-old
Resub
personal
monotone.
trainer named Sean Newaldis. Wall and Berkman found Newaldis on Craigslist, where they posted a job offer for a male actor in his 20s to early 30s. Newaldis believed that he was participating in a show being developed by the defunct channel Spike TV, which had already been off the air for 2 years at that time. Newaldis also thought that the press conference was performance art, that the people who attended it were actors, and claimed that he didn't know who Kamala Harris was. I almost can't blame Newaldis for thinking that the press conference was performance art.
True.
Out of all the pressers that Wall and Berkman have held, this one's my favorite due to how truly absurd it is. It starts off with a rendition of the Star-Spangled Banner that's an absolute banger.
Join us in the singing of our national anthem. We give Miss Kylie Andrews joins us today.
Take it away,
Here's Miss
Kylie. Voice of an angel.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light?
Following that, a fake reverend, who's also an actor, barely manages to read an opening prayer.
Reverend Daryl Thomas will lead us in a prayer for Kamala Harris. A prayer for Kamala Harris.
Thanks for some Tim, Morthar, and Wiz.
I would like to issue the following prayer. Sodom and Gomorrah are the surrounding towns that gave themselves up to sexual immortality and perversion. Damn it be the harlot. Damn it be the whore. What? Damn it be the deviant.
This
What is
preacher
happening?
caught him before the press conference, and I was like,
Did he
what's
read
going
50
on?
Shades
Why
of
don't
Grey
you-
or
why
a
don't
sermon?
Jack Berkman, Jacob Wool's, kind of compound, kind of straight up tells me, he's like, oh, I'm getting paid, $200 to give, kind of this prayer. And I was like, oh, so they're paying you. And he's like, I'm like, do you know what's going on here? And then long story short, he had no idea. So there were kind of like signs that this was completely bogus. This was all kind of a scheme.
Halfway through the press conference, Jacob Wall pretends to be served with a fake cease and desist order from Kamala Harris.
Needs and desires. Hang on. What is this? What's going on here? What's going on here?
He's like the WWE of politics. He should Stone Cold Stunner him. Cease and desist. Not on my watch.
Hang on. We've been served.
From the outset.
Hey, Chad.
Hey, get the fuck off stage. Hey,
So the
get the
Kamala
fuck
Harris
back.
2020 campaign. We will not be intimidated. This is a cease and desist, and she's asking us to cease and desist. Let me say loud and clear.
What does Vince
we have no
McMahon think,
intention
though?
of ceasing
Yeah,
and
you're right.
desisting. We will get the truth out. The truth will come out.
So yeah, it was a big, glorious mess.
Fuck.
Jacob at the
Damn you,
beginning of
Harris.
them had taken a
Shutting him down?
hose, like that he turns the water on and then had a so that it would be ready to shoot. Like it was one of those a hose with at the end like a pistol thing.
I think he's having it available so he can shoot water at people, right? So
Why?
As soon as they handed out the press release, I kind of snuck behind their little car here and turned off their hose.
He turned the water on and had it available there so he could spray people if they were bothering him. And at one point he actually tried to do that. I think they threw a donut at him or something, and he was like, "That's it, I'm gonna get the hose."
I can't hear you. You got to tell this guy to stop, or I'm gonna spray him.
No, don't. Hey, he doesn't know what he's doing. He's been brainwashed. Don't do it, Wall.
And then he I think he tried to spray it, but someone had turned the water off before, so it wouldn't
Hey,
work
Zach.
even if he tried. And that seemed to have been effective.
We're here. We demand a polygraph. And
Oh,
she
fuck,
can
now
pick
you've
her
done
own
it.
Polygrapher. Pick her. No, don't do that.
Once Nawaldis realized what he participated
Nice.
in, he recorded a video explaining
Awesome.
how he was duped. Only 11 days after the Kamala Harris press conference, they held another one with the formerly gay and now totally straight media personality Milo Yiannopoulos.
Damn,
This
there's a
time
name I
they
haven't heard
offered
in
a 2-for-1
years.
special. Ted Cruz is a swinger, and Nancy Pelosi is a drug addict. The video of the press conference is almost unwatchable because a member of the crowd blares an air horn throughout the whole thing.
And if you are a candidate in any party,
Someone's playing the banjo.
you come here to us. You come here to us. And you get those rumors. If you don't come to us, you will not run.
Also, at one point, someone starts chucking donuts at Jacob Wall.
Was wearing. We've mentioned multiple things in the past.
This is the best goddamn press conference I've ever seen in my fucking life.
The crowd was so unruly that Arlington County Police showed up after receiving an
And they started throwing donuts at Jacob.
That her name was Kay Feller talked about an alleged affair.
Just in case for anyone that didn't catch the first part of the lore, this guy's supposed to be security. Why not start catching the donuts, fucking slapping him down, hey, stop it, get out of the way, I'm saving Wall. He just sits there. They pay him to do nothing. I'm pretty sure he's a Craigslist actor as well, and he just got a reoccurring gig. This guy is the true winner here. He gets paid just to hang out and have some fun. No one's ever thrown donuts at Lewis. His name's Lewis. Fucking awesome. It is actually WWE shit. This is fucking fantastic.
She had with Senator Ted Cruz, which included details of several encounters at swinger parties.
On March 17th,
Also, the whole setup reminds me of Stoop Kid from Hey Arnold.
Swingers party. The senator had an immersed concern that he might be recognized, so he wore a mask that obscured his whole face.
It was later discovered that Kay Feller's name was actually Kylie Garcia Andrews,
There's a
and that she was
Willow,
the same
the
woman who
recent Bryce.
sang the national anthem at the Kamala Harris press conference, which was held only 11 days prior. She wore sunglasses as a disguise, and when someone asked why she
Good
was wearing
disguise.
them, Jacob claimed that she had glaucoma.
Why is your witness here or your accuser wearing glasses?
I'll tell you exactly why. It's because she's got glaucoma. Now we'd respect if you would show a little bit of reverence to her health issue. It's something that happens.
Kylie Garcia Andrews was
Good
a model
donut toss.
Wall hired off of Craigslist. He told her that she was participating in a political satire reality TV show for Spike TV. Throughout the event, Milo Yiannopoulos
I could totally
could be
believe
seen
that, too.
seated and smoking cigarettes while fiddling with his cell phone. He remained mostly silent, but when he finally spoke, this is what he had to say.
Why are you a pedophile?
Well, as you know, it's been a challenging year or two for me, and unfortunately, I've fallen so far hard that I've now been reduced to my previous career.
Is that Gilbert Gottfried hustling him in the back, heckling?
A week later, Jacob gloated on Instagram that he hit the trending tab 9 times in 1 year, stating, "I promise you, no one else in politics has more fun than I do." On December 13th, 2019,
Fucking true, honestly.
Jack Burkman
These
tweeted that
press
GOP
conferences
sources
are
informed
lit.
him of photos that showed United States
I
Representative
wish he wasn't
Adam
going to
Schiff,
jail for 20
together with
years.
the
Fuck,
disgraced
these are
former
awesome.
DNC donor Ed Buck and a naked black man. Ed Buck was a businessman and political fundraiser for the Democratic
He's
National
Resub
Committee.
Johnny.
In 2019, he was arrested after a man legally overdosed in his apartment. It was later discovered that Ed Buck injected him with methamphetamine. Another man died in a similar fashion in 2017. A third man overdosed after being injected by
Petty.
Buck, but survived. So Burkman used this horrific story to smear Adam Schiff. Jack Burkman tweeted, quote, "The salacious photos of Adam Schiff recovered during the federal raids on Ed Buck's drug dens appear to have been taken surreptitiously, according to several congressional staffers who've seen the photos. In other words, this may have been an Epstein situation." While Burkman teased the photos for weeks, claiming that they planned to release them if the House GOP leadership did not do so.
Welcome to Behind the Curtain. Well, Jack in Pittsburgh. I'm a
Jack.
Jack from Pittsburgh. We've never had you, though, Jack. Welcome. There's another Jack. I'm a Jack from Pittsburgh originally. And Jack writes, Jack,
What a
you and
weird way of
Jacob
talking.
Noel will release tomorrow the Adam Schiff pictures. What is this all about? Well, pictures that were seized in an FBI raid of Ed Buck's drug den. Remember Ed Buck's that bad guy in Hollywood, all kind of drugs. He's running kind of like this gay drug den with young boys, all kinds of things. Adam Schiff took a lot of money from Ed Buck. Buck raised
How much
for
money?
Schiff for years, and now we have compromising pictures that have been given to us of Schiff in Buck's drug den. Can you believe it? Now, Kevin McCarthy, House Republican leadership, also has these pictures.
This has to be
We've given
satire.
him
I
until
know,
tomorrow
right? But it's
night to
not.
release them. He's our House Republican
crazy.
colleague. We want to give him a chance. He's concealing them. Kevin, if you don't, we will. 12:01 p.m. tomorrow, Wednesday, the 29th
He's a tier
of
1
January.
Raikiri and Resub
Everybody
Squirrel.
will remember.
Or tier 1 Squirrel.
Wednesday, January 29th. We'll call it the Ides of January. Okay, go to.
First, they put out an obviously photoshopped image of Adam Schiff sitting with Ed Buck. Then, after much hype, Jack Burkman finally released the salacious photos, and someone was able to find that they were just blurry screenshots taken from gay porn. In 2018, Mark Tolson, a 60-year-old
How do we know the
analyst
origin
at
wasn't
FBI,
the
illegally
Ed Buck?
accessed Jack Burkman's emails. He was able to do so because his wife worked for Jack Burkman and knew the password to Burkman's account. Tolson and his wife collected emails of interest and attempted to share it with a reporter and then an FBI agent. Tolson was later arrested and lost his job at the FBI. Mark
Thanks,
Tolson
Resub
took a
Hugs.
plea deal, which required him to turn over 2 personal phones and 2 personal computers, and agreed to not contact Burkman again. Tolson was sentenced to 7 days
Man, not
in
being
jail
able to talk
and
to
a $500
Burkman sounds
fine.
awful.
He claimed that he accessed Jack Burkman's emails in order to protect Robert Mueller from being smeared with false allegations. However, the prosecution noted that Burkman
Thanks,
owed
Resub.
Tolson's wife money,
Fisticuffs.
and that Tolson had a personal vendetta against him. Tolson's decision to share the documents with a reporter before
This has to be
sharing
another
with the
press
FBI
conference.
also raised eyebrows.
Get the
If
banjo
Tolson
out.
simply wanted to protect Robert Mueller from being smeared, then why run to the press? 3 months after Tolson pleaded guilty, Wall and Burkman tried to drum up hype for a press conference in which they would reveal new evidence that they claimed showed the U.S. Attorney's Office used a FISA warrant to search their personal email. The press release was clearly fabricated and no one cared, perhaps because it lacked the salacious elements of their more popular announcements. And in the end, they didn't hold a press conference.
What?
However, a
Why?
few weeks later, Wall would get the attention he craved once again, albeit inadvertently. On January 3rd, 2020, Wall was mocked on
Thanks,
Twitter
Resub
after he
Ammonia.
said that he would enlist in the army if Trump attacked Iran. A screenshot of the DM was shared on Twitter, and Jacob Wall once again went trending, which I'm sure he was delighted
Madness.
about.
Thank you, man.
If you're familiar with the name
Appreciate
Roger
it,
Stone,
Madness.
it should be clear that Jacob Wall tries to emulate him. Roger Stone is a political hatchet man who's been involved in politics since the 1970s. He did lobbying work for the campaigns of former presidents
Boring.
such as Richard Nixon,
No cool
Ronald
press
Reagan, and Donald
conferences.
Trump. A self-described dirty trickster, Roger Stone has been a major force in shaping the conversation surrounding electoral politics in the last 50 years. Much of Roger Stone's legacy hinges on his willingness to sow deceit and disinformation. But unlike Jacob Wall and Jack Burkman, he's actually pretty good at it. He cut his teeth as one of the pioneers of negative campaign advertising shown on television in massive doses. He was one of the early architects of the super PAC system, and he shaped what it means to be a modern DC lobbyist today. Roger Stone describes himself as an agent provocateur who is fine with achieving his
Cool
political
title.
goals by utilizing distortions and half-truths. Through his willingness to use dirty tactics,
But
he
no
has gained
press
infamy.
conferences,
As
he
Ed Rollins,
sucks.
a Republican
No
political
Jacob
consultant,
Wall.
said, Roger was always a little rat. For most of his career,
Here's Tier
Stone
1
managed
Tuesday
to remain
and
within the
Prime Beef.
confines of the law. But in 2019, he was arrested and indicted for lying under oath about his knowledge of Hillary Clinton's hacked emails prior to WikiLeaks publishing them. On
That's a
January
resub
25th, 2019, Roger Stone's home was raided by the FBI in connection with special counsel Robert Mueller's probe into Russian interference in the 2016 election. Stone was arrested and charged with 1 count of obstruction of an official proceeding,
pancakes and
5
some
counts
Winnie.
of false statements, and 1 count of witness tampering. A year later, a jury convicted Stone on all counts. He was eventually pardoned by Donald Trump on December 23rd, 2020.
Nice.
Wall and Berkman tried
Got
to
off
insert
easy.
themselves into Roger Stone's trial, first by creating a donation fund, then by releasing sealed jury questionnaire documents. It's unclear how they managed to get their hands on these documents. It was perhaps the first
Thank you,
time that they
Tony
had
Hawk.
an exclusive to share with the public, but the way they shared the information was poorly executed. They arrived at
Is that true? This guy has a giant tattoo of Richard Nixon on his back. Excuse me while I fact check. Let's see. Oh my god. Oh, I can't. I'm glad I did this on the other monitor, because in the third picture there's Roger Stone being kissed by a woman with her titties out. You are right. I was expecting it to be like a full body yearbook photo, but it's just Richard Nixon's face on his back. Yeah, I can't put it on stream. Imagine Richard Nixon on a really old guy's back. Then you've basically got it. But like Richard Nixon as he appeared in Futurama. Nice. Yeah, I mean, that guy's right. That was not a joke. He does have a Richard Nixon tattoo.
CPAC, an annual convention organized by the American Conservative Union,
Thanks,
and
Yusuf
were
Noel
promptly
and
escorted out
Rasta.
of the building.
Hey, you tricked me. You tricked me, you.
Outside, they held a press conference.
Yes!
Wall and Berkman claimed that the juror documents revealed that the jury was packed with extreme leftists and people with ties to the CIA.
The jury was packed with people that have ties to the CIA.
Mhm.
And of course, as
Men
you
in
look
Black.
through these jury questionnaires, what I would point
Secret
out
Space Program?
is there's not a single person in this jury that says they watch Fox News. All of these people say that they're religious Rachel Maddow viewers, that they're religious Chris Hayes viewers, that they are religious followers of Russiagate conspiracy theory.
Where's the banjo guy?
During all of this, Jack and Jacob have an event where they release the jury questionnaires, which
Thanks,
are
Yusuf,
confidential
sir, and
materials that are meant to prove on their behalf that somehow these jurors are irredeemably biased.
Yeah, I know about the Killer Bean game.
Now, what these work out to basically are just jurors who say, like, I watch MSNBC and stuff. I mean, this is not really, like, groundbreaking stuff.
Roger Stone asked for a retrial, citing the single juror who said that she watches Rachel Maddow and Chris Hayes. She also listed left-leaning publications like CNN, Politico, and The Hill. The foreperson was also the only one on the jury who described Roger Stone's arrest as being connected to Russian collusion in the 2016 election.
What?
As for the claim that the jury was packed with individuals from the CIA and the FBI, well, one juror said that they had a friend who worked with the FBI, and another juror said that their father worked with the CIA in the 1960s. So even though Wall and Berkman finally managed to get their hands on legitimate documents, they failed to do anything with their scoop other than wildly exaggerate its contents and make baseless claims.
But they had another
Sometime
great
later,
press
it was
conference, and
disclosed
that's
the
all that
FBI
matters at the end of the
investigated
day.
Wall and Berkman
Fucking
for
slapped
potential
again.
witness harassment, criminal contempt, and obstruction of justice for releasing the confidential juror questionnaires.
But apparently it catches the attention of the FBI because these materials are supposed to be
Thanks to Tier 1
confidential.
art.
And Jack and Jacob
Same,
must
yeah.
have gotten them somehow.
Thanks, Prime Silent.
Did they get them from the prosecutors? Maybe, probably not. More likely, someone on Roger Stone's defense team. So, a website down in the Cayman Islands noticed that these papers were put in the U.S. court system, immediately sealed. I got them. And essentially, there's an ongoing investigation, as we talk now, into Jack and Jacob over the leak of these materials. Apparently, there's some federal prosecutors involved.
Now, I think it's
the
important
FBI
we weigh
involved,
how
and they
awesome
did a
their
search
press
warrant,
conferences are.
on them. So
That
it's
should play a role here.
You know, it's potentially legally a very serious situation for them.
I agree.
This
It could be
marked the second
legally
time that the
devastating,
duo was
but
investigated by the FBI.
let's just remember the press
The
conference.
first investigation took place during the
Or we make any
Robert Mueller
rash
smear.
decisions.
Before you started, but you are releasing the names of all 12 jurors.
That's right. The names of all the jurors are here. Make no mistake.
Speaking, right?
And their information, their full questionnaires.
Only 2 of them have actually put their names out to the public. So you're basically how the public is going to have the rest of them. How do you see that ethically? Generally, people consider it unethical for journalists, etc.
With the ethics, I'm not a philosopher. I don't comment on ethics. I can comment on legality. I'm a lawyer. There's nothing illegal about it in any way.
Sometime in April 2020, Jacob Wall made an OnlyFans account.
Oh!
The guys who run the podcast, Yeah But Still, paid for it and said that it was just full of shirtless photos of Jacob. Why someone would pay $50 for that, other than as a joke, is beyond my comprehension. Although there are people like Brad Palumbo who wrote an article called "It's Okay to Admit That Jacob Wall is Extremely Attractive," so I guess he does have some admirers. A few months after launching his OnlyFans account, he made a video called "My 7 Months Not Natural Transformation," in which he explained how steroids helped him sculpt his newly acquired physique. It was around this time that he started to sell a fitness course.
People look at this photo, and I still get the messages, and they say, "Steroids, steroids, you did steroids." Well, yeah, I did. You bet.
Wall and Berkman's next smear
Fuck
attempt
yeah,
was
and I'll
against
do it
Dr.
again.
Anthony Fauci. Jacob's
Tune into
girlfriend
my
at the
next
time,
press conference.
Diana Andrade, emailed a number of journalists a fake story about being sexually assaulted by Fauci in 2014. It's startling how similar this smear attempt was to the Robert Mueller smear. You'd think that they would have learned from that screw-up, but no, they pretty much made all the same mistakes. First, a press release was sent to journalists announcing a presser in which Diana Andrade would speak about her sexual assault by Fauci. On the press release was the names of her supposed representation. 2 lawyers, Rhonda Abramson and Richard Whitley. Rhonda Abramson was confirmed to be a fake identity fairly quickly. Reporters at the Daily Dot looked into her fake law firm and couldn't find proof that it existed.
Oh, it probably did.
Confirmed that she worked at the company she
I
had
don't doubt
listed
it.
on her LinkedIn account
Jacob Wall's
as her
reliable.
former
I don't think
employers.
he'd fuck this
Moreover,
up.
they ran her profile picture through a website called Have They Faked Me, which showed that the photo was likely an AI-generated image. When the Daily Dot reached out to Wall, he told them that he had
Thanks, you
nothing to
simp.
do with the Fauci accuser. Despite that, he and Jack Berkman showed up on the day of the press conference, which was organized as a conference call between themselves and journalists. When they arrived,
Damn,
they
not
stated that
nearly
they
as
were
cool.
asked to participate due to them being, quote, preeminent subject matter experts in the field of Me Too. 10 days later, Andrade fessed up to lying about the sexual assault and accepting money from Wall and Berkman to do so. She recorded a phone call which is quite revealing and showing how the duo pressures
Jesus
people to
Christ.
participate in their smears.
Well, I actually want to talk to you guys because I'm kind of like paranoid and dealing with a lot of emotions, and
Yeah.
I want you guys to
Yeah, Jacob
assure
Wall
me
will do that. He'll do that to you.
everything's fine. But I don't think it is. So
What could be wrong, Diana? What could be wrong? I mean, I think everything's just fine. You did the job. You did a good job. You got paid. What's the problem? What seems to be the issue? You're freaking out. You're texting me late at night. What's the issue?
don't know what to do with all this cash. I mean, someone told me. I mean, you guys told me I was gonna get a wire transfer, and I didn't get a wire transfer.
Well,
Now I
it's on
have
its
this
way.
cash,
Like,
and
it's
I look
coming.
Like I can't walk into a bank with this, especially during these times. What am I gonna say? Where did I get this money from? They're gonna think I'm like
You
a.
don't go to the ATM for 2 years. Just keep the money. You don't have to deposit it. Just keep it. Go to an ATM for 2 years. That's all.
Well, even if I was to distribute this or find a way to get rid of it or keep it safe, I mean, I still feel like, I kind of just want to give it back, and actually, I don't know what to do because
Confused. Okay, so you have the cash. The deal. We did what we did. I don't understand. What the problem
I
is.
just
Okay, so
feel like
done. It's over.
I don't think this was the right thing to do because I'm looking
How
at guys
dumb
who
is
I
this
feel
guy?
his statements.
Oh my God.
I wanted to become a doctor as well, you know? You guys know this. I was studying biochemistry. And
So listen, okay, shut the fuck up. You know that we're evil, and you know that we faked all of these stories, and we paid you for it.
Just trying to
What's the problem?
destroy him, like bring him down, and have all these accusations. I mean, he seems like a nice guy, just trying to save people's lives.
When you deal with a man, this guy shut the country down. He put 40 million people out of work. In a situation like that, you have to make up whatever you have to make up to stop that train. And that's the way life works, okay? That's the way it goes.
I feel feel like you guys are not.
This is the
connected at all
dumbest
with
man.
science
Holy
or,
shit.
You know, I don't think you guys think this thing is.
Viruses like this happen for a reason. Okay.
It's not just any virus. I mean, it's a huge deal. I mean, I don't even think you guys think it's a real virus. I think you guys think it's like something made up, and it's not.
Look, here's the thing. Mother Nature has to clean the barn every so often. I mean, I don't see anything. Whether how real it is, who knows? But so what if 1% of the population goes? So what if you lose 400,000 people? 200,000 of them are elderly. The other 200,000 are the bottom of society. You got to clean the barn.
So what?
If it's real, it's a positive thing. For God's sakes, you were readily.
Is this this is an actual living, breathing human being? He is on this call admitting to so many crimes with like the whole fake story and everything, which he's been outed for like his whole career, and he's still just going on and on and on. It's a full-blown supervillain monologue without the slightest inkling of suspicion, despite the fact that this girl is being really obvious with what she's saying. Like, I feel like most people would be like, it's a pretty leading thing to say. Is she trying to get me to openly admit to this actual crime? Might as well do it just in case. I'll admit to it, and we'll see what happens. It's fucking crazy. Needs to be some Fishy and Ahab. Like, I thought for like 1 second that maybe Jack was some kind of fucking crazy performance artist who would just go along with these press conferences as some kind of long-form comedic joke. Because he was the only one that was constantly laughing at Jacob on stage while getting pelted with donuts. So I thought maybe there's that chance, right? But holy shit. Jacob, completely hopeless. The only thing he has left is his OnlyFans. My God.
And now we're done. That's all.
Thinks we should fall
Look,
out.
we're one and done, okay? So you made up a story. So what? You got paid for it. Who cares? You
He
made
just
up a
keeps
story about
he keeps referencing it.
And that's it. That's all there is. Don't talk to anyone about this. Not your parents, not anyone. And it'll be fine.
Okay. And is Dr. Fauci fine? I mean, is everything going to be fine with him?
The hell with him. Don't worry. The hell with him. So what? So what? You made up a story. Grow up, for Christ's sake. I mean, Jesus Christ. Come on now.
Sometime later, Wal Berkman and Diana Andrade called into a radio show, and it's a fascinating listen.
None other than Jacob Wall joining us right now on the line.
He's a tier
Jacob,
1
I appreciate you
apotheosis.
coming on. How are you?
Larissa Pandi.
Yeah, I'm here, guys, and it's great to join you on the show. And also with me, I thought it would be great. I have Jack Berkman as well, and I have Diana, the girl who yesterday blew the whistle. She joins us here on the phone as well.
Diana, I appreciate you coming on. I guess I will start with you. All the reports came out yesterday that you claim that you were paid by Jacob Wall to lie and say that Dr. Fauci sexually assaulted you. Why did you say that, and what can you tell us about it?
Some chief?
No, I did not say this. I did not say this, and this didn't happen.
So you were not sexually assaulted?
No.
So how are you connected to Jacob Wall then and Jack Berkman? I'm completely confused because all the reports that came out in the last several days.
I'm also mildly perplexed. I
am. All the reports that came out yesterday are claiming that you were told that you were paid to smear Dr. Fauci.
No, that makes no sense.
And now
what?
you're telling me that this sexual assault never happened in the
I
first
signed up
place,
to
so I'm
Jacob Wall's
extremely
OnlyFans.
confused.
And
what's the truth here?
I was paid to lie, but I didn't lie.
Oh.
So who paid you to lie?
Oh, right.
I'm not sure.
Well, let me
jump in.
No. I'll let you jump in a second. Hold on a second, Jack. Hang on a second. You're telling me.
She said that
hold on a second.
That she took
JD,
the money.
JD,
She took the money
hang
and,
on a second.
didn't follow through
JD,
with her to the
you
agreement.
got to let me. Ma'am, with all due respect, you're telling me you were told to lie, and you can't tell us on live radio now who told you to lie? Ma'am, that makes no sense.
No,
You're losing credibility
it was like
by the second.
it was like a man in a hood.
Jacob told me to lie.
I want to go to Jacob.
He
Right
kept
now.
saying like
Jacob, now you have a
Anakin,
woman- hold on. Now you have a woman
Misa,
on the line
no
right
thank
now.
you. Oh,
heard
Jar Jar.
yourself, who
Binks,
says
fuck,
you
that's who it
told
was.
her to lie, and you paid her to smear Dr. Fauci. What do you say to that?
Well, first of all, she did not say that I paid her. First of all, she did not
just
say
said that.
I paid
That's
her. I
not
think
true.
we
She
should
just
make
said
clear.
that. Jacob, with all due
No,
respect,
she didn't,
she
and I'm sure
just
she'd be
said
happy to
you
say,
told
I
her to lie.
didn't pay
Okay, well, let's ask her then. Who paid you? Who paid you? Ma'am, with all due respect, who paid you?
I didn't know the guy. He came he came somewhere and, you know.
But you brought up Jacob's name.
He was wearing
Okay,
sunglasses
you
and
brought up Jacob's
a
name.
suit,
You
had a
specifically
briefcase.
just said that
DB
Jacob
Cooper,
told you
I
to
think.
lie. He gave you a
Yeah,
script.
Jacob told me to lie.
Okay, Jacob, why are you telling her to lie?
Well, I disagree with her characterization, and I will tell you that.
You disagree with characterization?
From the very beginning, we're concerned with the truth and only the truth. That's what
She
we're
just
in,
said you
that's what
told
we're
her
in
to
this for.
lie. Jacob, I like it. Okay, you're
and Brian, keep in mind that Jack alluded to the fact that they are following marching orders as well.
He's a bitch, Papa Moist.
They are being told to tell someone else to do something based on apparently someone as high as the President of the United States.
Listen, Jacob, look, you're a funny guy. You're well-spoken. I appreciate you guys coming
Well-spoken.
Did you expect this woman to
Yeah.
get on the line right now and basically call you a liar? Because that's what she just did.
Well, I don't know if that's what she said, but I'm glad that we clarified.
Hold on a
so we could
second.
get everything
Hold on a second. Jacob, I'm sorry to interrupt you. See, when you say stuff like that, you lose credibility. She just called you a liar 5 minutes ago. She just said, quote, Jacob told me to lie. And then you say, well, I don't know if that's what she said. I'm sorry, I have to hold you to account. That's exactly what she said. Why can't you answer
That's
that
not what she
question?
said. She didn't say
just
that.
called you a
She
liar.
didn't say that. Well, it's up to debate. Up for debate.
I don't agree with that characterization. I don't think that's really what she said. I think what she
On June
No,
3rd,
it's up for
2020,
debate. What she
Wallen
actually,
Berkman put out a press release
the
in which
line was
riots
spotty. We were
caused
going
by
through a
the death of
tunnel.
George Floyd,
No one knows what
which
she
said that they
said.
would assemble 800 attack dogs for defense of the suburbs. Of course, that never happened. They also visited protests to own the libs by yelling at them to go home with a loudspeaker.
You're very overweight. Please get out of the road.
Thanks for you said, Panda.
You are ordered to disperse. Vicious dogs are on the way. Donald Trump is your president.
On July 2nd, 2020, Wallen Berkman held a press conference claiming that they were paid $20,000 to defend Ghislaine Maxwell, which turned out to be another lie.
No, that was
There
probably
is no
real.
person that walks the earth today that is a bigger victim of Jeffrey Epstein's than Ghislaine Maxwell.
Oh my.
See, what you have is a number of allegations against
Whoa.
Jeffrey Epstein, against Ghislaine Maxwell. And what we now know is that the group of people that have brought these
They did upgrade their
accusations
security.
are
More
not
than just
credible.
Lewis now.
One might just say that it's a sea of whores.
On September 14th, 2020,
Wow.
they faked an FBI raid on Jack Berkman's house. Turns out that they hired actors off of Craigslist to pose as FBI agents. Why they did this? Again, who knows? And on September 20th, 2020, Jacob Wall got punched at a Ruth Bader Ginsburg morning event.
And he ate that punch like a man. Dude probably broke his fist on his teeth. Because he's a fucking man.
The next day, he went on social media to whine about it a lot. On August 3rd, 2020, Merritt Corrigan, a former deputy White House liaison for the U.S. Agency of
He's a friend,
International
Jimmy.
Development, was fired after she posted homophobic tweets. Our homo empire could not tolerate even one commercial enterprise not in full submission to the tyrannical LGBT agenda. For too long, I've remained silent as the media has attacked me for my Christian beliefs, which are shared by the majority of Americans. Let me be clear. Gay marriage isn't marriage. Men aren't women. The United
Wow.
States is losing ground in the battle to garner influence through humanitarian aid because we now refuse to help countries who don't celebrate sexual deviancy. Meanwhile, Russia and China are
Thanks,
happy to
Yusuf Atomic.
step in and eat our lunch. And again, in another tweet, she wrote, I watched with horror this week as USAID distributed taxpayer-funded documents claiming we cannot tell someone's sex or gender by looking at them, and that not calling oneself cisgendered is a microaggression. I'm not cis anything. I'm a woman. Corrigan announced that she would appear at a press conference held
Hey,
by
this is that guy that
Jack
was upset
to
about
discuss,
not being able to
quote,
fuck an
the
M&M,
rampant
right?
anti-Christian sentiment at USAID. Corrigan never attended the press conference. Instead, hours before it was meant to take place, she claimed that Wallen Berkman kidnapped her. She released a statement that said she didn't make the tweets that got her fired, and that Wallen Berkman forcibly took her devices to do so. In response, Wall said in a statement that he and Merritt Corrigan were involved in a, quote, intense sexual relationship. Okay, finally, I'm going to talk about the robocalls.
Mail-in voting sounds great, but did you know that if you vote by mail, your personal information will be part of a public
Thanks for
database
some
that
Bahar
will be
and the
used
Prime
by
Acid.
police departments to track down old warrants and be used by credit card companies to collect outstanding debt. The CDC is even pushing to use records for mail-in voting to track people for mandatory vaccines. Don't be finessed into giving your private information to the man. Stay safe and beware of vote by mail.
What you just listened to is a robocall which was sent to 85,000 people
Wow.
in Michigan, New York, Pennsylvania, Ohio, and Illinois. These robocalls targeted mostly black people in disenfranchised neighborhoods with the purpose of deterring them from voting in the 2020 election. The robocall stated that mail-in voting would be used by police departments to track down old warrants, as well as by debt collectors, and by the CDC to track down people.
So this is why they're
with mandatory
facing 20 years then,
vaccines.
huh?
In Michigan, the Attorney General filed several charges against Wall and Berkman for disseminating the robocalls. On October 8th, 2020, the duo turned themselves in to the Detroit Detention Center. They arrived with a camera crew and smiled in their mugshots.
Aw.
Their bond was set at $100,000.
So sweet. They look so
They were
innocent.
sued in New York by the National Coalition on Black Civic Participation, who argued that they violated the Voting Rights Act of 1965 and the Ku Klux Klan Act of 1871. They said that Wall and Berkman spread disinformation which purposely targeted black voters in urban areas in order to intimidate those voters into not participating in the 2020 election. The judge granted their request for a restraining order against Wall and Berkman to prevent them from sending additional robocalls. The judge also ordered them to notify every recipient of the calls that the robocalls were false and illegal. They also sent robocalls to Ohio and were charged with several felonies there as well. They pleaded not guilty, but a verdict has yet to be made. Okay, so that's about...
Can they still do press conferences in jail, though?
Done. The only thing I haven't really covered was their latest press conference on Matt Gaetz and Rudy Giuliani, but it's not very interesting.
Oh.
There was no substance
stinker?
to the allegations,
Unlucky.
but the press conference itself was sort of entertaining since Zach Patrizio and Ford Fisher constantly called Wall and Berkman out on their bullshit. Sorry this took so long to finish. This was a hell of a chore. I am really happy that I am finished covering these guys. If you've been following me on Twitter,
God,
you probably
another
see that I've been
banger.
complaining about it a whole lot. So, if you like what
Part
I do,
2
please
was
consider
even
supporting
better
this
than
channel on
part
Patreon.
1.
I would like to hire a team of people to help me
Fuck.
put these things out faster. By the
That
way,
was
I
good.
also have a movie podcast now, which I started with my good friend the Kino Corner, and it's called the Kino Cast.
Holy shit, did he actually
We've had
interview
guests
Walt?
on like Jared Gilman, who stars in the movie Moonrise Kingdom. So check that out if you're interested. And until next time.
God, that was good. Those press conferences, man, are so fucking amazing. Oh, it just kept getting better and better. They need to bring that banjo guy pretty much everywhere. I'm surprised the banjo guy wasn't there at their court dates. Yeah, Oki never misses, man. Oki makes so many good videos. What's next? I'll tell you in just a minute. I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick, but I do have 2 more that I really want to watch tonight that I think are gonna be super fun. I'll be right back. Give me 1 sec. I'm gonna take a little tinkle. Thanks to the resub. Flying, JD, and Zaber. Alright. I mentioned this last time, and I thought that this would actually be a really fun one for stream. I saw the first part when it came out, and I haven't seen the second part. And I was talking to Shift, and he said the second part is the one that's like his pride and joy. So I thought it'd be fun to just do the whole thing again. Bikini Bottom has one of the most interesting fucking speedrun histories of any game ever. It's so wacky, and not many people apparently know how crazy it gets, so I thought this would be a really fun one.
If you've been paying attention to upcoming video game releases, you
Thanks,
know
Prime
that a
Luke,
2003
Sam,
cartoon game
Prayer,
is receiving the full remake from the
and
ground
give
up
some tofu.
treatment. Battle for Bikini Bottom Rehydrated is slated to release this year on all current generation platforms and PC. You might be asking yourself, why? Ladies and gentlemen, I'm SM Loader, here to guide you through the full story of how speedrunning Battle for Bikini Bottom evolved from a humble passion into a movement that revived the forgotten cult classic. Our story of ingenuity, resilience, camaraderie, and personal growth will be covered in 4 parts. So without further ado,
wait, I didn't even know there was a part 3 and 4. Holy shit.
The SpongeBob SquarePants property has collectively sold over 20 million video game copies,
Toss it to me on Twitter,
estimated to
Animator. I
be
can't click
tied with
links.
the likes of the Spyro, Castlevania, Mass Effect, and SimCity franchises. Despite the SpongeBob video game franchise's eventual success, its beginnings,
Prime Kizzy Man.
especially in the realm of 3D games, were undeniably shaky. In 2002, SpongeBob SquarePants Revenge of the Flying
Game
Dutchman
sucked
was released
ass.
for the
I hated
PlayStation
that
2
one.
and GameCube, making it the first entry in SpongeBob's 3D lineup. And this game was not initially received as a treasure.
This shit's ass.
What the is that?
That's it? What a rip! SpongeBob betrayed us!
Oh, it's from the lost
Buy
episode.
Or burn.
I remember that.
Burn. Burn, I say. Burn.
Fuck, I
This
forgot all
game
about that.
should not be played. Even true SpongeBob fans should steer clear of this overrated game. Like me, I still
Is
love
resub
SpongeBob
North,
as a
give
whole,
sub Pog.
but this piece of trash is inexcusable and embarrassing to the SpongeBob name. Quote taken from user Celebiz, GameFAQs Reviews. It was looking like the SpongeBob franchise would fall victim to the same fate that other cartoon video games had
That Ed
suffered,
and Eddie game,
being
yeah.
rushed cash grabs designed
Fairly
only to
Odd Parents.
capitalize on children's attachments to the cartoons they were based on. That is, until the small development company Heavy Iron Studios got on the case in 2003. Up until this point, Heavy Iron's biggest success was Scooby-Doo Night of 100 Frights
Also
in
shit.
2002.
I didn't like that
It was
one.
a good start, but their next title would become their biggest success, and with time, the most impactful licensed game of the early 2000s. SpongeBob SquarePants Battle for Bikini
Now
Bottom,
we're cooking.
a 3D platformer and adventure game with a
Oh.
simple plot. Plankton creates an army of robots to procure the Krabby Patty secret formula, and they run amok. You, as SpongeBob and his best friends Patrick and Sandy, must foil Plankton's scheme. Golden spatulas are collected and used to unlock new areas inspired by episodes from the cartoon. The game, despite receiving mixed reviews upon release, became a huge success.
Pretty
and set
good
the
though, all
SpongeBob
things
video
considered.
game franchise ablaze. The game sold
Higher than, like,
3.22
Cyberpunk.
million copies worldwide across all consoles, with the PlayStation 2 version contributing more than half of those sales at 1.7 million. So if you grew up with a GameCube or Xbox, this might be why you haven't heard of Battle for Bikini Bottom.
Please resub
But if you
backpack.
grew up with a PlayStation 2, this game was essential. And still, the game was re-released as a platinum or greatest hit on all 3 of its original consoles. It
I had it
even
for
made the short
GameCube.
backward compatibility list on the Xbox 360. But if the game was so popular back in the good old days, why did the passage of time treat it so harshly? After the theatrical release of the SpongeBob SquarePants movie,
Such
the
a good
original
movie,
writers
too.
of the show,
I
including
loved
its
it.
creator Steven Hillenburg,
Fucking
traded
David
places with a
Hasselhoff's
new
tits.
team which would steer the franchise into a direction targeted for younger children as opposed to general audiences. For those growing up in the early 2000s, the show was aiming younger while they were growing older. Maybe SpongeBob games weren't so appealing to them anymore. So with that, Battle for Bikini Bottom was left behind. And with the show's decline in reputation among older audiences, so too came a decline in optimism toward
peace.
the game's acclaim. Later into the 2000s, a popular YouTube format called Let's Playing emerged.
Boo!
Maybe you've heard of it. But during this time, Battle for Bikini Bottom was mostly forgotten, or not really given a chance by those who rediscovered it.
Why did people want us to play this?
I don't know, dude.
This is not interesting.
I don't think we've actually gotten to the game
Oh,
yet.
that's kind of
Maybe
fucked
they
up.
assumed the worst from an early 2000s game based on a show now entirely targeted at young children. The game seemingly lost its reputation, and those who could uphold it were nowhere to be found. The game's fans, where were they? Well, the fandom still existed, but it was scattered, ununified. Unlike those of other popular games
Like
from
Chaos
its era, no
Emeralds.
serious efforts to keep the game alive and interesting gained any traction. It seemed Battle for Bikini Bottom had missed the golden opportunity of riding the internet's rapid growth during the early 2000s.
God, this is so nostalgic. I don't know how many people will remember, but Sig Limmick made Twitch. Twitch is forever indebted to Sig Limmick. The only time Twitch ever really started to pop off was when Sig Limmick was doing Mario runs. Oh my god, it was so good. Oh, those days. I remember spending like most of a summer watching Sig Limmick's runs on Twitch. That was like the only time people would ever talk about the site, because Justin TV had just fizzled out, and then it was all on Sig Limmick's shoulders to carry an entire live streaming site by his fucking self. So good. Those runs were legendary.
But under the surface, something was building. Slowly at first, but in due time, it would gain traction. After all, the goal was to go fast. Speedrunning. In its purest form, completing a video game as quickly as possible. Before the days of mainstream retro capture and video uploading, speedrunners posted their records on an online forum called Speed Demos Archive.
Kind of a
At this
trash
time,
site, to
video
be honest. I
recordings
never
of
liked
full
it.
runs were uncommon, especially for less popular games.
Speedrun.com.
Most games didn't even have an established community to play them. Naturally, some users were desperate for others to beat their own childhood favorites as quickly as
sub,
possible.
Sand Karma.
In 2006, a user named Groudon199 posted a thread titled SpongeBob SquarePants Battle for Bikini Bottom, asking,
"Would someone like to try this speedrun? It would be getting 75 golden spatulas, then beating the final boss. Maybe someone could do a 100% run if it isn't too long. The game's kind of long, so multi-segmented runs will do."
These cries for attention were usually met with contempt from more established members of the speedrunning community.
You. Requesting runs around here rarely gets anywhere. Since you seem to have enough interest in a run to post a topic, why not you?
True. Get fucked.
He didn't. For 4 years, Battle for Bikini Bottom speedrunning, despite its robust beginnings, went completely dark. Until July 29th, 2010, when user KT1JDDD created another thread on SDA, discussing his plans to speedrun Battle for Bikini Bottom, hoping to get under 3 hours on his
Thanks
first
for your sub,
attempt.
Dimitri.
And his plans were just as complex as his username. From this point onward, let's just refer to him as KT. And KT would become the first to complete a Battle for
He's a tier
Bikini
one
Bottom
sleepy.
any percent speedrun. For those not familiar with speedrunning, an any percent speedrun requires the player to beat the game from start to finish as quickly as possible, with no
What's
in-game
next on your
restrictions
speedrun
other
agenda?
than
I'm not
cheating,
sure
of
yet, man. I
course.
still want to do the Hobbit.
Battle for Bikini Bottom is an open world game,
Thanks for your
so
sub,
figuring
Spino.
out the path from start to finish can be tricky. Let's discuss how the game actually plays to figure this out. The game features 3 main types of collectibles: the fabulous golden spatula, the illustrious shiny object, and the smelly sock. Golden spatulas are the main mode of progression throughout the game, unlocking new areas and challenges as they are collected. Think of them like Super Mario 64's stars, except you need 75 to beat the game instead of just 70. Shiny objects are the currency of Battle for Bikini Bottom. They are paid throughout levels to access new areas or to Mr. Krabs for some more spatulas. Socks are hidden around levels similarly to spatulas, and their sole purpose is to be traded with Patrick for more spatulas. Think of these like Super Mario Sunshine's blue coins. Once the player has collected 15 golden spatulas from the start of the game, they may challenge the first major boss, Robo Sandy, after which SpongeBob is awarded with the Bubble Bowl power-up. Defeating Robo Sandy also unlocks the second area of the hub world, where your Bubble Bowl skills will be tested in 3 new worlds.
I played this part on French.
Collect 40 spatulas throughout the first 2
Recently,
hub areas
with the
to challenge the
rehydrated.
second boss fight, Robo Patrick, which
It's also
awards
fun to put it in
SpongeBob with the
Japanese,
cruise
so it
bubble
feels like an
power-up,
anime.
as well as access to the third hub area. Finally, use both of your unlocked abilities in all 9 of the worlds to reach the 75 golden spatulas required to unlock the final boss fight inside the Chum Bucket Lab and finish the game. As previously mentioned, this game is open world, so between leaving SpongeBob's Pineapple and entering the Chum Bucket
It
Lab,
has so many
any
cool
spatula
glitches, too.
throughout the game can be used to meet
It's
the
such a good
requirement
speedrun.
of 75. So KT, in his endeavor to complete the first battle for Bikini Bottom
Makes me give some
speedrun, was faced with the
Kurlubi in the
challenge of
reception.
figuring out which combinations of spatulas, socks, and shiny objects were the fastest for reaching the end of the game and defeating Robo SpongeBob. You might be thinking that this was a huge task for one person to figure out alone, especially with no backbone of speedrun knowledge to rely on.
Yeah, but this guy's
And in
got a galaxy brain.
Yes, it was. Despite the game's open-world design, most of the levels are blocked by barricades, out-of-bounds detection, and gates that require golden spatulas to enter. Only one could be accessed at the start of the run, Jellyfish Fields. But KT had a plan, or rather, a speedrun route. In the context of Battle for Bikini Bottom, this refers to the order in which the runner collects objectives with intent to reach the final goal. Unfortunately, KT's exact route was never posted, and no footage exists for his run. However,
Well, he
we
could've
do
just
know,
lied.
based on his post, which spatulas, how many socks, and how many shiny objects he
Could've been
collected to
theory
complete the
crafting.
run in under 3 hours. Only the order of segments and exact socks collected are up to speculation.
What's up, everyone? It's Shift here with a shovel and pick. Today, we're going to excavate the deep history of BFBB and speculate what the first speedrun of this game might have looked like based on this fossil of a thread. After examining
I feel like this
KT's
guy's just a
post from
liar.
2010 and researching which strategies were known at the time,
I got
here's
50
my
socks
take on how
and one.
KT beat the game in under 3 hours. KT started by collecting 50 shiny objects in SpongeBob's Pineapple to enter the closet and collect the first golden spatula. After leaving, he collected 2 more spatulas in Bikini Bottom and entered Jellyfish Fields. He made sure to collect socks and combo tikis for shiny object bonuses along the way. KT made clear in his post that plenty of combos are required to have enough shiny objects for passing the bridge in Jellyfish Fields and paying for the other expensive clams along the way. Throughout Jellyfish Fields, he collected 8 spatulas and, well, he didn't specify which socks he collected due to some laziness and secrecy.
Jeez, liar. He's a fucking liar.
But we do know that throughout the game,
He's
he
a
collected
goddamn
40, and since
liar.
Jellyfish Fields has 14 socks
And he
hidden
got away
throughout
with
the
it.
world, it's likely that many of them were collected in there. Leaving downtown, KT would have collected a total of 16 golden spatulas and a bunch of socks. KT specified that new research, I got smarter, has allowed me to get the bubble bowl before Goo Lagoon, which will help me get more shiny objects.
Jesus Christ.
Well, after my own research, I think I've cracked the code on KT's super secret strats. Because KT already had 16 spatulas and only 15 are required to challenge the first boss, he did this first and then entered Goo Lagoon afterward. While collecting all 8 golden spatulas in Goo Lagoon, he used the sandcastle tikis to grind for shiny objects necessary for the rest of the run. Destroying the hammer bot on the way up, igniting the large stack, and bowling a thunder tiki off the bridge would maximize the payout, right before jumping into the moat and drowning to reset the tikis and go again. The extra tikis on the bridge must
Kinda
be
galaxy
why KT
brain.
waited
Not
until
bad.
after getting the bubble bowl to enter Goo Lagoon. After finishing Goo Lagoon, KT took care of the second hub area spatulas, collecting all from Rock Bottom, Sand Mountain, and the Murmelair. Except for the one from the Rolling Ballroom challenge. That damn Rolling Ballroom.
Yeah, shit sucks.
With the
I hated
second
that
hub
in the
area
rehydrated
finished, he
too.
fought the second boss to unlock the second power-up, the Cruise Bubble. Now
As
we
you
enter
said,
the
Jake.
third and final chapter, containing the Kelp Forest, SpongeBob's Dream, and the Flying Dutchman's Graveyard. KT claims to have collected 3 spatulas from the Kelp Forest, which likely included the one from the first zone, then the 2 from the swamp. KT most likely figured out that stacking 2 tikis next to this cliff can actually skip the entire tiki roundup puzzle, and after doing so, KT went down in the swamps as Patrick to collect the spatula in the cage.
Makes you so up, down,
KT's
one.
dream segment excluded 1 spatula from Sandy's dream. Rather than collecting the spatula at the end of the long slide segment, he collected the one awarded for fighting the robots at the Alamo. Though it was pretty expensive, fighting the robots and getting some of those juicy combos he talked about earlier would have helped make up some of those shiny objects. KT also decided to exclude the spatula in Squidward's dream. With all that crazy platforming, he had to go with something
That
easier.
platforming
And
was
in the
kinda
Flying
crazy.
Dutchman's graveyard. Well, it looks like he didn't even enter the graveyard in his run. Perhaps the clams are just too expensive, or maybe those wall jumps were just too crazy.
Or maybe he was just too lazy.
I don't know.
He's a
But
fraud.
the numbers do
He's a
check
fraud.
out. 75 spatulas without the graveyard. KT's
Makes you some
brain was so
Batmeg
big
and
that he
derp.
didn't even need the graveyard to beat the game in under 3 hours. Truly remarkable.
Oh,
I
that
should
sounds
give
cool,
KT
Viking.
more credit for his gaming skills, however. After collecting 75 spatulas, he still had to go through the gauntlet of Robo SpongeBob Part 2. With no checkpoints or means to restore health, the player must complete a series of challenges consecutively to neutralize the giant robot's brain and finish the game. The speedrun officially ends when all 3 of the fuses inside the robot's brain are destroyed. KT's route may have been rough around the edges to say the least, but the development of a speedrun has to start somewhere in order to begin the process of unlocking the game's full potential.
But how much potential
Even if
does
it starts from a
speedrunning this
lie,
game
that's still good.
actually have? Despite its
Makes it prime
undeniably
reveal.
tight controls, it seemed like the level progression at this point was pretty linear, having little freedom to choose world order due to spatula requirements, grinding currency to purchase expensive tolls everywhere, being forced to complete extremely long, tedious puzzles. Was it all worth it? And with such little attention given to the forgotten
Thanks,
title, would its
Pabalo
potential
in
ever
polite.
be realized? Well, some beacons of hope would soon arrive. Over 1 year after the creation of KT's thread on August 18th,
Prime Slick.
2011, a user named Yoshimaster replied saying that he got a run that was around 2 hours and 30 minutes long, using a new, groundbreaking glitch. He posted a video containing
wait,
a
this
maneuver on
glitch
the
was
Jellyfish
found
Fields
back
taxi
then?
pad, which resulted in an odd glitch that appeared to allow SpongeBob to go out of bounds without being stopped.
Holy shit.
This glitch, which later became known as hand disabling, is performed by leaving a zone with the hand on screen. Hand disabling prevents SpongeBob from voiding out while falling into any designated out-of-bounds area. Only a few days
Is there
later,
some cashew
Yoshimaster
tangy in
posted
the
a new
Prime
video
Coast?
titled Quick Spatulas via Out-of-Bounds Glitch. By disabling the hand, Yoshimaster could jump into the out-of-bounds areas at the start of Jellyfish Fields to collect a golden spatula awarded for completing a challenge accessible later, that being Cowabungie. The game would usually prevent the player from jumping into this ditch to collect the spatula before accessing the challenge, but with Yoshimaster's new glitch, he
Damn,
could collect the
this guy
spatula
really
without
fucking
being
busted it
stopped.
wide open
But the
early.
big time save from this has yet to be discussed. Surprisingly, many casual players
Prime
never
Ranger?
figured out that you can pause the game and select any of the
It's
tasks you've received in the menu
John?
to instantly warp between them. Typically, the pause menu task warps are unlocked after accepting the tasks from various characters, presumably so you can come back to do them later. For the speedrun, however, Yoshimaster found a way to warp to these tasks before accepting them. By collecting a spatula before its task is accepted, the task warp location is unlocked without talking to anyone. For instance, Gary in Jellyfish Fields, who tells you there's a spatula under the bungee hook. After collecting the Cowabungie spatula from out of bounds,
Man, this guy's a
Yoshimaster could use the
genius.
warp menu exploit so he didn't have to go through any of the gameplay between the starting area of Jellyfish Fields and Gary's dialogue, which would normally be where he would unlock the task. This huge skip also cut out the need for 125 shiny objects to complete the bridge at the beginning of the level. Already, KT's original route was being improved upon significantly, but Yoshimaster's
been
next find
obliterated.
would really throw a wrench into what KT thought was the fastest way to complete the game. Yoshimaster would prove that using the graveyard was not only worthwhile, but also very fast. His next major skip, found through abusing menu warps and hand disabling, was in the second zone of the graveyard, where he walked out of bounds to collect the spatula in the shipwreck bungee ditch, similar to
Gives you
how he
some
did
haze.
for Cowabungie in Jellyfish Fields. Yoshimaster could not only warp to shipwreck bungee after this, effectively skipping the majority of the zone, but
There's a
could
blue
also
f-
avoid
blue
paying
fire and flux.
2,700 shiny objects for the clam intended to drop the bungee hook for collecting the spatula. The implications were huge. Meanwhile, KT had claimed another world record of 2 hours and 37 minutes on October 24th, 2011, still with no video available. On October 23rd of 2011,
Why are they accepting that
KT
then?
claimed he'd achieved a sub 230 without using Yoshimaster's new discoveries, and knew that with implementation, they would make his run hell of fast. But something wasn't quite adding up. When he finally found means of capturing his PlayStation 2's gameplay, KT claimed he recorded a full run and was, editing out the loading screens
Oh my
to
God,
avoid
this guy's a
sacrificing
fraud!
too much valuable time. Apparently, KT edited out so many loading screens, he saved an entire day. While KT went back to the future, a second community was developing their own strategies on a taskvideos.org forum, similarly structured to SDA, but
Hey,
for
Zuri,
tool-assisted
sub dog.
speedrunning. On April 4th, 2011, user JLun2 described a skip for Phase 1 of Robo SpongeBob, which caused the first phase to end for absolutely no reason when SpongeBob
Maybe
is
some
launched high
Skylar.
enough. It was later realized through use of action replay moonjump codes that the developers had left a cutscene trigger far above the fight's spawn point, and colliding with it caused the phase to immediately end. This was likely added as a debug tool during development, and the test videos community had uncovered it through the use of external tools. This kind of resourcefulness would help speed up the optimization process when combined with the efforts of the SDA community. Throughout 2011, user CoolKirby relayed information found on the SDA thread to the users on the Task Videos thread, updating them on developing strategies such as Yoshimaster's hand disable. They discussed possible uses, including some major skips on the Kelp Vine slide, agreeably the toughest time trial in the game. With users aware of both threads, a collision course was imminent. But it would take the emergence of two great minds to crack the game wide open and unify an effort to progress the speedrun.
NKT.
On February 22nd, 2012, a user named Rody B. Toma from the United States posted a groundbreaking application of the hand disable glitch on the Battle for Bikini Bottom SDA thread. This user would later become known as Cole625. Cole's new trick utilized Yoshimaster's Cowabungie skip, warping back to Bikini Bottom after collecting the spatula and causing the Saving Game logo to stay on screen. With this state active, Cole could walk onto out-of-bounds kill sand without deactivating the hand glitch found by Yoshimaster. With the Saving Game logo on screen, the hand won't be summoned as it cannot interrupt the game being saved. With this strategy, Cole could walk far out of bounds, around the invisible barriers bordering the main hub world, and reach the second area of the hub previously only unlockable by defeating the first boss. Cole had successfully broken the sequence of in-game events by gaining access to later levels before completing the earlier ones. This is what we'll refer to as a sequence break. A sequence break differs from a skip in that it deviates from the intended order of...
just looking at this, why couldn't he use this glitch and take a more direct path? I'm sure they'll explain, because he had to go all the way around over this mountain in order to reach this. I don't see why he couldn't take a more direct path, like maybe go from here. Maybe these are too high to climb, but it doesn't look like it here, so maybe I'm just wrong. I feel like there just may have been a faster path. Invisible walls? But he said that he was able to get around the invisible walls. So I assume that meant they like deloaded. Like I said, I'm sure he's going to explain it. It just feels like this is a long path to get there.
Objectives without removing the objectives from the sequence entirely. A skip simply cuts out gameplay in a way to where that gameplay is no longer required. So despite Cole's groundbreaking discovery, he had not simply skipped a third of the game, he had only discovered how to access more levels at an earlier time. The next day,
he went
Cole
around
posted
them,
a
not
video
deloaded
explaining
them.
how to sequence break from the second hub area to the third hub area without defeating RoboPatrick. By spacing 2 jumps and a spin to stall air momentum from the police station, Cole jumped over the barrier guarding the third hub area and effectively gained access to all 9 levels without fighting the first 2 major bosses. However, there still were some limitations to these discoveries. So, as we mentioned before, Battle for Bikini Bottom has 3 explorable worlds accessible in each of the 3 hub areas, totaling 9. The limitation of Cole's discovery comes from spatula unlock requirements. There's only 1 world in each of the 3 hub areas that is free from a spatula requirement to enter. In the first area, this is Jellyfish Fields, in the second, the Mermalair, and in the third, SpongeBob's Dream.
Who wants their dick
despite
sucked?
having access to all 9
just
of
tell
the
your mom to go to
worlds,
bed.
Cole could
She doesn't
only
need to be
enter
working
3
tonight.
of them with his current spatula count.
Trying to watch
But
SpongeBob.
that's not all. Without having defeated the bosses to unlock the Bubble Bowl or Cruise Bubble, Cole was powerless. The Mermalair was not viable to
Those
play
golden
early
spatulas
due to
don't
a
fuck
huge
around.
gap preventing the player from entering its main chamber, only accessible by bowling a paddle wheel with the Bubble Bowl. And as for reaching the third hub world, the Bubble Bowl was also required to unlock a trampoline for bouncing on top of the police station. Without being able to reach the top of the police station, Cole could not jump over the barrier to the third hub world. This was extremely unfortunate, for if Cole were able to reach SpongeBob's Dream, there are spatulas in that level he could obtain early with neither the Bubble Bowl nor the Cruise
So
Bubble.
close then.
The challenge was now figuring
wet
out how
dream.
to get on top of the police station without the Bubble Bowl. It seemed progress had halted. That is, until 2 months later. On May 24th, 2012, Cole posted several videos containing new strategies, which actually included the Robo Sponge Skip found by J-Lun 2, and also the long-awaited police station climb. That's right, Cole figured out how to reach the top of the police station by bouncing between the hub barrier
What a
and the
cool
police
way of
station
doing
walls
it.
repeatedly. This discovery truly established Cole as an abstract thinker and a problem solver. His progress further attracted the attention of the Task Videos community surrounding the game, which had been focusing on skipping the 75 spatula lock on the Chum Bucket Lab. It seemed all this time while Cole was working on sequence breaking and reorganizing spatulas, the task community was trying to straight up skip the entire game.
Yeah.
As 2012 carried on, it became clear.
Fun fact about that, when Rehydrated came out, there was a way of basically skipping the whole game. How did it work again? You could basically beat Rehydrated, and I think it was 2 minutes. Let me see what the record was. Don't know if you still can. And I think this video predates the Rehydrated release, so it probably won't be addressed here, but I think it was like 2 minutes and you could beat the whole game. It takes you right to the end. Let's see. Whoops, I went to the wrong category. 1 minute and 11 seconds was the record here. But yeah, you could skip the entire game in Rehydrated. It's not fun, which is why I didn't run it. It's just a menu glitch, if I remember correctly. But you see, like, it's not a really fun speedrun. I love super short ones, but only when they have cool tech. Menu glitches are just never fun as a speedrun. Miss speedrun streams? It's not like they've been away for that long. We were just speedrunning, fuck's it called? Fuck, I don't remember. It hasn't been that long. That's what I'm trying to say. But yeah, only in Rehydrated can you do that. It's not in the original game. Also, before I forget, because someone recommended I look at this, let me see it real quick. There's a Nosferatu speedrun that he wants me to try because it's 41 seconds. Let me see if that has any cool tech. Where is it? Oh, there's 32 minutes. Where's the 41 seconds? Okay, let me just go back to speedrun.com. Here it is. If it's menu glitches, I won't do it. Holy fuck, it's been a minute since I've seen this game. Yeah, I never played it, but I always saw it. This does look kind of wacky. He's just throwing sand on him? What is that?
As the evil Malachi falls defeated, you...
Okay, I'll learn the speedrun. You're right, that does look kind of fun. That did look kind of fun.
That Cole's approach was far more practical. As the year came to a close, lab door skip had never been found. At this point, Cole's progress and KT's time heist encouraged some members of the Task Videos thread to migrate to the SDA thread. It's personal, along with the help of her friend Pitor Flaxandrosis, would enter the SDA thread with an already completed any % run of 2:15:07. At this time, it was the fastest run claimed to have been performed. They had routed the run together and recorded it in a single segment, becoming the first official world record for the game. It's personal, and Pitor Flaxandrosis would later become known as Hazel and Nathan, respectively. These Canadian speedrunners had been routing and hunting for strategies together in person, and believed their route could go as low as 2 hours and 7 minutes. This run had also been performed on the GameCube version of the game, rather than the PlayStation 2 version. Though not intentionally chosen, the GameCube version saved quite a bit of time over the PlayStation 2 due to faster loading times between zones. This became the first version change in the speedrun's development. On New Year's Eve in 2012, Hazel and Nathan discovered a route that would save multiple minutes by sequence breaking the kelp forest and completing it in reverse order. This can be done by climbing out of bounds at the start of the first zone and walking along the level barrier to reach
God, the glitches are
exit of the
so
final
good in
zone.
Battle for
This
Bikini
spawns
Bottom.
the player at the end of the final zone, where a golden spatula can be collected and a teleport box can be found
He's a
close
Prime
by.
Phantom.
Let's take a minute to explain
And
why
Tier 1
this was
Hayden.
such a
Don't remember
big
if I said
deal.
that, but thank you, Hayden.
Teleport boxes can be found throughout most zones in BFBB, which allow the player to jump between them if both are opened. But as an accessibility feature, some levels allow the player to open the box near their beginning automatically by only opening the one at the end. This allows the player to warp back to the beginning of a level even if they forgot to open the box at the start, making backtracking much less frustrating. But the developers of course did not foresee Hazel and Nathan's new kelp forest backward trick, which allowed them to abuse this accessibility mechanic to jump from the end of the level to the beginning of the level, effectively skipping the entire kelp vine slide. Abusing
Anything
teleport
mood?
boxes and the placement of Mermaid Man's time challenge trigger could be used to instantly win what many considered the hardest time challenge in the game as well.
Fucking
After collecting
Galaxy
two
Brain,
spatulas from
Jesus
the kelp
Christ.
vines, Hazel and Nathan could then enter the kelp caves through its
Thanks for
exit,
resub, Westish and
collecting the
Prime
golden
Sin.
spatula at the end of the level and utilizing Yoshi Master's warp abuse strat to select the kelp caves without having unlocked the task. This placed them at the beginning of the kelp caves, where they could again enter the next level through its exit. Now they were in the kelp swamps, placed right in front of the spatula awarded for the Tiki Roundup puzzle.
Hold on, give me 1 second. I'm so fucking thirsty. Let me fill up my water real quick. I haven't had water in a minute. I'll be right back. Sorry for the blue balls. I'll speed run. Time me. 80% root for water. back. Sorry, I'm saying goodnight to Tiana as well. Thanks, resub. Aubriana, Dread, Nun, Virgo, Vape Lord, 3 in the Prime, Hot. The resub, Grippy.
This was not only a huge improvement over KT's presumed tiki stacking strategy, but also allowed collecting 6 spatulas in the kelp forest at lightning speed, rather than only 3 at a much slower pace. With Cole, Hazel, and Nathan all taking the sequence break approach, Battle for Bikini Bottom's any % run would start to optimize rapidly.
Yeah, sub 2 hours right around the corner.
Hazel posted the new kelp forest route on the SDA thread. Cole was inactive on the thread since the police station discovery, but had been posting plenty of new finds on his YouTube channel since then. Combining her knowledge with Cole's, Hazel achieved her first world record in Battle for Bikini Bottom 80%, 1 hour 51 minutes and 45 seconds. Though this run's video no longer exists, we do know which new strategies were included.
What happened, DMCA?
Cole's major skips for the first zone of Jellyfish Fields and reaching the Rock Bottom Museum without finding Sandy allowed Hazel to skip many convoluted tutorials and puzzles. Precise jump spacing allows the player to reach the villain containment system to fight Prawn without shutting down the security system. But despite skipping to the end of the Murmur with this trick, Hazel still needed to collect the other golden spatulas throughout this world. This is where Cole's security tunnel skip would save another chunk of time. By scaling solid objects around the security tunnel, the player can skip the first section of the blinking tile tunnels. Then, damage boosting off the floating turrets on level 2 can actually be used to boost onto level 3. Cole also
that would have helped me a lot and rehydrated when I got stuck there.
Along with another tight jump that would save lots of time climbing up to Spork Mountain later. His downtown route was also quite
I'll watch the new Chainsaw Massacre movie.
The level was truly a playground for big sequence breaks and wacky strats. A new trick called Spongeball Storage potentially had use here, which allows the player to pick up and store a spongeball with a variety of states. The player can then transform whenever they please to release any of the desired effects. The strategy would eventually see
there's no way I'd be able to speedrun this. This is way too
store
technical.
Trampoline bounce for collecting the swing-along spatula previously only accessible while playing as Sandy. A few days after Hazel posted her official world record showcasing these strategies, Cole returned to the SDA thread posting a new skip for collecting the tower bungee spatula without paying for it. By climbing the flags linking the tent to this tower, Cole climbed to the top and landed a precise jump sequence to grab the wooden planks at the top of the tower. This saved 2,200 shiny objects because he no longer had to pay the clam to drop the trampoline intended for reaching the top of the tower. With this skip, along with the new stalagmite platforming route used to clear the sea caves, Goo Lagoon was coming along quite nicely. At this point, the routes for Jellyfish Fields, Downtown, and Goo Lagoon were fast enough to obtain the 15 spatulas required to challenge Robo Sandy without using Cole's hub area sequence breaks. Completing the first 3 worlds immediately was now far more effective, as it didn't waste over a minute walking out of bounds. And with strategies for later worlds already in place, the game
It's a shame that never got to be like legitimately implemented.
With a solidified route for Battle for Bikini Bottom 80%, the group began organizing speedrun races on speedrunslive.com, otherwise known as SRL. SRL is a site designed to host speedrun races and rank players based on their wins and losses. The first race took place on January 4th, 2013, during which Cole set a new world record of 149.51. 9 days later, Hazel completed a race in 145.29, another new world record. And 4 days after that, Cole took the world record back again with a 142.52, beating her race by 2 minutes. This
and it's only been 3 years since starting
between the two while collaborating on their
passion popping off.
Later that month, on January 30th, a close race occurred between Hazel and Cole, where they both achieved the first sub-140s, but Hazel edged out Cole by 32 seconds with a 138.10. A similar race occurred later the same day, where Cole took the world record back with a 134.58, Hazel still close behind. It seemed either player could beat the world record in any race at any time. This competition inspired others to search for strategies to drive the time down even further. It seemed a small community surrounding Battle for Bikini Bottom was starting to unify and take form. For over a week after the 134, Battle for Bikini Bottom on SRL went quiet. Up until this point, it was quite active with frequent sessions and world records. Then, to break the silence on February 10th, 2013, Cole uploaded an astonishing time of 127.31 to his YouTube channel.
Jesus Christ, Cole's the chosen one, the prodigy.
Left Hazel's personal best.
The actual fucking goofy goober.
At this point, Cole had solidified himself as the fastest Battle for Bikini Bottom speedrunner. Aside from improvements in movement and consistency, Cole's run introduced new cutting-edge strategies that
These are
further
probably meaty.
showcased the collective creativity amongst himself, Hazel, Nathan, and the few others in their small community. Here's what a speedrun of Battle for Bikini Bottom 80% now looks like.
Big damage boost? What the fuck is this? Big out of bounds? Sponge drowning? Nice. I think the current world record isn't too much lower than an hour 27. So this guy was really ahead. I'm pretty sure it's like 56 minutes, I think. Somewhere in that ball. Not to spoil. Oh, it's 43. Oh, wow. Jesus Christ. I didn't know it got that low. I haven't kept up in a little while. I do remember when it did get to that first sub hour though. I think Shift was the first one to do it, right? Shift solidified himself as the fucking Battle for Bikini Bottom demon.
Cole's 127 gained a lot of traction on YouTube, inspiring new players to join races, search for
Did it go viral?
strategies, and contribute to the community.
The next
One
evolution
user
of dance?
inspired by the run named Cooper Crisp created a knowledge base containing all strategies known for speedrunning Battle for Bikini Bottom up until that point. Although long since outdated, that knowledge base is in the description if you'd like to check it out. With a small community formed, a fully recorded 80% run gaining traction, and world record competition, many fans who had forgotten about Battle for Bikini Bottom would rediscover the game and watch these exciting developments from the sidelines. Cole's and Hazel's Twitch channels would start averaging 20 to 50 viewers per livestream,
Nice,
where they'd
fuck
attempt
yeah.
to beat the game as quickly as possible. The small community dedicated to progressing one of their favorite games continued to gain traction. After the first sub 130 was achieved, the Battle for Bikini Bottom community knew the race to sub 120 was on. Unlike the early days of laziness and secrecy, runners enthusiastically shared
Yeah, rest in
stats and
peace.
knowledge
Rest
to
in
progress the
peace,
run.
KT.
All information known was
Fucking shunned
accessible,
him.
so it was up to the runners' execution to best their rivals. A fair game of friendly competition. Cole and Hazel continued
Nothing friendly
streaming
in Battle
speedrun
for Bikini
attempts on
Bottom.
Twitch, where dozens
Fucking
would watch
cutthroat.
patiently as they tried to lower the game below an hour and 20 minutes. On March 7th, 2013, Cole finished a run in 126.49, but its video evidence has since been lost to time.
No.
The next world record that we do have video of would take place on March 9th during another one of Cole's
Can't
Twitch
believe that's
streams,
9 years ago.
barely
It's
missing the
crazy.
next minute threshold. Despite being so close to 124, Cole presumably took an extended break from speedrunning BFBB after this run. But come summer, Cole and Hazel would begin organizing races again, and together they'd progress the game while new runners joined the fray.
Thanks to the resub Lucian in Seabreeze.
Cole's
Shift
world
is
record
king.
dominance
Shift
would
is
finally
the
end
guy.
on August 10th, when Hazel would complete a run of BFBB 80% in 122.24. And with several new runners joining the community, it was only a matter of time before their combined efforts would generate new strategies. SRL races would continue until the summer's end, and on August 17th, 2013, Cole pulled off some really sick shit.
That was cute. Gave it that old, like, Quake Ultra Kill shit. Or Unreal Tournament Ultra Kill shit. Yeah, this game just goes fucking hard for no reason.
Oh. Holy crap. Sub 120 by.
Cole had clutched the 119 live on stream. A showcase and celebration of the community's progress throughout the summer of 2013, with some major route changes that demonstrated how much more optimized the game truly was. Jellyfish Caves included some small optimizations that improved the consistency of dilemma skip and the clip back into the caves from under the map, and some new socks were collected in downtown to help trade for a 4th Patrick spatula, which was one of many spatulas swapped in place of others throughout the run. The biggest routing change throughout the first 3 worlds, however, was in Gulagoon Pier. It had been entirely reworked with a new damage boost to reach the bumper boats early.
Oh, that damage
Yet
boost
another
shit is
sequence break
so
by skipping
wacky.
to the end of the level and working in reversed order. This type of strategy had become a staple of BFBB speedruns. Another sequence break was found in Rock Bottom, which initiates
Makes
the
a tier
level's
1
final
master.
challenge from the start of the level. The developers intended for the challenge to be initiated locally with a bubble bounce, but speedrunners could now
I'm
activate
excited,
it from
Captain.
afar by using the cruise bubble. This was much faster than the previous method, which was to glide across the gap as Sandy, switch to SpongeBob, and do the time challenge in its intended manner. While both of these methods effectively sequence break all of Rock Bottom, the cruise bubble method was fast enough to justify saving the whole level for later. In its place, SpongeBob's Dream was completed earlier than intended by the developers. Thanks to Cole's
Fuck the
original hub
developers.
sequence breaks from 2012, it's possible to enter SpongeBob's Dream before unlocking the 3rd
Before I
hub
forget, I
area.
wanted to look this up before actually starting this. What else did they make post Battle for Bikini Bottom? I think this was like their actual only game. Like they closed after this. Curse of the Flying Dutchman or something. They were Heavy Iron Studios, right? Yeah. So Battle for Bikini Bottom, 2003. Then they made SpongeBob SquarePants movie. They made the Incredibles game and the Incredibles Rise of the. So they only ever made like video or cartoon or animation video game tie-ins. In 2020, they made a Pac-Man game. 2017, they made something called Amazing Odyssey. 2015, something called Fat City. And then something called Harley Pasternak's Hollywood Workout. What the fuck is that? What is Harley Pasternak's Hollywood Workout? What could that
If you've been
possibly
paying
even
attention
mean? Alright, this is kind of lit. Can I speedrun this?
Which one of these programs do you want to...
Oh my god, it's the Harley Pasternak.
Let's get started.
I'm gonna come up with routes.
Moving by going into a nice jog. All right, so we're gonna keep the weight on the toes. We're gonna keep pumping those elbows and arms forward and back.
Man, imagine making Battle for Bikini Bottom and then making this.
Tip on this one. Picture yourself
What a
somewhere
glow up.
you wanna be. Is it a beach?
And then what was the other one? Their most recent one was that Pac-Man game. Oh wait, what is this? They co-developed with Crash Bandicoot, Marvel's Avengers, and Black Ops Cold War. So they develop stinkers, but co-develop AAA games. Why? What the fuck? Oh yeah, they made the Family Guy game. I saw that too. SpongeBob's Truth or Square. I don't remember that game at all. Amazon Odyssey and Pac-Man don't even have Wikipedia pages. Alright. So needless to say, they peaked.
This was the start of major hub sequence breaks becoming useful in runs, further delinearizing Battle for Bikini Bottom speedruns. Dream would be completed early due to its new set of strategies allowing it to be cleared without the cruise bubble. At this
Is it tier
time,
one
there existed a primitive setup
Shockwave?
for a damage boost across the Dreamscape, later coined Oil Skip by runners of future generations. Oil Skip was added to BFBB's collection of janky damage boost skips, this one saving another major shiny object purchase. Damage and momentum boosts in general had become the game's most difficult hurdles to overcome in the run. Cole's world records included some Robo-Sponge skip failures, along with some audible relief after landing the new method for skipping Kelp Forest in his 119.
Oh, first try.
And that pure boost mentioned earlier was no joke either. Aside from the major route changes and intricate setups used to achieve sub 120, the community was able to apply newfound general knowledge to smaller areas. A section toward the end of the run became designated
Their Pac-Man game was Stadia exclusive.
Backtracking and exploiting level design with the cruise
Stadia is
bubble.
the future.
New cruise bubble knowledge was used to speed things up in some
That's
later levels
gaming's
as well.
apotheosis.
Battle for Bikini Bottom was evolving from a linear, brisk walk into a sequence-broken speedrun with some hype and challenging skips. With Cole's 119 demonstrating these great strides, he decided to take an extended break from BFBB to pursue projects with other SpongeBob games. Hazel bowed out as well, returning to tool-assisted work with some of her other passions and main focuses.
Oh, that
With
just
two of
reminded me. Another game I wanted to look up is fuck, what was it? I think it was Jimmy Neutron. Oh, I have to look up Jimmy Neutron games now. There was this Jimmy Neutron PC game that a long time ago I was like deep into the speedrun community for, just waiting for when they finally fully optimized it. Because it has such a cool speedrun route, but it's still kind of long for me. It was like 40-minute world record, but I knew it could go lower. But I haven't checked in on it in a while. Here it is. Jimmy Neutron versus Jimmy Negatron. It had such a cool speedrun route. Let's see. Let's see how they've optimized it. They've got it down to 11 minutes?
Okay.
Holy shit. Wow. They popped off. Oh my god. Yeah, like I said, this was one that I followed a long time ago. And at the time I was like, damn, whatever it was, like 40 minutes, it's a little long for me, but it's kind of cool. Like, the glitches were cool. And I knew it could go lower, and I was right, all the way down to 11 minutes. I adored this game as a kid, holy fuck. I never played it. I just saw the speedruns for it, and thought it was like goofy and cool. But yeah, it looks like you can skip that whole thing. Okay, I've got 2 new speed games on the docket at some point.
B's greatest visionaries on leave, the scene died down throughout the fall of 2013. But the Renaissance was far from over. Winter of 2013 to 2014. Cole's world record of 119.59 still standing since summer, with no potential
Not for long though, baby.
It wasn't until February when Hazel finally wrapped up her current projects and aspirations, then decided to try for a 119 of her own. And after several attempts in February of 2014, she finally closed out a 119.26. Not only had Hazel achieved her own 119, she had finally reclaimed her world record after 6
I'll
months
still do the
of
Hobbit at
silence
some point.
in the BFBB community. Despite avoiding some of the more intimidating strategies from Cole's run, many of her segments had improved movement compared to that of the former world record. Hazel's emphasis on consistency also generated a new setup for oil skip, which was quite similar to the one used in present day. There's even what appears to be an attempt at manipulating RoboPatrick's spins, a strategy that wouldn't be fully realized for years to come. In
A
many
pioneer
aspects,
then,
this run
she
was
really
a solid
fucking
push
went
forward
wild.
into the future of BFBB speedruns. But this run still amounted to nothing more than a small blip in her legacy, relative to a discovery that she'd make 3 days later that would change the course of BFBB's history forever.
Oh.
Cruise boosting! Fuck yeah! Slow? Fuck that! Cruise boost that bitch! Oh yeah!
This does seem to be a game changer. Jesus Christ.
Definition control, this shit is sick! Jump you can't make? Fuck that! The world is your oyster with cruise boosting! Just
Fuck,
ask
dirty
this
barnacles, it's going in.
Yeah, I had sex with some girls after I told them I knew how to cruise boost. It was pretty cool.
If you want to have sex and fuck anyone, you...
Whoa, slow down there, Eager
Thanks, Risa
Receiver.
Bunk.
We haven't even explained how the trick works, or how it was even found. I'll take it from here. I'm Average Trey, here to explain the most iconic discovery in
Trey.
all of Battle for Bikini Bottom speedrunning. On February 24th, 2014, Hazel discovered that it's possible to input the cruise bubble and the bubble ball on the same frame. Battle for Bikini Bottom runs at 60 frames per second, so hitting these two moves on the same frame is a 1/60th of a second window. Doing this caused the cruise bubble to interrupt the bubble ball, setting its speed boost to go on indefinitely. This speed boost is what we'll refer to as a cruise boost. This interruption causes SpongeBob's increased speed from bowling to be added as a constant to his total speed, causing a new force to push him regardless of whether a player is inputting a movement.
It doesn't
With this
seem
active,
that fast.
SpongeBob can run with his walking speed plus however fast the interrupted bowling shot was. This discovery sends the old school BFBB Skype group into frenzy. Now,
Yeah, I mean, it's
as long
clearly
as
a
the
huge
bubble
difference,
ball
but it
and the cruise
doesn't
bubble are
seem
both
that
unlocked,
big.
SpongeBob can potentially cross more gaps, traverse levels slightly faster, and even moonwalk. But the glitch did have its limitations at first, since the initial discovery's slow speed had few useful applications. Another small development was made in March when Cole found that sliding against a wall during activation can capture more speed, but it was very inconsistent. It wouldn't be until months later when Cole would discover the fast
Now
and
that looks
consistent
pretty
method
good.
for cruise boosting we've all come to know.
Thanks for the high-octane analysis, Trevor. Now, let's take a look at something that I don't think anyone would consider average. On February 22nd, 2014,
That was a big
Cole
day.
posted this horrifying strategy in the BFBB Skype group. By damage boosting and performing a precise slam into this lifeguard tower, SpongeBob retains his boost momentum and gets stuck. Because his vertical velocity was stopped while still being boosted, he'd then slide off the tower and float across the large body of goo. With the right damage boost angle, it's possible to land on the island previously only accessible from the end of Goo Lagoon Pier, the world's final zone. So Cole had effectively found a way to skip all of Goo Lagoon and complete the objectives in opposite order, similar to how Hazel and Nathan broke Kelp Forest in 2012.
Thanks, Resub
This insane
Loco.
discovery would be named sponge gliding and saved around 90 seconds in the 80% speed
Not
run.
bad.
It also obsoleted several staples of the run, such
Oh.
as walking under the moat, advanced sea caves platforming, and the damage boost to skip the pier. They sure were happy to ditch that one. Cruise boosting and sponge gliding being found within such a short period of time excited and reignited the Battle for Bikini Bottom community once again. Cole would demonstrate these new, mind-blowing tricks in his record achieved on March 23rd, 2014. With the increased cruise boost speed from sliding off of a wall, Cole could utilize the Bubble Bash attack to make a super jump out of a move that was horizontally motionless before. Cole's 117.39 would use cruise boosting sparingly, though this was expected with the introduction of a trick this precise. Its frame-perfect timing was
True
an
anime.
intimidating concept for those who didn't understand it, making the new route far less accessible to new and experienced players alike. Cruise boosting, along with sponge gliding, would be the first of
Easy
many
tier
tricks
one.
that would increase the skill
Dead.
gap between Cole and the other runners. This would initiate the first of many eras in Battle for Bikini Bottom's history where world record and non-world record routes looked entirely different. Due to its apparent inconsistency, cruise boosting discouraged Hazel from doing attempts for a while. She couldn't seem to capture speeds as fast as Cole's, and Cole had trouble articulating exactly what he was doing to achieve these cruise boosts based on feel and muscle memory. It seemed for a while the community would band together to focus on strat hunting, while Cole alone would progress the 80% world record. Cole's natural
Oh.
affinity for learning new and precise
For the victor
strategies
go the
kept world
spoils.
record attempts exciting throughout the upcoming explosion of new strategies in BFBB.
Man, that sponge
Many of
gliding
these
shit's
new
all over the
strategies would
place.
utilize the cruise boost glitch, which was quickly becoming the backbone of these speedruns. On May 4th, 2014,
Please
Cole
read some
discovered
code.
a new method for cruise boosting that made SpongeBob go
Even faster.
With this boost, SpongeBob can run at twice the speed he could before. Now,
See, now that's
some
more
levels
like
could
it.
be
That's
cleared
that
in
good
half the
shit.
time, and gaps twice as large could now be jumped. The speed of a cruise boost is determined by the speed of the bowling shot on the frame it's interrupted. So by making the bowling shot faster, Cole could trap a boost so it could double his running speed. He did this by activating a first cruise boost to make his turning speed slower, naturally keeping him faced toward the flat surface.
Thanks, Resub
The flat
Aurora.
surface is important because it allows for the cruise bubble to be used while moving. By sliding against the flat surface, Cole could build speed to make his bowling shot faster and interrupt it by cruise boosting. The result was a speed boost faster than ever thought possible, with greater consistency too. This method of cruise boosting is still used by all runners of Battle for Bikini Bottom to this day.
8 years later, not bad.
Immediately,
Real staying
existing
power.
cruise
Good
boost
work,
segments
Cole.
were re-optimized and new ones began springing up. The Battle for Bikini Bottom community and fans of Cole's channel would wait patiently for a full run showcasing this breakthrough.
Damn, that looks difficult.
And they finally did it on June 6th, 2014, when Cole streamed a 1:15:56 on his Twitch channel. Now, 1:17 to 1:15 might seem like a pretty underwhelming time save for being able to run twice as fast,
True.
but it makes sense when you take into account the new routing balance of BFBB. Cruise boosting can only be used after the completion of the first 2 boss fights. As we've already established, 40 spatulas are required to challenge the second boss, Robo-Patrick, and unlock the cruise bubble, the titular cruise in cruise boosting. With cruise boosting, Battle for Bikini Bottom's routing possibilities were blown wide open.
He's a
Only the
Kaze.
spatulas chosen to be collected after Robo-Patrick could utilize cruise boosting, and only 34 remained before it was time for the final boss. Now, instead of only considering which stages were fastest to complete in which order, time lost from collecting any spatula in the former section of the game had to be weighed against the time saved from collecting it in the latter. Essentially, nearly every spatula in the game now had 2 distinct times taken to obtain. The gameplay and strategies available in the latter section of the game were so distinct from the former that they almost felt like entirely different games from one another, and routes reflected that. Terms like linear and lack of freedom could no longer be used to describe Battle for Bikini Bottom speedruns. It seemed like any small strategy could throw off the balance of the entire run, causing a full reroute. And Cole's 1:15 demonstrated just that. It made use of cruise boosting in many new areas, with some spatulas entirely dependent on the trick being usable. For such a complex and arcane trick at the time, he executed it
Good
with
use of
grace and
arcade.
consistency. But Cole's next implementation was even more impressive.
Thanks to resub, Noah.
1 frame, reaction-based, triple jumps.
Impossible.
By
Human
damage
beings can't
boosting
do
into
it.
the air,
Dude's a
SpongeBob's
witch.
state is treated as grounded for 1 frame. On this exact frame, the player can input moves only usable while grounded, such as the Bubble Bowl, the Bubble Bash, or a jump. Unlike damage boosts such as Oil Skip, where setting up a slide across a ledge allows a larger frame window for inputting, these newly implemented mid-air moves were true frame-perfect tricks. The
Jesus
reactionary
Christ.
aspect comes from SpongeBob's hurt animation having 5 different variations. Cole reacted to which of the 5 animations appeared after taking
Oh,
damage.
look at that smug
then
bastard.
inputted
Oh,
the
what a-
jump
what a
within
good boy.
1/60th of a second to gain that extra height and distance. Cole implemented this tech to obsolete a death warp in Jellyfish Fields and to collect a sock before sponge gliding. If the 1 frame input is missed, however, Cole could just try again, as missing either of these triple jump setups would just place him back on the platform where he started. It was low risk, high reward. The strategy
It doesn't seem
Cole
like you
used
lose
to
a
get
lot
his
of time if you
1:15
fuck it
further
up.
distanced himself from the rest of the runner's technical
Man, when did
skill,
Schiff start
showing
running the
off
game?
the fastest cruise boosts
I
and
thought he
the most
started really
technical
early,
damage
but it's already
boosts ever
2014.
displayed in a run thus far. He even showed off a new method for getting on top of the chum bucket
He
by
started in
rolling the sponge
2016?
ball up a set of cliffs and bouncing to the buttons mounted on the side of the building. Yet another display of Cole's cutting-edge gameplay and the evolution of BFBB into a more optimized speedrun. With all of the new and exciting tricks showcased in Cole's 1:15, many prospective runners gained interest in Battle for Bikini Bottom. But with so many intimidating and complex strategies throughout the run, many found the game inaccessible.
That's
for
what
learning.
I've been saying. It's
Cole
fucking
therefore
hard.
decided to create a tutorial video on how to achieve a
Thanks to
fast,
Tier 1 G-Day.
modern cruise boost.
Not sure how successful this will be, but I'm gonna try to give the tutorial on how to do fast cruise boost. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna just hold forward,
Thanks to the
and
bits,
then I'm
Ash.
gonna do a cruise boost, and after that, or like as the cruise boost is happening, I'm
Thanks for
gonna hold
submerging.
left, and then do another cruise boost.
Oh, now I understand.
And then you get, if you do it right, then you'll get fast cruise boost.
What in the goddamn hell are you talking about?
Many found Cole's explanation hard to follow.
Sounds
or
like you.
simply
Don't you ever say that
underexplained.
again.
Hazel in particular
I'm always
cites that she still
enthusiastic.
had trouble cruise boosting even after this tutorial was published, further demotivating her from running. It seemed like Cole would continue venturing solo further down the rabbit hole of implementing advanced strategies, while members of the community, including himself, continued on the R&D side. With so many new high-pressure strategies being implemented in such
Well, what's she doing? Okay, well, I'll be right back. I'm gonna take Tetra out. Give me 1 sec. Tetra, what are you doing? Hey, kid. Hey, Tetra. You have to go out? You have to take a shit. Yeah. I'm back. She just wanted to eat some grass. There's a tier 1 Yoder. The Prime ZX and the Resub Not Real. Zomiles and Emily.
Such a short period of time, it seemed the first renaissance of Battle for Bikini Bottom was at its peak. The community watched in awe
Dog not
as
feeling
Cole
well?
performed ambitious maneuvers.
No,
they could
I think she's
hardly
been feeling
comprehend.
fine.
It was only a matter of
She's been
time
playing
before
and
the
going
climax
crazy
was
today.
reached.
It's just
One
sometimes
moment
she
that
just
would
likes to eat
encapsulate
grass.
the passion and ingenuity of the 2014
I don't know why.
community.
Kata does
a
it
moment
too.
that symbolized
Which I
Battle for
think she
Bikini
learned from
Bottom's
Petra.
transition into something more than a forgotten game from the early 2000s. On July 4th, Cole completed a BFBB any percent speedrun in 1:15:26, a solid improvement on his first 1:15. But on July 10th, 2014, Cole completed his masterpiece.
Not a real masterpiece, still not world record. It was pretty wild race. What's your advice to a 19-year-old? Stop aging. Aging is cringe. Stay young. Thanks for resub Steel in the Prime Jason. This is looking pretty good from Cole. That cruise boost is kind of yucky. Cole's really been in it for the long haul, an OG. Was Cole the first one to discover the, what the fuck was it? No, it was Yoshi Master. Yoshi Master was the first one to make that giant breakthrough with the menu or hand desync. That's what the fuck it was. Yoshi Master, who's now I guess dead. Cole and Hazel just buried him. He's a tier 1 Donovan. KT gonna come back and take it with a secret technique. No, he retired. He's done. Now he's on TikTok or something, I bet. Called it quits.
Holy crap. Sub 13. I never thought I'd get a time like that.
Despite a couple of major slip-ups, Cole's 112 demonstrated the most optimized spatula and sock route of its time, ordering objectives in a way no player had attempted before. This level of optimization was extremely impressive for a game entirely optimized by a small group of friends until this point. Together, Cole and the rest of the community had built a speedrun that would inspire players years after they were gone.
A lot of new face. Old school kind of get a little
Cole
wacky
felt the
in there.
112 was the natural conclusion to his Battle for Bikini Bottom speedrunning career. Any further improvements would require serious grinding to lower the time, which he was not interested in pursuing. Without motivation from anyone else to challenge the 112, any percent speedrun activity gradually slowed to a stop. It was truly the end of an era. Despite announcing his retirement from any percent speedruns, Cole continued to search for obscure glitches in Battle for Bikini Bottom at his own leisure. Hazel began focusing 100% on tool-assisted speedrunning in BFBB, as she had also long since lost interest in real-time attempts. It seemed glitch showcasing and tassing were Cole's and Hazel's respective final destinations. Despite their impactfulness on the game's world record history, they never had interest in grinding their small project competitively. Their records were a product of their passion for turning uncharted territory into a showcase of remarkable skips and glitches. Along the way, they solved many of the game's problems.
I guess when
that
you
held
put
back
that many
from
years
reaching its
into it,
potential.
you probably just
Once
want to
a linear
stop.
collectathon,
I've never
now
speedran a game for
an
like a
open
year.
And complex
Let alone
platformer.
4.
In November of 2014, Hazel would go on to create the first Battle for Bikini Bottom any percent tool-assisted speedrun in 104:37 and 4 frames. With Cole's 112 speedrun and Hazel's 104 task, the Titans were finally satiated. Though they'd continue recording challenge and task segments for leisure, this would conclude the first renaissance of Battle for Bikini Bottom.
Then
Despite the world record
2016.
progression, routing advancements, and viewer interest slowing down, the community's Skype group remained active for the next year. Much like the Robo SpongeBob skip, debug trigger skips were found for the Flying Dutchman and Prawn boss fights in August of 2015. Though Prawn skip had no use in any percent at the time, Dutchman skip was implemented soon after its discovery. Sometime in 2015, the community discovered that the Xbox version of Battle for Bikini Bottom
Even
saved
better?
a significant amount of time due to its faster loads between zones.
I feel like that's
Cole
something
decided
they
to
should have
complete a run on
recognized
August
way
12
earlier.
using his Xbox 360 in compatibility mode. He achieved a 109.29, breaking another 10-minute barrier in the speedrun.
Thanks, Resub0.
Though he felt it wasn't as impressive as his 112, the run still sub 110 due to the loading time advantage on the Xbox 360, as well as the new debug trigger method for defeating the Flying Dutchman. The run's transition to Xbox 360 further demotivated the community from learning and running BFBB, as most only had access to the GameCube version.
What?
Battle for Bikini Bottom was not a very competitive
Wouldn't
speedrun
it
at the
have
time,
been easier
and
to
its community
speedrun that
members
then?
preferred to optimize it casually, instead of using the intimidating strategies that Cole was implementing. It seemed the difficulty of the run had outgrown the community, with its precise and arcane tricks. Realizing this, Cole began working on an any percent speedrun tutorial that would teach the community his methods for executing these tricks. He
Had to
claimed
get
that
the
rather
OG
than fully coming
Xbox
out of
disc?
retirement
Yeah, but
to
you need the
improve
OG
world record
GameCube disc
further,
too.
he felt completing the guide for new runners was of greater priority. Cole's tutorial video would reach the 5 spatula mark before his progress discontinued.
That hand
this
technique
time-
on controllers always blows my mind. I see this from like fighting game players. What's it called? The claw, I think.
At this time,
Damn it.
to improve the world record further, he felt completing the guide for new runners was of greater priority. Cole's tutorial
I don't know how people can actually play a game like that. It feels so foreign to me because I've tried it when trying to get good at fighting games in the past. It's fucking unmanageable. I feel like I have absolutely no control of it. The claw is vastly used in Melee and Smash in general. Yeah, and not even that, like, as you see here in speedruns. Some of, like, the most talented gamers use that claw. Like, Andrew, actually. I remember when we used to play fighting games together or against each other, he used the claw, and I just didn't get it. I never could understand it, and I still don't. It's so confusing, and I just feel, like, so out of, like, the pilot seat. But it's something I've always recognized. Some of, like, the highest level gaming athletes use the claw.
video would reach the 5 spatula mark before his progress discontinued.
Thanks
At
to the
this
resub
time,
clumsy.
speedrunning at large was growing rapidly due to the success of Games Done Quick and several personalities on the live stream platform, Twitch. But with the Battle for Bikini Bottom community dying down, it could not capitalize on this growth. Cole tried submitting Battle for Bikini Bottom to several Games Done Quick events, but was declined from all of them.
Oh, what
Playing
the
the
fuck?
game on a stage for thousands to see would have been the ultimate finale, going out with a bang. But unfortunately, it went out with a whimper. Battle for Bikini Bottom would once again be left behind.
No!
Despite the community's
Doodlebob.
humble size and ambitions, the speedrunners of Battle for Bikini Bottom kept the game alive for several years and entertained its old-time fans along the way. Cole managed to reach 1,000 subscribers on YouTube through uploading glitch showcases,
Let's go, Cole.
challenge runs, and world records. He celebrated this feat by returning for one final stream, during which he ran through all of his old speed games for the fans who were still around. The marathon
What
finished
game is
with none
that?
other than Battle for Bikini Bottom.
Can someone tell me what game that was? That actually looked kind of lit. That definitely wasn't SpongeBob. Oddworld? Really, Oddworld has a cool speedrun? His splits say... Oh, yeah, I didn't even notice it. Sorry, I didn't even look at his splits. I was just looking at, like, the pixelation here. Yeah, you're right. Oddworld Stranger's Wrath.
Final stream, during which he ran through all of his old speed games for the fans who were still around. The marathon finished with none other than Battle for
Thanks for
Bikini
5
Bottom
subs,
any
Jay
percent,
Snacks. Thank you
after
for that,
which
man.
he revealed his face and bid the community farewell.
I just want to
Thank you, Jay Snacks.
have this so that later on, if I watch this video, I can see how I looked, where I am, and all that. Yeah. So that's about it.
Bye, Cole.
That's the end of SpongeBob.
Or so they all thought. But what would it take to revive this obscure game a second time?
Thanks to
What would it
the
take to
Prime
not only
Gasker.
improve Cole's record, but to make the game progression
Bits
exciting
Austin.
again? Did BFBB have potential to become more than just a nostalgic project, or would the passion behind it develop further and grow into something greater? All of these questions and more would soon be answered in the coming revolution, during what our new protagonists would later refer to as the second renaissance of Battle for Bikini Bottom. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm SM Loader. See you all in the next phase.
God, it's so good.
Subscribe.
Battle for
and
Bikini
ring
Bottom
the bell
speedruns
to
are
know
just
when
so
part 2 is
fucking
available
wild.
to watch.
And we're not even to the modern day. Please, can we watch it? Yeah, we'll watch part 2. When I was talking to Shift about it, he said part 2 is his pride and joy, so I definitely want to watch part 2. And like I said, I had seen this when it had first uploaded a long time ago. Obviously didn't remember a ton of it. But I don't think I ever saw part 2. So that will be entirely new for me. Current world record for Oddworld Stranger's Wrath is 24:58. That's pretty good. Maybe that might be worth checking out for a route. Why do speedrunners play the most obscure games? I think it's the most fun. The more obscure the game, the more interesting the speedrun. This is so sweet. Yeah, the Gary Come Home song should be playing right now. Alright, let's ride part 2.
From 2012 through 2015, we followed a small group of friends as they built a community surrounding one of their favorite games. But after several years of revolutionizing their passion project, Battle for Bikini Bottom was, once again, left behind. But little did they know,
thrown in the
it wouldn't be
dumpster.
for long.
In the toilet. Thanks for resub. Resub Elgato.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm SM Loader, and this is part 2 of how speedrunning revived Battle for Bikini Bottom.
Ever seen the American speedrun? I'm not sure. I don't think so.
With the growth of speedrunning from 2012 through 2016 came a new sense of competitiveness in the hobby. The advent of open broadcaster software and a high abundance of products used for retro game capture made recording and streaming runs more accessible than ever before. Many personalities in the speedrunning community built themselves up on Twitch during this period, as the rising popularity of streaming only complemented the rising motivation.
Oh,
for
Super
grinding
Mario
runs.
Sunshine
The
speedruns
fast
are
and
also
flashy
fucking
movement
cool.
showcased in many of these games grabbed the attention of thousands. Platformers especially became the leading titles in the charge to make speedrunning
Thanks for resub, Chan, and give sub raise.
But today, we'll be focusing on a 3D platformer that was off the radar. Battle for Bikini Bottom had gone through a complete transformation from 2010 through 2015, abandoning its grindy, tedious collectathon elements in favor of creative routing and a variety of advanced and technical strategies. Cruise boosting especially transformed BFBB into a true platforming game that centralized its new and unique movement system. Thanks to Cole, Hazel, and their small group of friends, the potential of the game had been unlocked. So with all these bells and whistles, it was only a matter of time before someone discovered Battle for Bikini Bottom in its revamped form, right?
And his name?
Well,
T-Pain.
There was no telling how long it would take, since the community had died down harshly since the summer of 2014. Unfortunately, there were many demotivators holding the game back from reaching its potential. The few tutorials in existence were extremely shallow, runners weren't motivated to pick up the game's obscure yet optimal Xbox version, and the community hadn't received any significant exposure.
That's a weird one though, because I don't think it was that uncommon.
This was in stark contrast
Plus you can just
to
download
most
it off the
of
arcade, I
popular
thought.
speedruns of this era. They offered an abundance of learning resources, were optimized on more popular speedrunning consoles, and were supported by streamers popular enough to be partnered on Twitch. The more established communities attracted entry-level speedrunners by the dozen, and due to the amount of effort being...
Tetra, what are you doing? Tetra, what are you doing? You're being a wild animal. I'm back. Tetra's being wacky. Thanks to Tier 1, Matthew.
Being put into them, they evolved and optimized crazy fast. Though BFBB had its few visionaries and creatives, it had never been developed on a scale
Tiana thinks she has an
nearly
upset
that
stomach.
large.
So she's got
even after its complete transformation,
like special food to
Battle
help
for
with
Bikini
that.
Bottom surely had at least one more hidden layer of potential, just practically begging to
Prime
be
Riku.
explored. But it would take the fresh ambition of new, competitive runners to decipher the mechanics of Cole's arcane tricks and use them in full runs of their own. And still, if the game were to survive and thrive, they would also have to address the community's flaws holding back its potential.
There are no
Battle for
flaws.
Bikini Bottom would eventually need someone with motivation to not only make the game faster, but also to solve these issues outside of the game as well. But as a community so small and so unmotivated, it seemed like it would never regain life like it once saw ever again. That is, until December 5th, 2015,
What a
when
year.
an 80% speedrun in 1:19:25 offered a glimmer of hope. The speedrun was uploaded by user Fuff118. Why is this significant? Well,
Easy resub meds
it
and all day.
was his first upload ever and
And
an
meds.
immediate second place spot.
Yeah, not bad.
It wasn't known until later that Fuff had spent the previous month learning and practicing the speedrun on his own through referencing past runs of the game. Fuff had been one of the few players up until now who took the initiative to dissect Cole's runs and figure out exactly what the man had done to go so fast. For such a small community, his motivation to grind was impressive. Not to mention the fact that he was actually able to finish learning the game, a feat far too intimidating for many to tackle.
Yeah, it's pretty
Fuff's
crazy
sudden
that they didn't
appearance caught
bother
the
teaching
interest
anyone
of many
else.
dormant runners in the community. His appearance from the shadows and his lightning-fast learning showed the retirees that their passion project still had life
Thanks, Resub
left to
Slime.
live. Back in the old days, Cole and Hazel rarely attempted runs outside of races. Cole cites that there wasn't much motivation to grind due to the community's small size and low interactivity. But Fuff was a solo grinder, and by the end of January in 2016,
Man, Hagen
he
sounds
improved
so
his time
cool.
to 1:16:06 on GameCube. And at the beginning of February, he had already acquired an Xbox 360 to keep pushing for sub 110. He was on track to become the next world record holder.
He's doing it.
Fuff's speedrun grind garnered a steady following while he streamed the game on Twitch, the premier live stream platform for gaming and
It'll
speedrunning.
never last.
With new
Twitch is just
activity
a
in the game's
fad.
directory on Twitch,
It's on its way
viewers who had
out.
previously lost
you know,
interest in
and
BFBB began
just
checking
a,
out
you know,
Fuff's stream. With a
fleeting.
humble average of 10 viewers, he'd streamed silent attempts with intent to improve the 80% world record. Though a mysterious character at first, Fuff started to communicate with his viewers by typing in chat and expressed interest
Thanks,
in helping
Prime
them learn the strategies that
Mikal.
he'd come to figure out on his own. One of his viewers, Jared's Giants, had gained interest in BFBB during the Cold days, but never went through with learning due to the run's inaccessibility. Now, with help from Fuff and the small community forming in his stream, Jared was able to finish learning the game. Yet another glimmer of hope for
Thanks,
those who
Fuff.
thought the
Your sub's great.
community
Thank you,
had
Gray.
reached its expiration date. Fuff's effort to single-handedly learn the speedrun and help his viewers understand the game did not go unnoticed. Many started gathering into his streams with the hopes of witnessing something spectacular. And though he only communicated through chat on some occasions, his passion radiated through his gameplay. On March 5th, 2016, he'd finally get his first big break.
Ooh. The first non-Cole world record. Oh, true. Hazel did have world record quite a few times. The run's looking promising.
For the first time in nearly 2 years, Battle for Bikini Bottom 80% had a new world record holder who'd improved on Cole's personal best by 4 seconds. With an active world record holder,
Not
fresh
bad.
and motivated to grind for improvement, the original BFBB community would soon witness their foundations experience a revival. Fuff brought to the table greater interest in optimizing movement and seeing what else BFBB had to offer. He'd soon create the first substantial route for the 100% speedrun and pick up Cole's unfinished 100% within game codes project. With experience collecting every spatula in the game in a variety of scenarios, Fuff's movement would quickly evolve to the best the game had seen up until this point. Fuff would soon achieve the first 108 in Battle for
Must say it's really impressive that he was able to figure out all this just by
15,
watching runs.
2016.
True.
Though Fuff's world record still used the
Though
route set
I also
forward by
did that
Cole in the
with
forum
House of
community,
Caravan,
there
just
were
saying.
still some small
There's no
optimizations
tutorials, just I
that stood
watched
out.
it and
Fuff's runs showcased
learned it,
early
just
attempts to
saying.
manipulate
Cool.
Robo Sandy's
I did the
clothesline
same.
move by luring her to the edge of the stage,
Granted,
which would cause it to
the game was only
initiate
30
earlier
seconds
than
long.
normal. And in the Robo Patrick boss fight, he tried manipulating the spins from a different position than those who came before him. Still, however, this strategy gave inconsistent results. Fuff also made better use of the note cycle in Squidward's Dream to make the segment much more consistent. His understanding of Cruise Boost movement mechanics was also impressive for how recently he'd started running. The new world record holder was making an effort to polish the game he'd inherited, allowing for more consistent paces and faster improvement. Fuff again improved his world record to a 108.24.
We're approaching that 1 hour barrier.
By now, his stream community was far more established and supported his efforts to optimize the game. Some members of the older community even returned to watch Fuff's improvement, and they were eager to ignite the chat whenever he entered the final boss on world record pace. It was reminiscent of the good old days. Fuff's stream was
to be fair, it's
slowly
only been a
igniting
year.
battle for
Like,
Bikini
it's not like
fans
it was
past and
ancient.
present, yet still, many could not get over the hurdle of learning the speedrun. Fuff had continued some of Cole's previous projects, but not his tutorial series. Unlike Jared,
you,
most
Austin.
people were more than reluctant to ask a stranger to teach them a full speedrun. However, there still existed the possibility of another brave soul taking the Fuff approach and learning entirely on their own. A stream titled Ruining Your Childhood began appearing more and more frequently in the Battle for Bikini Bottom directory alongside Fuff's, where he'd recently achieved the first 107 on April 8th. After this run, he decided to take a break from the category to focus on 100% speedruns. During his leave, this other channel became the hotspot
I
for
wonder who
interested
that
community
is.
members to watch any percent speedruns. And this channel was run by another up-and-comer, Shift HD. And Shift was already in the low 120 range on the GameCube version when others started to take notice. Another runner motivated by his own will to learn and grind the game during an era void of resources. And much like Fuff, he'd seemingly come out of nowhere.
He
with
was
a
born in
mysterious
Bikini
background.
Bottom.
But within
God
several
damn it,
streams,
he'll
Shift
fight
started
for it.
opening up to viewers and began talking about picking up the Xbox version of the game to further his improvement. And once it arrived, he kicked into high gear,
Thanks for your sub,
which
man.
attracted the attention of other speedrunners interested in BFBB. At this point, Shift wasn't really involved in the community surrounding the game, though. He was only aware of Hazel's any percent task, which piqued his interest in cruise boosting, and Cole's
Thanks for your
former
sub,
world record
Pancake.
from which he'd learned the rest of the game. He was kind of on his own island, just doing his thing, day after day. It wasn't until Shift met Konasumi from a Twitch raid that he'd finally begin getting to know some of the people surrounding Battle for Bikini Bottom. Kona had expressed interest in learning to run Battle for Bikini Bottom in the past and had noticed Shift due to the frequency of his streams. The two chatted for a bit, and Shift eventually decided to try creating the first full BFBB any percent tutorial after he'd achieved sub 110. With a time this competitive, it would assure the
SpongeBob Rule
explanations in the
34,
video
thank me
were
later.
at least decent enough to help his new friend
Yeah,
learn
pretty
to
cool
run.
stuff over there.
Kona would patiently wait for the creation of the guide, as would some other lurking prospective runners. Setting a goal time of 109 caused some community
Thank you,
members to
Scott.
wonder, would Shift eventually attempt to beat Fuff's world record? But Shift didn't know the answer to that question. His primary motivation behind achieving this goal was allowing himself to create the tutorial video for Kona and the rest of the small community beginning to form around his channel. And at this point, Shift probably wasn't even aware of what times Fuff was achieving. It seemed he was oblivious to anything outside of his own community, and the same could be said for
What
the
a
other small
grind.
communities on their own islands as well. That is,
Speedrunning
until an
without
elder
even
member
knowing
of
what the world
mainland
record is?
invited both Shift and Fuff to the new Battle for Bikini Bottom Discord server of 2016. This server was the replacement for the former Skype group of 2015 and earlier. Most of the older runners had joined the server, but they were all inactive.
Aw.
With Fuff and Shift being the only ones actively running and streaming the game, the rest of the reawakened community was anticipating and hoping that Shift would rise to the occasion and create world record competition, something the community had not experienced in over 2 years. And with Fuff returning to any percent to defend his time, seeing as Shift's improvement was not stopping anytime soon, they all knew it was only a matter of time. While
One of
Fuff
them had to
de-rusted his
die.
any percent runs, Shift finally achieved his 109 on May 25th, 2016. That same stream, he recorded the full any percent tutorial he'd promised Konosumi and the viewers he'd
Do people
garnered
still
from
use
streaming
Skype?
runs of BFBB.
Psychopaths.
Within the coming months, several new
Yeah,
runners would
that's about
finish
it.
learning the Shift's tutorial and submit full runs to the leaderboard. A phenomenon Shift cites as being more fulfilling and motivating than even improving his own personal bests. The first complete Battle for Bikini
True,
Bottom
Ray.
80% tutorial is linked in the description if you would like to check it out. Though BFBB was both Fuff and Shift's first attempt to speedrun, their community included other players
Makes
with
me so
prior
nuts.
experience in speedrunning. Jared's Giants was a former top runner in Luigi's Mansion, and he just rejoined the community with help from the new any percent tutorial. Konosumi, who'd also developed a small Twitch following through speedrunning a variety of games, would
Oh,
eventually learn
Hat
through
in
the
Time.
tutorial as well. The new Battle for Bikini Bottom Discord server helped to kickstart their friendships, especially Jared's and Shift's, who'd form a much closer friendship with their passion for the game as the backbone. The community was proving its resilience even long after many thought it was curtains.
Hey, Emmy.
The
True.
second revival
It is
was
a good sound
imminent,
effect.
and a grand occasion was needed to set it all in motion. Fuff would finally improve his own world record from 107.53 to 107.40 on May 28, 2016. Meanwhile, Shift's improvement continued even more dramatically leading into June. A few days after his second 109, he landed a low 108 on June 3rd.
Ooh, that's getting scary.
And, only 2 days later, Shift finished Battle for Bikini Bottom in 107.39, which would have been a world record if Fuff had not achieved 107.31 only 2 days earlier.
Oof,
By now,
rough.
the view count
Hate to
between
see
their
it.
streams had doubled in anticipation for the coming competition. But later that same day, the wait was finally over. Yet another
Nice.
new world record holder in the same year. The game's competition had been revived,
You need to
yet
give some
both runners
schnoz.
knew there was still lots of room for improvement. Fuff would demonstrate this 4 days later in response to Shift's first world record.
Man, this is malicious. There's no
With both
mercy.
runners so close to the next minute mark,
Piling corpses in
race
the
to
streets.
106 was on. Shift and Fuff's competition would mirror that of Cole's and Hazel's from years ago, even to the extent of representing their respective countries. With USA and Canada chants flooding Twitch chat, the second renaissance was in full force. On June 11th,
Thanks for the resub, Connor.
2016, viewers checked into Fuff's stream to find him on insane pace, nearly 50 minutes into the run. He was already on the perfect
he
line
chokes,
for a
though.
106, over half
He
a
can't
minute
do it.
ahead
He
of his
can't do it.
107.03.
He's
But
not
this
built for
run
it.
could even skip straight to the 105 if the stars aligned.
Yep. Choke. Blew it. Oof. Stinkmaster.
Fuff was unable to clutch a 105, but did close out the first 106, and this run set the stakes way higher. The main focus of both world record contenders became achieving 105 before the other. Shift returned to running the next day and claimed a 106 of his own, missing Fuff's new world record from the day before by 9 seconds. Shift and Fuff would continue
Thanks,
getting
recent
on
promo.
runs on great paces throughout the next several days, but couldn't close any out. On June 17th, 2016, Shift finally got a promising run out of the Dutchman's graveyard. Heading into the final fight, viewers anticipated the next world record trade.
Soundtrack's kind of banging. Oh. I didn't even know you could fail that. Oh my
Despite
god,
choking,
disgusting.
Shift did manage to get a new personal best of 106.48, missing Fuff's world record by just 5 seconds. Fuff would need to improve his time soon if he wanted to defend the title, but just 2 days later, Shift got another run into the Chum Bucket Lab. This time, he was on even pace with the run he choked only 2 days earlier. This was his chance.
Thanks for some Mitchie in blue. Shift is that guy, though. He's not going to fuck this up.
The robot better change tactics and fast.
Yeah, what'd I tell you?
Yo!
Will SpongeBob be able to neutralize the giant robot's brain?
Let's go!
Shift reclaimed the world record by a margin of 8 seconds, bringing it back to the USA. With both runners actively grinding, the community wondered who would achieve the first 105. Fuff's best paces were faster by far,
Then from out of
but Shift's
nowhere,
consistency with
Ms.
major
Kiff
tricks
gets
allowed
it.
him to compete against his full runs. Their differing strengths and weaknesses made the competition all that much more exciting. The two would continue grinding for the remainder of June, with many great paces bleeding out under pressure. Then finally, on June 27th, 2016, the first 105 in Battle for Bikini Bottom any percent was achieved. At last, Shift achieved a minute break of his own, and split really, really early. But it had been done. The run was retimed to 105.52, and now it was Fuff's turn to answer back. But Shift wouldn't go down without a fight. Though world record competition was fun for everyone to rally behind, Fuff and Shift were ultimately working together to optimize strategies during the races for the 106 and the 105. They had worked together to optimize the scene bunches, where Fuff rediscovered a consistent strategy for the first 2 dives, and Shift built off of these dives to find the third. Shift found and implemented new tech in RoboPatrick called swing stalling, which allowed for safe suspension above the arena while still dropping boxes to jump on as the fight progressed. Fuff finished developing the modern method of RoboSandy manipulations that is still used in runs to this day. Their teamwork helped Battle for Bikini Bottom reach the minute threshold even Cole himself believed would be the end of the line. But Battle for Bikini Bottom's progression was far from over.
In fact, it's only just beginning.
World record, the community
now the
realized
record is
that
10
104
seconds.
would not be realistically achievable with their current knowledge of the game. Having been speedrunning BFBB for the past few months, Shift had become knowledgeable enough to start making major changes to Cole's foundational route. With such scarce documentation, open-mindedness would be needed to complement his research. So Shift began spending most of his time raking through old playlists and forum posts, familiarizing himself with the game's buried, yet surprisingly deep history. He had to make sure that everything ever found was accounted for. After digging through Cole's old videos to learn about some of the strategies forgotten between the first and second revivals, Shift believed that he had come up with a way to save half a minute in the 80% speedrun by repurposing an old trick with new ideas. He had rediscovered Dilemma Skip through watching Cole's full runs uploaded in 2014, which had apparently been dropped and replaced by the Cruise Boost method found later that same year. Though the Cruise Boost method was far easier to perform, it wasn't that much faster than the old school damage boost. By returning this spatula to the beginning of the run, Shift could now push one spatula before Industrial Park to the end of the run. If you recall our routing discussion from part 1, 40 spatulas must be obtained to enter Industrial Park to obtain the cruise bubble, which is used for cruise boosting, and 34 must be obtained afterward to finish the game. So now, by sacrificing a bit of time and bringing Patrick's Dilemma back to the beginning of the run, he knew he could push back a spatula that would be much faster with cruise boosting to the end, and Shift knew just the one for the job.
Hey, B-Sauce. Josh here.
Hey, Josh.
The prawn. In the cases of the Flying Dutchman and RoboSponge,
oh, we haven't even
touching
talked
an
about the
invisible
prawn.
debug trigger above the zone spawn point plays the finishing cutscene and awards a spatula, allowing the player to completely skip the boss fight. Initially, the prawn's debug trigger wasn't even known about. Based on the location of the debug trigger in the RoboSponge boss fight, the community theorized in 2015 that this would mean the prawn's debug trigger would be located directly above the player's spawn point. Unfortunately, that meant that the prawn debug trigger would be located completely out of bounds, assuming it even existed in the first place. Guess the runners were just out of luck then, right? Wrong. Way back during Cole's days of glitch hunting the SpongeBob movie game in 2013, he discovered a clipping method that involved repeatedly activating the sonic wave guitar in a tight space. Noticing the similarities between game engines, a glitch hunter named 4 decided to try this in BFBB a year later with the cruise bubble. After all, the movie game was built on BFBB's existing engine and assets. And as it turned out, it worked. 4 coined the strategy L clipping.
He was arrested.
As you achieve the trick by mashing the shit out of the L trigger. With the advent of L clipping, the potential prawn trigger was reachable. Hazel and the gang ventured out into the void, and lo and behold, the prawn was skipped. Oh wow. In Battle for Bikini Bottom's second revival, Shift started using prawn skip in his any percent runs. When compared to the slow, early game method of defeating prawn, this bad boy saved a hefty chunk of time. This prawn skip reroute, the first of many reroutes in 2016, would save nearly half a minute in the any percent.
I can't believe it's not more.
Outweighing the comparatively negligible time loss from completing Patrick's Dilemma without cruise boosting. So the next time you encounter something that's just out of reach, maybe you just aren't mashing hard enough.
True.
And as always, thanks for watching.
Shift began grinding runs with
Easy tier 1 Pluto,
while Fuff would continue using the route he'd used to achieve 106 and nearly a 105. He'd been getting some wild paces lately and didn't see the need to update strats just yet. Shift, on the other hand, spent most of his attempts resetting in Jellyfish Fields after updating to the new route. He wasn't really getting anywhere despite running with faster strats. If Fuff wanted to reclaim the world record, now would be the time to strike.
Night hungry. Oh fuck, he's going in. He's going turbo mode! Oh, Jesus.
Fuff missed the world record by 5 seconds after failing the notorious Robo Sponge skip, but still managed to clutch his own 105. After finishing this run, Fuff decided to take an extended break from any percent and would focus on 100% until the end of the summer. World record competition paused indefinitely as Shift and Fuff worked on optimizing their own focuses solo. Though the competition for first place had come to a close, the any percent speedrun and the Battle for Bikini Bottom community both continued to thrive.
Oh, Jared?
On July 7th, Shift finally achieved a personal best with the new prawn skip route, improving his world record by 1 second. Since his first 105, Shift had started using his microphone throughout the entire run rather than just in specific moments to communicate. It was a change of pace for what viewers came to expect at this point, and it allowed them to share all of the greatest moments and the not so fortunate ones.
Wait, no, stop it, stop, no! No! Fucking stop! Where can I even cruise boost? What am I gonna do? Oh my god, are you fucking kidding me?
Some admired Shift's display of passion, while others just couldn't hang. Members of the community questioned how Shift's behavior would impact the image of their community, while others became hooked on his intense personality. But Shift claimed that venting allowed him to cool down.
It's fucking SpongeBob.
Time loss to avoid tilting. And
we need him to be more professional.
Seemed to back this
Our
up.
PR
This
department.
was a good showcase, though. The one thing that went wrong that I attempted was the fucking the camera angle. And I called the 5.
Thanks for some Holden.
This controversy would stay relevant for the remainder of the summer, especially as other runners grew more passionate as well.
You didn't do Sandy's dream.
As summer progressed, the shared endeavor to revive Battle for Bikini Bottom formed a small friend group, which seemed to be a first in the game's history. In the old era, the runners were merely just friendly acquaintances.
Wait, is this real? Is this a real story from you? I used to try to speedrun this. I spent over 200 hours and ended up not being able to beat my score from playing the game normally. Fucking rip 200 hours, man. Jesus Christ. What? How? Bro, 200 hours is actually an absurd amount of time to dedicate to one thing. Like that's a lot. 200 hours is enough to actually get close to 99ing something like rune crafting and RuneScape. That's a fucking ton. You couldn't beat like the normal score? Jesus! I expect more of you. Come on.
Shared pastime. But in this new age, the community would break its ice and become something more than just a group of friendly acquaintances. They'd become
The Super Acquaintances! Shift in HD! The only thing quicker than his movement on the sticks is his lightning fast wit.
You can't be a pro gamer master assassin
this voiceover
if you
is
have
good.
bitches to pay for it.
Seriously, dude, what the f are you talking about?
Jared's Giants! With a lifetime of experience in casino gambling, he's bound to erupt if things take a turn. No!
Yeah, who did this voice? It is spot on.
Charlie Swagger, Cole's young ward. Trained from birth by the wise sage, he's genetically engineered to put up with everyone else's bullshit.
Jesus Christ! Fuff, no! Fuff!
And Fuff, the 118th, makes the sponge run smooth like maple syrup, or some other Canadian thing. Here one day, gone the next. The international circle jerk of super acquaintances.
And Roston.
And although Cole lurked
Whoever
in the
did that
shadows,
voiceover
it eventually
fucking
debuted
crushed
the Mermaid
it.
Man profile picture to match the other runners. He'd always been there, just watching silently as the next generation continued what he started.
So
The
cute.
super acquaintances, Konosumi, and some of the other runners that were soon to enter the ring would become the group that revived Battle for Bikini Bottom a second time. Dedicating himself to the grind, Shift needed to address an ongoing issue with his Xbox 360 to further optimize the 80% world record. Up until this point, Shift's Xbox 360 had some emulation bugs forcing him to do workarounds for some of the strategies Cole and Fuff had used while they grinded 80%. Unable to find another Xbox 360 for sale locally, he ended up buying an original Xbox from a friend in his town just to give it a try. It was believed at this point that the original Xbox was slower than the 360, since the only completed run with it on the leaderboards appeared to have slow loads between zones. Little did they know that with a more updated model, such as the one that Shift had just unknowingly acquired, a small bit of time can be saved from each loading screen in BFBB. It was later realized that the switch to OG Xbox saves nearly 1 minute throughout.
Jesus, fuck it, that's half the run.
With an Xbox in good health, these fast loads were also 100% consistent. Shift began using the original Xbox on July 10th and quickly got a run that finished in 1 hour, 4 minutes, and 28 seconds. As of this world record, real-time runs had finally eclipsed their tool-assisted counterparts. Shift's 104 cut Hazel's task from 2014 by 9 seconds.
Well, that may be, but the task was done on a GameCube emulator, which actually loses minutes in loading times compared to Xbox, so I'd say it isn't even comparable.
Yeah, shut the fuck up. He was pretty happy with his performance, despite not knowing that its level of optimization was likely about the same as his 10510, but with faster load times from the OG Xbox Switch. So suddenly,
I think
out
the
of
OG
nowhere,
Xbox Switch is the play.
103 was looking possible, and many believed it would be the final minute achieved in Battle for Bikini Bottom 80%. For over a week, Shift would get runs on paces barely capable of 103, but they always seemed to crumble deep in the run.
Oh,
At this
that's the
point, Battle
worst.
for Bikini Bottom was a lot more optimized than it was back in the old era. Now, 20-second time losses were much more noticeable. Many runs died to the infamous Texas Sponge Glide, found during the sudden boom of strategies immediately following the discovery of cruise boosting many years ago. Shift eventually got a run that finished with a 104.21, a world record, yet the exact date is unknown and the VOD no longer exists. But when
Why?
Shift finally got another run past the Nut Glide, he'd be sure to preserve that one.
Oh! Holy shit! Holy fucking shit! It's over, boys. It's finally over. Holy shit.
Faster than 106, 105, and 104 left.
That is groundbreaking
103
tech,
was
the
now
big nut.
here. The community paraded about how the game had finally reached its limits. But deep down, they knew there was still a lot more work to be done out there. 2 days later, Shift broke the
There was no
80% world
webcam,
record
but I imagine
again
Shift
with
was
a
also doing this
103.36,
with his hands.
This time using the forbidden skip to save 9 seconds.
Alright, we gotta go for forbidden skip.
It was forbidden because its perceived inconsistency forbade runners from using it, if not to recover runs that were already bad. But as runners started using it more often, it seemed to get a bit better.
Holy shit, I did it.
This trick saved 9 more seconds off
Oh,
the
that's a
run
lot.
by landing a precise
That's big.
bowl off of a spiked block to launch toward the bouncing ball spatula. Despite its learning curve, Shift was willing to shoehorn it into the run just to have those extra 9 seconds.
Thanks for
It
your
seemed
support,
at this
Mist.
point, time saves that seemed previously pretty small were starting to look kind of thick. With a new world record 2 days after the first 103, it was clear that the game wasn't getting fully optimized anytime soon.
Jared's gonna fucking global himself again.
But Shift was running out of time save again. He brushed through the archives once more, searching for potentially useful strategies.
The sacred texts.
Out or just never implemented.
The Jedi database looking for
nothing stood out
Camino.
as useful. Something entirely new was needed. And perhaps the key wasn't as far into the past as he initially thought. When approached by
That's
Shift
very
for his
popular,
routing
by the way,
endeavors,
Austin.
Fuff recalled
Sorry, I
that
forgot to
while
say
running
that.
on the GameCube version, he used to collect the Save the Children spatula during his any % runs. This spatula is awarded to SpongeBob after popping the 5 sets of balloons floating around the beach, which the children are clinging to for their dear lives. Mrs. Puff awards you a spatula for saving all of them. Well, most of them. But Fuff had stopped using this strategy after switching to Xbox and opted for Cole's spatula selection instead. The reason why was due to the balloon cycle being impossible to meet on the Xbox version of the game. But to truly understand why, we'll first have to talk about parallel universes.
As your Sub-Zenith.
I mean, version differences. Battle for Bikini Bottom's Xbox release made some notable alterations and improvements compared to the GameCube version. Its aspect ratio was slightly wider, and the audio is not compressed or absurdly loud in some areas. And yes, on the Xbox version of Kelp Forest, due to improved lighting effects, you can actually see what you're doing. The textures
sucks.
are also full size,
Bad
unlike on
runners
the
using
GameCube
that,
version,
then.
where they're downscaled to half the original size. And of course, the loading times are faster. But you already knew that. The difference we're focused on for collecting the Save the Children spatula, however, is the increased draw distance on the Xbox version. With this increased range for NPCs and other assets to spawn in when nearing them, the balloon kids would render and begin floating on their set paths much earlier than they would on the
Thanks to Tier
GameCube
1
version.
Cherry.
Due to the shorter draw distance on GameCube, Fuff could pop all the balloons reliably, as he could get much closer to them before they would spawn. On the Xbox version, taking the same path would leave the balloons scrambled and in terrible locations due to them starting to float around far earlier. But if a cycle that accommodated the Xbox draw distance could be solved, this could be a lightning-fast spatula. And a potential replacement for the extremely slow and casual
Oh, they actually had to do that one?
puzzle. So the next day after the
rough.
103.36, Shift
Really?
spent
The old world record
a day
still
at the
used that?
beach. To figure out where to start, Shift had to first acknowledge that starting by Larry's
There's a
lifeguard
Prime
tower
Creo.
was not working. This was the start Fuff had used on GameCube, but as mentioned before, the kids end up in awful locations with the Xbox's draw distance affecting the cycles. And because we're being pushed by a cruise boost, and some pillars sink when you stand on them anyway, waiting around for the cycle is not an option. So instead, Shift tried starting from a different area, the sandcastle. It made sense to start here because it is also the respawn point after drowning from collecting the over-the-moat spatula. Upon respawn, the balloon cycles are reset and the nearby box provides the perfect surface to cruise boost off of. And as it turns out, the kid closest to the sandcastle island ends up in a favorable position even with the Xbox's increased draw distance.
Okay.
Shift would therefore make this one the first in the new sequence. However, after respawning, Shift only got one shot at hitting the cruise boost inputs. If he failed, Shift had to purposely drown in the moat to reset the cycle and try again. After numerous attempts,
Man, the
Shift
amount of
got a
times that he
segment
had to
going
probably
where he
go through
popped
this
the
just to
first
find
set
this
of
route, it must have been
balloons and
so
approached the
fucking
next nearest
aggravating.
set, which seemed like the obvious option.
Having to sync up
And,
something like
as
that
it
is
turns
such a
out,
tedious
It was
chore.
also on cycle. 2 down, 3 to go. But the
Thanks,
order of the
Austin.
3 kids on the beach would be less obvious. The nearby kid on the shore seemed like the next in the sequence, but as it turns out, skipping it and going directly to the kid after meets it on a cycle that floats by one of the beach pillars, in the perfect position for the bash. Going straight to the next beach pillar kid from here seemed to work out as well. Finally, returning to save the kid we skipped earlier, which is also conveniently floating right by Mrs. Puff, allows us to complete the sequence of 5 and immediately
Nice.
collect the golden spatula. This seamless sequence also allowed collecting the sock on top of the muscle bar for the low price of 0 seconds. It had been the most satisfying segment that Shift had pulled off up until that point, especially with the added difficulty of even initiating.
I really do wonder how many hours
So,
that
the
took
first set of
to path
balloons, as
that.
we've mentioned before, requires a first try cruise boost to reach it in time for the cycle. But the added difficulty of hitting the cruise bubble and bubble bowl on the same frame twice under that kind of pressure was just the surface of this strategy. The movement required to nail this trick was far more advanced than any other Cruise Boost segment up until this point, especially with the added struggle of hitting these moving targets, many of which needed to be bashed while falling off the pillars to even hit them. This led to many failures, and worse yet, the first kid had 2 different cycles it could take, seemingly at random. The kid could either turn sharply into the pillar or continue on in a straight line. Both of these patterns required different timings and positionings for the cruise-boosted bubble bash to pop the balloons. So, on top of having to succeed in the single attempt at the cruise boost, Shift also had to react to a 50-50 almost immediately after. And then he had to complete the rest of the cycle with the most advanced cruise boost movement of its time. The rest of the community called him insane for even attempting this in his runs. But after Shift finished developing the strategy and timed it to save half a minute over completing the rolling ballroom, there was just no
How is it not
turning
much
back.
faster than
He
the
began
rolling
collecting
ballroom?
the
I
chum
figured that'd
bucket
be
wall
like 2
jump
minutes
spatula
saved.
at the beginning of the run to make up for
Fuck.
removing the ballroom. Then add the balloon popping madness after cruise boosting was acquired, adhering to the routing balance of BFBB. It seemed by now the main focus of the 2016 community was ironing out cruise boost movement and pushing it to its limits. Now, world record attempts past Industrial Park had way more to offer than just crossing big gaps and running faster in straight lines, and the fans were loving it. On July 28th, Shift achieved 3 world records with the kids route. A better 103.36, a 103.24, which Shift apparently never highlighted because it was
So bad. Fuck, that was so bad.
and a 103.19. Though he lost nearly half a minute to saving the kids in his 103.24, the other 2 world records had exemplary displays of this sick new strategy. At this point, the already existing community surrounding BFBB and Shift Stream was becoming more and more passionate about the run beyond simply indulging in nostalgia. Other members of the general speedrunning community noticed Shift's
he's
daily
pulling
attempts
away.
to lower the world record throughout the summer of
Oh, but
2016, and he began to build a
Krakatoa?
significant following solely through speedrunning BFBB. Though many of these new viewers either hadn't grown up with BFBB or were skeptical of how good the game could possibly be, they'd grow to appreciate the new and exciting techniques constantly being developed. The game was now continually evolving, and an organized effort to optimize what many saw as a random cartoon game drew a lot of attention. It seemed the amount of effort going into this speedrun was something that anyone could come to appreciate.
Well, yeah,
Later that
obviously.
same month,
It's a
both
fucking
Jared
hype
and
run.
Shift started averaging well over 100 viewers streaming
Let's
attempts,
go.
an all-time high for Battle for Bikini Bottom on Twitch across both distinct eras of the community. Battle for Bikini Bottom was attracting mainstream speedrunning attention, and the numbers showed it. With the sponge moving fast being all the buzz, many were eager to weigh in on the topic. And with constant incoming criticism, pridefulness would develop among our community
Thanks,
leaders.
Resub
But
Def.
with pride came a sense of commitment as they began to realize the potential their passion project truly had. Shift especially began preaching about earning the game the respect it deserved, pledging to regain Battle for Bikini Bottom's acclaim after years of it being pushed aside or forgotten by the world. This attitude was never before seen in this community surrounding the obscure title, and naturally stirred controversy now that all eyes were on them. Even within the community, things weren't all so great. A witness to this era,
The
perilous
Civil War
peanut
of Battle
recounts
for Bikini
excessive
Bottom.
memeing, attitude problems, and desire for community growth at the expense of its grassroots environment. A culture he couldn't take seriously and found quite unpleasant. Of course, Jared and Shift found Peanut's attitude toward them unpleasant as well, especially as he became more vocal on these disagreements, drawing some of his friends from other communities into the mix. Though these tensions started small, they would eventually evolve into a larger problem our community leaders would be forced to deal with far
what
down
happened?
the road.
Sacrifice him?
But that's why we're covering this story in 4 parts. Between the controversies surrounding the players' personalities and skepticism of a SpongeBob speedrun, it seemed like most people in the speedrunning community at large had an opinion on the phenomenon. But opinions aside, Battle for Bikini Bottom was making waves. The community's leaders believed that to earn the game the acclaim they felt it deserved, they'd have to push the run to its absolute limits and cram in as many exciting and risky strategies as possible.
And they were
Each
right.
new world record, advanced strategy, or competitively driven runner on the leaderboard felt like a solid step in the right direction. They had a mission to accomplish,
Thanks,
and
Bits
the
Junk.
grind had only just begun. In July of 2016, Kona had finally tied up his loose ends and finished learning to speedrun BFBB through Shift's tutorial video. He kept the game as one of his side focuses while preparing for his showcase of Ed, Edd, and
Hey!
Eddy and his adventures in the mainstream
Just talking
speedrunning
about
marathon,
that.
Summer Games Done Quick. During this showcase, he'd put on an outstanding display for over 100,000 viewers to see, and gained quite a following from it. After GDQ, Kona decided to make Battle for Bikini Bottom his main focus.
You know what's never been at AGDQ
Yeah, man, I wanna
or any
bomb
of them?
Jelly
House of
once and
Caravan.
for all.
Mr. Krabs overdoses on ketamine and dies.
Well, until he like
any game
until
I've
he
ever speed
returns,
ran.
but still, I want to bop him.
They're not ready for that.
And
They
then
can
he'll
handle
probably
that.
bop me right back.
Kona's streams of BFBB averaged over 200 viewers throughout his grind for sub 110, during which some of the summer's most iconic memories were made.
Okay, let's go. It actually happened. Can this 110? Oh no, dude.
What the
I
fuck?
messed up bad.
The success of Kona's stream rubbed off on Shift's and Jared's as well, as they both began averaging 150 to 180 viewers on their daily grinds. With 3 different options to watch the run, all catering to different preferences, BFBB continued to gain that hot traction. Kona and Shift eventually began applying for Twitch partnerships toward the end of the summer, for which they were declined each time despite averaging as many viewers as
This
they
is like
were.
the Attack
I got
on
an email
Titan
back
plot.
from partner.
Yeah.
See if I got accepted or declined. Yeah, it looks like it's a decline.
At this time, partnership requirements were extremely vague, and it took a lot of persistence to attract the attention of the bigwigs. But with such a huge burst in growth and motivation to grind not going anywhere anytime soon, the community knew it was only a matter of time before they'd get their very own Twitch partner.
Who's your daddy?
The partnership program
What is
could
that
help
from?
attract even more fans to rediscover the
I feel like I
game
recognize
forgotten
that show.
and twice revived. With this conviction, the Battle for Bikini Bottom speedrunners became
Drawn
dead
together.
set
Or maybe not.
on making it happen. Having established himself as the fastest BFBB speedrunner by far, Shift knew he'd have to continue pushing his own limits to keep the game's progression interesting. The expectations were now higher than ever before during this era of non-stop world records. Fans piled in as they knew one could happen at any time. And just before dawn on July 31st, Shift achieved the first 102 only 3 days after his 103.19. With constant world record uploads, Shift's YouTube channel started to gain more traction. And by association, the rest of the BFBB
Drawn
community
Together's
continued
2008
moving
Adult
further
Swim.
into the limelight. Even the comment sections started to get their own regulars.
Bruh, you're insane.
These runs included gradual optimizations nearly every time. Anyone checking in could clearly see the work invested into these runs by Shift and the rest of the community. But these tiny optimizations were going to become far more important if 101 was ever going to happen. The game's available time saves were far smaller at this point with the community's current understanding of the game mechanics. Some routing changes
This
were only made
docu-series
just to
slash whatever
save
is quite
menu
awesome.
Scrolls.
Well, it is, and
Shift.
The best part is it comes from the actual like madman himself, Shift. So it's an entire, well, not just him, of course. It was the whole community effort, but it's really always cool to see like the number one player in the game be the one reporting on things as they happened and how things progressed. I always think that's the best part because you get like the top player perspective.
Would need to dig deep to push the current route further. He disappeared for a few days and returned with new motivation to push the time past.
He's jerking
yet
himself
another
off.
Minute threat.
Well, who better to report on the history of the game than the person who's best at it? For example, let's say, hypothetically, House of Caravan was getting a speedrun documentary going to Netflix. I would, of course, have to be the one to talk about it, because I was the best. Right? You'd want that perspective. Who's more knowledgeable than the person that's the best at it? Now, as long as you don't check the speedrun records for House of Caravan, it would make sense.
Threshold. Amidst the grind for 101 and the hype surrounding Battle for Bikini Bottom, August introduced several new community members. They'd become friendly with some of the
Thanks,
original
Resub.
super acquaintances,
Jaliops.
and some others who'd been around during the old era rejoined as well. Red Moss, soon to complete his first run of BFBB, and Chris the Fast, soon to complete his second, both
Thanks
re-emerged
to Prime
after having
Crack.
been absent for years. In due time, Ringo Tongo and Red Moss would become better friends with Jared, Jelly, and Shift. The 5 would form a larger friend circle based around enjoying their new favorite pastime. Viewers could tune into any of their streams and find the others in the same call, grinding away at those cruise boosts. At this point, the community had become closer and more intertwined than ever before. And with so many streams occurring simultaneously,
Tier 1
there was
warrior.
almost always a place to watch Battle for Bikini Bottom throughout
An
each
unbiased
day.
view.
With so many outlets to watch the
Bro,
game,
it's not politics,
prospective
it's speed
runners
running Battle for
continued to
Bikini
gain
Bottom.
interest. The group made sure
Why do you
to
need
keep
an
the full
unbiased
80%
view? It's just a
tutorial,
fucking
along
history
with
of
the
the
portal to their
speedrun.
friends' streams readily available for
What do you mean?
anyone tuning in. It was a tight network dedicated to improving their game while making memories along the way. By now, it was also clear that all of the top runners were more than happy to pick up the Xbox version of BFBB to further their improvement. And new runners felt encouraged to try the game with whichever version they already owned. After all, they could just upgrade to Xbox later in pursuit of more competitive times. This culture was forwarded to prospective runners by the 5 friends, and the tutorial series they'd use to rebuild their game's player base.
So finally a full
Unmotivated
tutorial
and
series.
off the radar
For us
were no
plebeians.
longer terms that could be used to describe the Battle for Bikini Bottom community. As summer faded out, Battle for Bikini Bottom's
thanks to Tier
presence
1 warrior.
continued spreading further. Even some bigger names on Twitch would take interest in Battle for Bikini Bottom during this time, streaming first-time playthroughs to get a taste of what all the hype was about. And of course, they took interest in the passionate community surrounding the game as well. At this point, speedrunning and Battle for Bikini Bottom had become inseparable. And with so many new faces rallying behind the community, they needed one main event to tie together the
Prime
happenings
Albarian.
of that fateful summer. On August 11th, 2016, Shift improved the 80% world record again, this time by 2 seconds. A 6-second improvement happened the next day. 2 days later,
God, he just keeps
pulled
competing with
off a
himself.
huge
Someone give my
world
man some
record,
competition.
Shaving off nearly half a minute.
Whoa! If you think that's crazy, just wait till you hear this. This run still had plenty of opportunities for improvement that just seemed to come out of, well, no place conspicuous.
Without any major, and with very few minor changes to the strategy set, Shift was saving huge chunks of time
There's
just from
Prime
optimizing
Mysterium.
his own movement and adding more cruise boosts to the run. In the past, cruise boosting was only used sparingly, in areas where the speed boost was needed to make spatulas viable for the run. But now, seeing as Battle for Bikini Bottom's route was far more optimized, saving a couple of seconds per cruise boost was actually significant if the player could hit them on the first attempt consistently. Around
seems
this
like it's
time,
not
Fluff also
super
discovered that
hard
Larry's
for
collision
cruise
box
boost
is actually a
consistency.
huge rectangular prism. Though invisible, it was the perfect surface for cruise boosting, and marked the start of runners cruise boosting off of certain flat NPCs to avoid walking to the nearest wall. Shift began referencing Hazel's 2014 tasks in hopes of implementing some of the more difficult and obscure movement strategies into his runs, and began skipping the rotating shipwreck wall jumps
Try
with
it?
the
Fuck
use
no,
of
game's
cruise
really
boosting.
hard.
Fuff's
I can't do
100%
it.
endeavors also led to more strat discoveries in the any percent run, such as the new route for Squidward's Dream that awards a sock for the low price of 0 seconds.
Those prices are fantastic. We're not going to do better than that.
These creative uses of cruise
Thanks to
boosting marked
Prime
an era when Battle for
GK.
Bikini Bottom became a far more movement-centric speedrun versus just simply nailing setups for difficult tricks. This particular run was looking like a lost cause, but Shift ended up finishing with a time of 102.18 after coming back from a 24-second deficit, closing out a new world record by 3 seconds. With big comeback runs and the nearing of 101, the summer of 2016 was destined to go out with a bang. Runs paced for 101 would nearly reach 200 live viewers, as they knew something big would happen soon. Nearly
They
a
could
week
feel it.
later, on August 25th, 2016, Shift was on his best pace ever. Half a minute ahead of the 102.18 out of Jellyfish 2,
Not
and still
bad.
within a minute of some of Best leaving the graveyard. At this point, the fans were on the edges of their seats.
And he doesn't choke.
Shift entered Sandy's Dream to perform
He's not
the
built
Texas
that way.
Sponge Glide. Nearly an hour into the run, only this and the Robo Sponge stood between him and the coveted 101.
Larry the Lobster being generous. Free. Oh man, what the fuck?
What the fuck was that bullshit?
And now the
That's
fans
what I just
would
said.
wait for Shift's response to said bullshit.
Whatever, still a good run.
Oh, good
That sucks,
mental.
though. Whatever.
His reaction to such a heartbreaking loss was in stark contrast to those of similar misfortunes at the start of the summer, and he was even able to keep his head straight enough to close out a new world record with that same run.
Don't get globaled yet, because we're going again.
It was clear by now that Shift was improving at managing stress in front of live audiences, and with
Why?
that,
Get heated.
his attempts became
fun.
astronomically better.
I should have heard a
same
desk
day,
flip over.
Shift tied the summer's resurgence of Battle for Bikini Bottom, the resilience of the community, and his own self-growth into one speedrun.
Oh, he's going turbo mode! Ah, he's dialed in! Man, all the tricks in this game are just so cool. .101.52, I'm calling it. Fuck.
Dropping the mic.
The 101.46 became one of Shift's most
And then pick the mic
iconic
up again and
runs,
put it in your
gaining
ass.
significant traction
Let's
on
go.
YouTube and causing him to reach the 1,000 subscriber mark on the platform. And over on Twitch, the movement was growing stronger than ever. With the game's popularity skyrocketing, the 2016 community knew they had what it took to avenge Cole and the other retired runners from the previous era. They began discussing the possibility of Battle for Bikini Bottom being accepted to games done quick.
That
The
was a
game was
big
rejected
moment.
unconditionally in the past when Cole and Hazel tried submitting to GDQ events, even dating back to 2013. Hazel even went as far to plan out her talking points for commentary had the game actually been accepted, staying hopeful each and every time.
That's sad.
It was something that
Aw.
meant the world to them, a chance to display their years of ingenuity on a stage for thousands to enjoy. And now, the next generation of runners believed that they could make that dream a reality. Shift submitted Battle for
Exit
Bikini
Prime,
Bottom
Roka.
80% to Awesome Games Done Quick 2017. The Winter Marathon was poised to be the largest ever, and BFBB had its best shot at finally getting in. Before the summer's revival of Battle for Bikini Bottom, Kona consulted GDQ committee member Vulagin regarding the possibility of BFBB's premiere in the marathon, who claimed there just wasn't enough evidence that SpongeBob and speedrunning had enough crossover audience to make it work.
What are you talking? I've said this quite a few times. I'm not the biggest GDQ fan in recent years, but like, what are you talking about? There's not enough crossover in SpongeBob fans and speedrunning? Why does that matter? Half the fucking games at GDQ don't even have fan bases. When I tuned in on the last one, they were speedrunning some fucking obscure SNES game where there's no glitches or anything. They just like go straight and shoot sometimes. What a weird reason.
Well, just 4 months later, Battle for Bikini Bottom had taken the speedrunning community by storm. The evidence was laid out for everyone to see, and Shift just had to write a pitch to convince the committee to finally lay the 6-time rejection curse to rest. And needless to say, Cole was watching silently from the shadows.
Cole.
Shift published his AGDQ 2017
He's a
submission
prime
video for
rooter.
BFBB 80% on September 3rd, 2016. You may have already guessed by the splits, but just 4 days earlier, Shift broke the world record again with a 101.38. He just could not stop. Between the first and the second 101, Shift found a 5-second time save for collecting the spelunking spatula in Jellyfish Caves, naming it Rock Skip because you jump on the rocks to get the
Makes sense.
spatula.
Are these even rocks?
Okay. The new risky
Easier
maneuver
said
and
with eyes.
potential run ruiner would be showcased in the 101.38 and again in the 101.14 achieved on September 9th, 2016. Then, on the attempt immediately following the 101.14, Shift finished with a time of 101.04. Small movement improvements and increased hours of grinding had pushed the current route further than anyone believed possible, with very few major changes allowing the next minute mark to nearly be cleared. Following this PB, however, Shift finally hit an improvement wall.
Oh, no.
But exactly 2 weeks later, Shift would complete a run that would shock everyone.
Even God. Jesus Christ.
1 flat 32. In the aftermath of this run, eyewitness accounts state that Shift uttered something that few could comprehend, but that sounded something like this. To this day, This is regarded as one of the most optimized world records in the game's history, and it marked the end of an era in the any percent world record progression. Shift had completed a run with so few mistakes, it would go on to initiate the first world record drought caused solely by optimization of the
Well,
run,
to be
as
fair,
opposed
it's
to
only
on
been
hiatus.
Shift getting world
Despite
records
grinding
for the last
multiple
2
hours
months
each
there.
day, this time would stand untouched for a while in comparison to the veritable grab bag of summer records. Chat and community reactions to this run were in stark contrast to those of the first 101. Ringo cites that there was a level of sadness watching this run finish off, realizing that the game's progression might have actually reached a dead end. And things certainly did start to slow down for the next month. For their knowledge at the time, the run had been shredded down to its core, revealing what everyone believed would be the final, crowning achievement in Battle for Bikini Bottom speedrunning. The 59.
Yes,
For
sub
titles
1
of
hour.
past, present, and future, taking a
Yes,
full digit off the
that's
run
what I'm
was
fucking
viewed as
talking
the
about.
holy grail for communities optimizing games clocking in at just above the 60-minute mark. And with the world record now wedged right between the hour and the 101 marks,
Oh.
debates sprang up over whether or not it was
Holy
even
Grail.
possible.
Oh.
To give you some perspective, Hazel's and Old School's unfinished tool-assisted speedrun from 2015 was only attempting to cut the hour mark. But Shift believed that there was still room to push the game further.
Shift is better than
He
a computer.
Felt an intense grind
He's
could
more than a
eventually make
machine.
the Sub 1 dream a reality.
He's a boy.
He and the rest of the
Nay, a
community
man.
acknowledged that any time saves coming solely from better movement would be extremely gradual at this point. The game would need new strategies added with the sole intention of barely achieving a 59, thereby finishing off the progression of Battle for Bikini Bottom any percent. If these wicked strats happened to work in just one run, while everything else was near perfect, it would be just enough for Shift to become the first
So
to beat
basically
the
it's
game
free.
in under 1 hour. And in support
Easiest
of these
run of his
endeavors,
life.
the community rallied close behind. With their own resilience having thrust their beloved title into the limelight 13 years after its initial release, they knew that anything was possible.
Yeah.
Oh,
It's
but
been
is
a
this a
ride.
diss track?
Grinding Bob. Losing runs. I guess I had to lose those runs to get to this one. Now some of you
Hey, wait, is Ringo the one to break the hour mark from out of
you're
nowhere?
trying to get out. Just remember, you could be doing this shit.
Shift had foreseen the hard stop for the game's progress in the 1 hour range and had already been working on a plan to achieve the 59. He referred to it as Route Z, which truly encompassed the meaning of whatever it takes for the time it was implemented to
That's
achieve.
so cute.
Earlier that month, Shift had
Route
gone digging
Z.
into Cole's video
Claim
archives
the
once
soul of
again in
many
search of
men.
more forgotten strategies. He rediscovered the older method for skipping Jellyfish
Everyone
Field
who's
Zone
tried
1,
has
which
died.
lured a hammer to jump off of and activate the checkpoint at the end of the level rather than using Jellyfish Rock Skip. This method wouldn't
Here's your
save
soup
time
orange.
enough on its own, due to the significant time lost from needing a replacement for the sock on Jellyfish Rock. He'd need to make it
even faster.
On September 17th, Shift uploaded a video called Hammer Skip, which showcased a clean, modernized hammer AI manipulation where he also jumped off the hammer's head, but this time set up a damage boost. By inputting a frame-perfect triple jump out of the boost, the cliff could be cleared without waiting for SpongeBob to drown and respawn. As a quick refresher, the window to
combo.
hit these types of jumps is only open for 1/60th of a second after SpongeBob's damage animation ends. On top of that, there are 5 different animations to react to, each with different visual cues and muscle memory. Cole made use of these jumps in a couple spots when he ran the game, but the key difference with Hammer Skip was the risk factor. Missing the old school fountain jump or the Goo Lagoon tower jump to the sock landed the player on safe ground to try again. Each miss only cost a few seconds. With Hammer Skip, however, there was the added
It's all or
potential
nothing.
of drowning and having to reset
You
the
either
whole
make it
run
first try or you
if
go
the
to jail.
one-frame input was
Fucking
missed.
thrown in the slammer.
There was a checkpoint backup, but relying on it saved such minimal time that in most cases it was worth the reset anyway. Factoring in the sock reroute, the trick only saved 8 seconds.
Oh, what?
With the level of risk and execution required on top
Easy
of
to
the
give
degree of
sub-knocks.
optimization the game was already reaching, the addition of this strategy would make it far more difficult to get runs going. But Shift's
Route
next
Z doesn't fuck
implementation
around.
would truly test his limits. So, if you recall from Part 1, the Rock Bottom Museum was re-added to the any % route during the community's grind for Sub 120, which was one of the many spatulas swapped in place of others throughout the run. This was due to a new exploit Hazel found during the summer of 2013, which allowed her to pass through the laser walls without deactivating them. By grabbing the moving tire lamps, she clipped right past the lasers without having to go through the museum's tedious puzzles. And because of Sandy's gliding ability, this character was definitely the one for the job. But 3 years later, with cruise boosting having been discovered and its movement mechanics being pushed further than ever before, it was time for a different approach. This time, Schiff would prove it's possible to save time clearing the museum as SpongeBob.
Ooh.
On September 20th, 2016,
The
Schiff
Bob?
uploaded this segment and an improvement
Doodlemeister?
upon it later that same day that showcased the most advanced cruise boost movement of its time. By landing a precise bubble bounce on the rotating turret nodes, it's possible to climb to the 3rd level of the museum, jump a huge gap, and grab one of the moving tire lamps to clip through the wall. Unlike the Sandy method, which allowed for gliding across the gap at a nearly set altitude, gravity was in full effect. To make the stakes even higher, any mistake between loading into the level
this would be
or
game
clicking
over.
through the laser wall
You fuck this up,
force
it's
a
over.
level reload, and most of the time, a run reset. This is because missing a cruise
That's a
boost,
fate worse than
grabbing a
death.
ledge, or even stepping out of place can cost enough time for SpongeBob to miss the tire cycle. Even the window to ledge grab was tighter, as the ledge get-up animation automatically
Stakes
triggers
have never
upon
been higher.
grabbing, and Sandy's get-up animation is twice as long as SpongeBob.
This is why they
In
consider
order to
Battle for
properly
Bikini
clip
Bottom
through the
speedrunners to be
lasers,
like
you must
firefighters.
Be in the ledge get-up
This
animation.
is so fucking
when
dangerous,
gliding
some of
with
these
them.
strats.
In other words, SpongeBob's window to correctly grab the ledge for clipping is half the size of Sandy's. This, along with the added difficulty of falling onto the moving ledge rather than hovering into it, made this first section of the new museum strategy the most fearsome segment in the
Hey, they don't call it
entire
Route
game
Z, Route
thus
Z
far.
for nothing.
It had to be timed perfectly. And after clipping, Schiff still had
React
to go
to
through
X
the
reacting to
second
you.
part of the
Yeah.
gauntlet. Having lost his cruise boost from taking
We'll
laser
exchange
damage, he
reactions
now
back
had to
and
reach
forth.
the balcony to activate another one. By spacing a precise jump across the tires on the other side of the wall, it's possible to skip the ledge grab by barely skimming the surface of them. This was important to execute properly, as grabbing a ledge could cost a second and a half, and outright failing would checkpoint Shift on the bottom level of the museum, forcing him to restart the level. After making it to the balcony, Shift then had to nail the cruise boost used for making it to the next tire, which he would use to clip through the second laser wall. This tire was actually the same one
God damn,
used to clear the
this
level
level
as
looks
Sandy.
nuts.
But this time, rather than just being able to slowly glide to it, SpongeBob has to remove his cruise boost, drop below the tire, turn 180 degrees, and grab the ledge to secure the clip through the wall.
What?
Without a cruise boost active,
What
SpongeBob
the
regains his standard
fuck,
turning
man?
speed,
Holy
which allows him
shit.
to make that 180-degree turn to grab the ledge. After doing so, Shift can grab the collectibles on the other side of the second laser wall and finish the segment. Throughout 2016's evolution of cruise boosting segments, this was the crowning jewel. These jumps, leaps, and maneuvers allowed SpongeBob to meet the same cycle as Sandy if done perfectly. Because the strategy made the same tire cycle that Sandy
It probably
played,
only saves,
the
I think, like
only
8
time
seconds,
saved
right?
came from not having to switch to Sandy at the bus stop outside of the museum. Balloon Kids were pretty scary, but this was just absurd. The full strategy was quickly named SpongeBob Museum and saved merely 5 seconds.
Not
off
even
the
8.
80% run for
Not
all of that
even
extra
8.
effort. The additions of SpongeBob Museum and Hammer Skip as part of Route Z solidified the 1-flat-32 as the end of any percent's unoptimized era, and it marked the beginning of the run's degeneration into a showcase of desperate maneuvers, for barely any time save relative to what they'd expected before.
What a
Now,
madman.
world record improvements weren't expected to be greater than mere seconds, and not nearly as frequent. Shift hoped to eventually achieve a low 1-hour time with Route Z, acknowledging the many stressful weeks and months ahead on the road to the ultimate prize. During this time, when Battle for Bikini Bottom's world record had finally
Anything
found
for that
stability,
sub-hour,
the inner
though,
circle of
goddamn
friends
it.
began organizing community
Gamers
events.
deserve
Though
it.
Kona had announced his retirement from BFBB back in August, and Jared had since gone on hiatus from streaming, the community
Thanks,
still
Resub
had
Emo.
one of their 3 large channels to broadcast their next group endeavor, the revival of speedrun races. Having been a huge motivator for completing runs during the old era, the 2016 community rediscovered the fun in racing and decided to turn it up a notch. Instead of organizing group races for leisure like Cole and Hazel had done on SRL, the new community went with
Does
a double
SRL still
elimination
exist?
tournament format on.
I haven't heard anyone talk about that in a long time.
This seemed like a fitting adjustment for the community's own heightening competitive spirit in its second revival. Now the runners' gameplay feeds were restreamed to Shift's channel while friends outside the races commentated together.
Could he PV? Yeah, he probably could. It's looking pretty, it's pretty one-sided right now. Oh my god. Like a frame away from death there. Jesus Christ. That was
I think that both of them can PB.
And these streams were quite successful, often peaking at over 300 viewers and creating many memorable moments.
He's ahead by so much. If he goes for it, he's insane. He's actually crazy if he goes for it.
He's a clinical madman! Lock him up! A psychopath!
And of course, it introduced Shift's viewers to some of the other community members that they weren't aware of, while giving newer members a chance to get involved.
I gotta rip some ass.
Battle for Bikini Bottom's close-knit group of friends was evolving into an expansive community.
Thanks, Resub Gunslayer.
Oh my god.
No fucking way! You had a really great run.
Yeah. I mean, I was not focused.
You should host speedrun tourneys. I've actually wanted to for a while. I think it'd be really fun.
Dude, you had like almost 500 people at one point. Almost 500 people watching you.
Yeah, I played
First one to get a record gets a big prize.
About that. And Red Moss
I love that shit.
Anyway, he's a god. He's a great friend. A great player.
Make your own GDQ.
With a community of runners grinding for improvement.
Before people misunderstand, I think GDQ as like a concept, I really like what GDQ does. I think they do great work. But over the years, I think the way they go about their GDQ, especially with the selection process as well as who's allowed to even run in the first place, I think is unnecessarily strict and takes a lot of like the organic fun out of the event that it used to have. So I don't want anyone to think like I hate GDQ and I hate what they do, because I really do like GDQ and everything about it conceptually, as well as the runners that always do great work and the actual organization of the event. But they make it such a corporate process on trying to be like squeaky clean, super family friendly. Anything that's maybe in a gray area of PG-13 is usually pretty bad. They outright will ban runners for things that I think are rather trivial. So I just, on the whole, don't really appreciate the very corporatized direction that it's taken over the years. That's all I'm saying. So I don't want anyone to like misconstrue where I stand on GDQ.
Respectably optimized world record, and viewership still on the rise, many were hoping that Battle for Bikini Bottom would finally hit the big time.
Barracuda and Emmy.
On October 5th, 2016, the community gathered in the Battle for Bikini Bottom Discord server to repeatedly refresh the Games Done Quick submissions page. After midnight, the list of accepted games for HDQ 2017 would finally become available. Having witnessed many years of Cole's submissions being rejected, Jelly especially hoped that BFBB's recent explosion in popularity would finally cause a miracle to
That's
happen.
actually a pretty cool idea, Jerry Bears.
At midnight
I just saw
on
that.
October 6th,
That's a cute idea.
anxiety would erupt into excitement. Battle for Bikini Bottom
Let's
80%
go!
was accepted to HDQ 2017. This would be the first time BFBB, or any SpongeBob game for that matter, would be played at a Games Done Quick event. And though their reactions have unfortunately been lost to time, legend has it that tears of joy were shed on this day. After years of rejection, BFBB was finally free. One step closer to the dream, Shift would now select the commentary couch for the upcoming show.
Oh, it's gotta be
where
Hazel,
thousands
it's
would
gotta be
realize that
Cole.
one of their old favorites had not been left behind. At this point, Cole and Hazel had emerged from the shadows after hearing that their passion project had been accepted to the marathon. So Shift's absolute
KT would be
priority
great,
was to
yeah.
have them both by his side while showing the world how far their game had come. But unfortunately, due to travel complications, Hazel was unable to attend the event.
What the fuck?
Therefore, the final couch for the Battle for Bikini Bottom 80% showcase would be Jelly, Red Moss, and Cole himself. A union of runners across generations together for a last hurrah. Through hosting race marathons on Shift's channel, the community was able to raise just enough money to crowdfund Cole's trip to Awesome Games Done Quick.
Oh, that's so sweet.
2017.
That's
With
another
Battle
thing.
for
Why doesn't
Bikini Bottom's
AGDQ just
premiere
pay for the
mainstream
runners to
spotlight
attend?
upcoming,
They make so
Shift's
much money.
motivation to
They could
master
absolutely
Route Z
cover
and
travel.
achieve 59 was now stronger than ever. His mind was now set on beating the game in under 1 hour before the grand showcase in January. Later that same month, another huge step forward was made for the Battle for Bikini Bottom community
Thanks,
and
Reset
Shift's
T-Bros.
stream. On October 17th, Shift's persistence with applications had finally paid off.
Shift, come on down. You're now a partnered streamer. How does it feel, buddy? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity.
Shift became partnered on Twitch through streaming speedruns, strat hunting, and community
so
events
sweet.
of
It's all going right,
exclusively
baby.
Battle for Bikini Bottom. Before 2016, this was an unthinkable feat. But in the new era, it seemed like the
These are some
sky was
talents.
the limit. Making its first appearance in April and now already partnered in October, Shift's stream became
It's hard to
a
believe that it
symbol
hasn't
of
even been a
Battle for Bikini
year.
Bottom's popularity
We're still in
explosion
27
throughout
or 16.
2016. With the game having grown such a strong and passionate community 13 years after its release, who knew how much more was in store for it? With a partnered Twitch channel and a network of friends dedicated to streaming the game, Battle for Bikini Bottom's future was looking brighter than ever before. 10 days after the partnership announcement, Shift set a world record in BFBB any percent with the newly added strategies. This run also showcased an exemplary SpongeBob museum and overall time save that proved sub 1 could happen within the coming months. But it was clear with the execution and consistency required to save that time that it wouldn't be easy. At this point, Battle for
Nah,
Bikini
it is
Bottom's
pretty
most
easy for
difficult
Shift.
strategies
Fucking
had
free.
shifted from setup-based, elaborate
He gets a
tricks
world record when he
into
wants it.
fast-paced, movement-intensive sections. The museum's execution being so tight to save those 5 juicy seconds made holding paces far more difficult, and the stakes were way higher after getting a run past this dreaded zone. And after passing the museum, Shift still wasn't in the clear. He still had to pass Balloon Kids, Rock Skip, Texas Glide, Graveyard, and Robo Sponge
Texas Glide
to
has
close
been
out
that like
personal
silent
best.
run
All
killer.
of that, combined with the added pressure of achieving the first 59, made stress levels higher than ever, and that was especially clear to the viewers.
Oh, thank the fucking...
It took almost an entire month of grinding to improve this record as well. On
Mr.
November
Five, give subs,
21st,
Lawboard. Hey, man.
2016, Shift
you.
completed an any percent run in 1 hour and 12 seconds, a 3-second personal best, and also a run that no longer has video evidence.
Man, what the fuck? Why does that
This
keep
one
happening?
flat 12 was never actually a world record. Earlier that same day, Shift achieved another 1 flat 12 that he never highlighted, despite it being 1/10 of a second faster than the one you're seeing now.
You know what? I'm gonna upload this one. The other one was just like,
Jesus.
this is just a better run, you know? I played better. I played riskier. It may not be the actual world record, but I'm just gonna upload it.
This 1 flat 12 is the one that's still watchable today.
Okay, I've been holding in a PP for a little bit now. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. Also gonna fill up this water. Be right back. I'm back. Thanks for resub, Stinky Boy.
The second 1 flat 12 lost 20 seconds to Robo Patrick's Phase 3 spins. At this point in time, the strategy for Phase 3 spin manipulations was still inconsistent, and due to the run's new level of optimization, the quality of spins in Industrial Park Phase 3 became critical for holding 59 pace. It seemed the game had gotten so much tighter that parts of the run previously not feared were becoming potential run ruiners due to less room for error. But even so, a 1 flat 12 with 20 seconds lost to Robo Patrick made it seem like 59 was just around the corner.
It's
and
inevitable.
The hype surrounding Battle for Bikini Bottom continued to grow stronger. Not long after the 1 flat 12 was achieved, the previous world record skyrocketed in popularity on YouTube, breaking 100,000 views in just a matter of days during the Thanksgiving holiday. Of course, many of these new eyes were curious to experience live runs of Battle for Bikini Bottom, and headed on over to Twitch to watch Shift's grind for the 59. Among this huge influx of newcomers, a good portion hadn't even seen or played BFBB before, yet were enticed by its unique gameplay that they were now witnessing. To this new, passionate crowd, this was how the game was meant to be played. Battle for Bikini Bottom had transcended the constraints of nostalgic reminiscence.
If you're not cruise boosting, turn the fucking game off.
The gameplay and features its own community had molded upon it. It had become something greater. With unprecedented community growth complementing a newly updated Innocent tutorial, the final months of 2016 brought Battle for Bikini Bottom its greatest rush of new runners yet. As more rallied behind the journey, the grind for 59 continued with full vigor. Viewership rising, pressure rising, tension at its most palpable. And it may have started getting to Shift's head.
Oh no.
On December 9th, he finished in 1 hour and 4 seconds. Unlike runs he was getting a month prior where one or two major mistakes struck the final blow, this run appeared to have a lot of mistakes. Shift's movement was improving, and some minor optimizations were added to enhance the run's potential, but it seemed like he was hitting a mental wall at the 1 hour mark. 59 was no longer a matter of being barely achieved with a near-perfect run, as assumed months prior. It was now looking extremely doable, and Shift's greatest adversary was himself. Well, that, and the floating wheel in the sky.
That's what I'm saying, that fucking nut glide is tough. We've seen so many runs die there.
For all of 2016, this was the ultimate point of contention for all BFBB speedrunners.
This trick ruined my fucking life.
Yeah, I had sex with some girls after I told them I knew how to.
Texas Sponge Glide.
It was pretty.
Meaningless sex.
Texas Sponge Glide had been found during the explosion of new strategies following Cruise Boosting's discovery in 2014. And nearly 3 years later, it was still an enigma. The runners just could not figure out what caused the glide to stick or send SpongeBob skydiving feet first. The added pressure of having to perform after finally landing the Texas glide caused many graveyard chokes as well, as seen in the record of 1 flat 04. But on December 22nd, Shift finally got a run out of the Dutchman's graveyard. Entering Robo SpongeBob slightly behind, a lucky robot spawn was needed to make an early damage boost for skipping the final gauntlet inside of Robo SpongeBob. At a 50% spawn rate, the alternative damage boost saves 2 seconds over the standard explosion boost method. The potential for a new world record was at the mercy of a coin toss. And by now, Shift had implemented a personal best playback camera to compare his current best times to his live attempts. Just look at how close the end of this run truly was. Shift PB'd by 1 second, 59 barely out of reach once again. At this point, Shift was getting some paces with potential to improve his time by over half a minute. A big PB was overdue, and 59 could happen on any run. But still, 1 hour and 3 seconds would become the final BFBB any % world record achieved in that year. Battle for Bikini Bottom's 2016 began with hopeful retirees.
He needs a real challenger.
And finished with an expansive,
serious
community having experienced several. More than 9 minutes of world record
improvement. Oh, actually, Red Moss is right there.
Showcase and games done quick, a partnered stream on Twitch, prospects of a sub-hour run, And, most importantly, a close group of friends whose shared love for the game would inspire runners for generations to come. And although the historic year had finally reached a close, the era was yet to be concluded. One day after the new year, Shift realized that while practicing, he may have found a solution for the dreaded Texas Sponge Glide.
I think I discovered the trick to making this consistent. You see how the wheel moves up and down, and you run up to here? That's the same every time. So depending on who you are, and this is the reason why like you have like phases when you get it or phases when you don't get it, is because as you get faster at the game, you're approaching the wheel at a different time. Sandy's Dream, I got a 52. I think it's highly likely to miss this on a 51. Great, and then you get a 52, it's because you missed a cruise boost or you're standing next to the bus stop for too long. Like remember in my PB, I stood next to the bus stop for like a half a second before I jumped. I think if you slam into the wheel as it's moving up, you get it every time.
Therefore, the new strategy was to jump toward the wheel the moment it started falling. That way, once SpongeBob reaches the wheel and slams, it's perfectly timed to push up and against the slam.
Good
and
observation!
Testing theory gave evidence to its credit. Shift started doing runs with this new strategy and nailed the Texas Sponge Glide each and every time. After losing countless 59s to this late-game monstrosity, it appeared to have finally been solved.
We finally got the raid boss down.
Another arcane, field-based gatekeeper from the Cole era had been slain. Without this major roadblock or fears of losing runs in Texas past the 50-minute mark, Shift was now fully confident in his ability to beat the game in under 1 hour.
Oh, he has a free 1 hour now.
2 days later, Shift started his usual stream, completely silent.
Sub 10 minutes.
Usually being so talkative, it came as a surprise to the hundreds who gathered daily in hopes of witnessing the fabled 59. But Shift had apparently lost his voice from illness and told everyone not to expect the run to define an era on this day. And surely enough, he was right. They'd get both of them.
Uh-oh. Exhibit pouch and resub ruined and give some spicy. Maybe tier 1 God Cactus. He's going full Route Z. Nothing's being held back. It's raw! Easy rock skip too? We might be looking at a 57. Free Texas Glide. And wins the 50-50. Oh!
You want to see me do it again?
What a fucking machine. Jesus Christ.
Okay, so this is actually crazy. I did not see this coming. I think the only real mistake in the run was hammer skip. So I think this time is gonna sit for.
He sounds dead. Well, how would you sound after you just saved Bikini Bottom?
On January 4th, 2017, the Battle for Bikini Bottom community slept soundly, knowing their game had finally been beaten in under 1 hour. At 59 before the long-awaited showcase and Games Done Quick, just as envisioned. But later that same day, they'd wake up to an exemplary run of Route Z, a sub 59:30. Shift plowed through 6 minutes of improvement that even Cole believed was impossible. At the start of the summer, Shift became the champion of the community's humble speedrun leaderboards. But after 6 months, 26 world records, and 4 1,000 attempts. Shift had championed Battle for Bikini Bottom itself. His crusade to uplift the game through the art of speedrunning proved that every hour, minute, and second of it could be cherished, and that this unlikely cartoon game suddenly bestowed with so much affection still had so much more to give. The battle for Bikini Bottom had only just begun. 10 days after the 59s, it would be the community's time to shine.
Oh!
Battle for Bikini Bottom
I totally
80%
forgot.
in HDQ was scheduled for
Yeah, it hasn't
January
even happened
14th,
yet.
2017 at 9
Yeah, we were
a.m.
still like in the
Eastern
very
Time.
beginning of
Cole's
2017.
trip was fully funded, and the other couch members were good to go. Things were looking good until the morning
Thanks
of.
to Tier-
when
hey,
the
thanks
run
to
was
Tier 1
pushed back
Serious.
half an hour earlier on the schedule.
Hope you had a good stream
and
the
then
other
half
night.
an hour earlier again. With the hour-long run now scheduled for 8 a.m., the community feared that many waking up to see the
Optimal
run
time.
at 9 a.m. would miss the whole thing.
Jesus Christ.
That the turnout for the community's most coveted moment would flop. But nonetheless, at 8 a.m., Shift stepped up to the plate. Cole, Red Moss, and Jelly by his side. No matter the
The
outcome,
gang.
this would be historic. Cole and Shift, the faces
Look at
of the game
short-haired
during their
Shift.
respective eras, alongside two runners who had
Bro, look at that volume. Damn it. Son of a bitch. Okay. Shit. Fuck. Okay, hold on. Hold on. Okay, wait. A little more. Oh my god. Wait. Okay, I give up. We'll play from here.
Moss and Jelly by his side. No matter the outcome, this would be historic.
That hair, man. So much fucking volume. It's like an extra 6 inches off his head. Fucking jealous, man. That's crazy. Yeah, maybe it's not even hair. Maybe his brain's just that big. And it's just like hidden in here in this dense forest.
Cole and Shift, the faces of the game during their respective eras, alongside two runners who had witnessed both revivals of the community, would demonstrate how they'd elevated Battle for Bikini Bottom beyond what anyone believed possible.
Also, you did in fact.
Oh, it's period and comma. That's right.
Hear me say that correctly. The next game is SpongeBob SquarePants Battle for Bikini Bottom. Every now and then, a game
It may be Coco.
inexplicably takes over the speedrun community. And SpongeBob SquarePants is one of those games.
Goddamn right.
Suddenly found itself an entire community of players. And they've really pushed the game, so look forward to that coming up in just a moment.
A lot of enthusiasm there. I like it. That was good. Yeah.
All right, here we are. This is the day. We play SpongeBob for the first time ever in GDQ. I'm Shift on the couch. You guys can introduce yourselves.
Okay, I'm Cole.
Cole.
Red Moss.
I'm Jelly.
All right, and we're going to start the run. 3, 2, 1, go. Yes, this is a licensed video game.
God, I hope he world
But
records at GDQ.
you guys are going to be entertained, trust me.
He's going for Route Z.
At first try. Here we go.
That was really good.
And everyone has their own little setup for this trick too.
According to all known laws of aviation, the sponge should not be able to fly. And we got a first try.
The full-blown Route Z at
We have to go through
GDQ.
this whole process of waiting for him to slam. Thanks, guys. Took a lot of practice for that one. We're coming up to Hey Kid.
Hey, kid.
There it is. And we're coming up, and time.
Hey, a 102 at the big stage.
90,000
Okay.
watched live as Shift disabled the hand on the jellyfish taxi pad, curious to see what this SpongeBob game from 2003 had to offer. And by the time Shift hit the final fuse, that number had doubled. 180,000 watched live as Shift performed the game's most iconic tricks, even nailing Hammer Skip and SpongeBob Museum for all to see.
Big day for the SpongeBob speedrunning community. Took us years to get this game in, right, Cole?
Yeah, like 4 or 5 years.
Yeah, we had to. That's why we had to get Cole out here. We all raised money to bring him out. Cole was the original runner of this game. Gave us the baseline for what this game is today. We probably
How
wouldn't even, none of us would be
cute.
here without him right now. So I'd like to give a shout out, personal shout out to Cole right here on the couch. Everybody give a round of applause for Cole. Also, I'd like to give a shout out to Hazel. She's a really talented tasser, and she actually was the original router for this game. I'd also like to give shout outs to Jared's Giants and Ringo Tongo. They're both very talented runners, and they care about the game a lot. They really wanted to come here, so I'd just like to shout them out. You guys were not forgotten. Shout out to the entire community for making this possible, supporting everybody, and getting SpongeBob in a GDQ. Who would have thought?
Jesus,
Game's
how
really taken everybody
incredibly
by surprise.
wholesome.
You guys, too, for supporting.
The run
Hey,
was
thanks
such
to
an
Tier 1
overwhelming
Jared.
success that
Fuck
Shift
yeah,
was
man.
offered a personal interview and opportunity to answer tweets from viewers live immediately afterward. And there were plenty of questions to be asked, seeing as the GDQ Twitter feed had been posting nothing but SpongeBob over the past hour. Battle for Bikini Bottom had become a sensation.
I imagine it was their
The
most
showcase
viewed
run
single
even caught
game
the
during that
attention of Jason
GDQ.
Horner, the lead software developer of Battle for Bikini Bottom during his time working at Heavy Iron Studios back in 2003. Jason reached out to Shift, congratulating him on his run and expressing his happiness for his own passion project living on in the hands of its own community.
And then
He was
Jason
also
starts
more than
speedrunning.
willing to confirm many of the
Only one to
suspicions the
give
community
Shift
had
a
about
run.
the inner workings of Battle for Bikini Bottom, even
And they had
how
their
it was
own
developed.
battle.
Not surprisingly, Jason was the one responsible for the game's smooth, unique physics engine that they'd all come to love, and it was no easy task getting it to that point. In an effort to polish and perfect what he refers to as his favorite game he worked on throughout his career, Jason went above and beyond Heavy Iron's Call of
Thanks,
Duty
Yusuf
and took it
Crocodile.
upon himself to maintain 65-hour work weeks developing Battle for Bikini Bottom. Jason's extra hours served to combat the game's low budget and rush development, and evidently, those hours paid off. It seems determination and resilience run deep in the bloodline of this unsuspecting video game that thrived against all odds.
That guy
Later
is
that
just a
year,
gamer.
Even Heavy Iron itself acknowledged an article written about Shift and the rest of the community surrounding their magnum opus. But following the overwhelming success of the showcase and Games Done Quick, these wouldn't be the only developers gaining interest in Battle for Bikini Bottom. After 6 years of build-up, Battle for Bikini Bottom had reached heights surpassing anything its original runners could have ever dreamed of. By the end of 2015, it was looking like it could only ever exist in a dream. But having built a strong foundation of fascinating gameplay, we now know it was only a matter of time before fresh motivation was enticed to relight the original community's torch. In the end, all it took to reshape their game's future was sheer determination and true friendship.
And an
The runners of
inhuman
2016
gaming
created
specimen
their own foundations
known as Shift.
for a passionate community that would thrive for years to come. Along the way, they'd overcome many challenges and demotivators inhibiting the community from reaching its potential, all while gracefully transitioning Battle for Bikini Bottom into the new and competitive era of speedrunning. And, needless to say,
Is this your first time hearing
they
about Shift?
too
Not
made
at all.
its gameplay even
Like I said,
sicker.
I knew about
But
him
what felt like the natural,
probably
satisfying
a
conclusion
little
to our
after
story
GDQ.
was just the mid-season finale. The remainder of the decade would truly test the limits of Battle for
Thanks,
Bikini
you good
Bottom's
sub,
potential,
Bliss.
as well as the strength of its own community. With their gazes aimed high, they entrusted Shift to lead the way. But how much further could Battle for Bikini Bottom be pushed past the sub-hour mark?
Significantly
How would
further.
Shift adapt to such a dramatic increase in influence and responsibility? Were the community's foundations strong enough to withstand the masses of incoming exposure? All of these questions and more will be answered, but in due time. Our stories of camaraderie and personal growth will be covered in 2 parts to complete our saga.
Yeah,
But in
this
the
is still
meantime,
only
we
half.
sincerely wish you the best experience with Battle for Bikini Bottom Rehydrated. When we return, we'll dive right into everything leading up to the announcement
As you
that
said,
made
shady.
waves around the world. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, I'm SM Loader. See you all
So good.
in the new era.
So fucking good.
Subscribe and ring that bell to know when parts 3 and 4 are available to watch.
God, it's so fucking good. Oh yeah, Shift also has like really long hair now.
Hey, B-sides. John.
The International Circle Jerk of
Yeah, part
Super
3 hasn't come out yet,
Acquaintances.
right?
What was that bullshit?
Oh my god.
He's recent Toxic Sun. Shift got world record on GDQ day last month. Really? Like at GDQ, he got record? I didn't see that. That's kind of fucking nutty. Thanks for resub, JoJo. And of course, Jared, I reached out to Shift to ask if it was okay, because that's something I really wanted to watch.
And some of you might be still trying to get that pay.
Oh, not at GDQ, right after. Gotcha.
Yeah, 2024, he goes, relax, those last 4 albums were whack now. Now this new shit is the fact now.
Damn, we got kind of going in.
Strategy L clipping. As you achieve...
Thanks, resub. Jitastic?
As you achieve the trick by mashing the shit out of the L.
Oh, is that true, Hydra? Yeah, sounds like GDQ.
As you achieve the trick by mashing the shit out of the L trigger.
Yeah, it was Shift's channel.
Where the fuck did the nunchucks go?
But it was like a whole community effort.
I'll kill your ass now.
Hey, B-sauce.
Okay, wait, I can't.
You calling it a night after this? I haven't decided yet. Why was Shift banned from GDQ? Lord only knows, man. People get banned there for no reason.
Confidential sources tell me that there are 32 of a specific kind of Easter egg throughout this video. If you find them all, guess what you get? Not a goddamn thing. And if you're not in the know about what I'm laying down, well, why should I talk to you?
Thanks for watching.
If you've been paying attention to...
That was so good. Jesus Christ. Holy shit. Oh. No, part 3's not out yet. Subscribe. I'm not logged in. That's why I'm not subbed. But yeah, I found Shift's... I don't remember when. There was a clip that I saw of him where he was talking about how much he dedicated to this one game. It was a clip about how he turned down social gatherings or going out with friends in order to perfect his Battle for Bikini Bottom speedrunning and stream it. And I remember seeing that and I was like, holy shit, what a fucking grind. Like, it was an actual Sigma grind set. I wonder how many hours just streamed the Battle for Bikini Bottom he has. Let me see. I'm going to look it up real quick. Would streamer charts tell me? Let's see. He's not banned. He ran it at the last GDQ in January. Oh, okay, good. Well, that's good news then. Let's see. Is there a better site to use than streamer charts? Highly recommend watching the 43. Plan on it, just not tonight. Because I can't find it on, a full one on streamer charts here. Or maybe I'm just not looking in the right spot. I can tell you for the last 30 days, he has streamed this is right. In the last 30 days, he streamed 397 hours of Battle for Bikini Bottom in the last 30 days. Is there even that many hours in a month? There's 730 hours in a month. So he streamed, holy fuck. Like I said, man, this guy is full-blown Sigma grind. That is, yeah, I think that comes out to what, about 13 hours a day? 13, 14 hours a day? I want to see total, though. Because for this level of mastery, I imagine it's got to be somewhere in the 15,000, 20,000 hour ballpark. But I wouldn't be, obviously I won't be able to get like the exact number on that because it's only going to show streamed. I think it's tier 1 rice, but it'll still be like still be a decent gauge. Oh, here we go. Here, I think this will show me the total. Can I do all... everything else is paid. Is there a free service that tells full hours? Let's see. Because all the other ones are paid to get that data, which I don't feel like doing. According to his Twitch About section, he said at least 13,000 hours. Well, I imagine that's not actively updated. There's probably 13,000 hours like a year ago. Oh, here we go. Actually, I just got it. He has 12,198 hours streamed of Battle for Bikini Bottom on Twitch. And then 172 hours of Rehydrated. God damn. His second most streamed game is Super Mario Sunshine at 329 hours. So yeah, about 12.2k hours of Battle for Bikini Bottom, and that's only streamed. And I imagine most of his running, at least early, and probably with like routing, I always get that mixed up, is probably pushing it towards that 16,000 hour ballpark, I would say. Bro's dedicated his whole life to SpongeBob. Yeah, and that's, like I said in the clip, that's what he was saying. Like, he really committed to it, truly believing in the future of it. And he was right. He has a full career out of it now. So the gamble paid off. He's able to live off of the success of his talent in Battle for Bikini Bottom. Well, not only that, also his personality. People just also like him, so that definitely helps. Thanks to Prime Slam. Oh, hey, Shift. We just finished part 2, man. Were you here the whole time, or did you just get here? Fucking amazing work, man. So good. That's good to hear, man. Excellent work. I'm highly anticipating part 3. Is it dropping this week by chance? Oh yeah, I always love these kind of videos. This is a resub. Ray. Have you watched videos about McDojos? Fuck yeah, I know all about McDojos. This is like The Hobbit all over again. Unlike The Hobbit though, I've very much known about the Battle for Bikini Bottom community. The Hobbit was one that truly caught me by full-blown surprise. Equally amazing stuff from Karma on that video. But this was one that I was personally vested in, so it was really cool to see it all compiled. Yeah, that's what it felt like, Shift. It was great. Have you watched the Blue Shell Yourself speedrun history? I've actually got an entire Google Doc of people that make speedrun history videos on games I've never heard of, or categories I've never heard of on games. I just want to reach out to the people and ask if I can watch them on stream at some point. I just haven't got a chance to do that yet. Because they're fucking cool. I always love huge productions like this that just tell a great story. Really? Part 1 only took 1.5... Well, only is a little exaggeratory. 1.5 weeks. Wow. God damn. Speed ran that too. Hazel uploaded 10 days ago on YouTube all super short videos for Metroid Prime speedrun tech. Channel is It's Personal 2. Metroid Prime speedruns are cool. I'll have to check that out. Thanks to Tier 1, Kevin. God, that was good. Alright, I actually think I will call it a night on that. I was going to keep going, but I don't think we're going to find something as fucking great as this part 1 and 2 here. And it's already 2:30, so I'll just call it a night. Alright, thanks everyone for tuning in. To everyone who donated, big thank you. New subs, welcome aboard. Sub means a lot to me, so thank you for subbing. I really appreciate the generosity. I'll toss you to a Battle for Bikini Bottom speedrunner, if there's anyone going right now. Let me see. No one I recognize from the video, but there is someone going for warpless any % rubber toe. Is Shift? You're not streaming right now, are you, Shift? I follow you. It doesn't say you're online. Thanks for the bits, Coco. So I'll toss you to rubber toe. Thanks again, everyone, and I will see you tomorrow. I appreciate the generosity. There we go.